Chapter 1151, Building Extreme Foundation. Junior brothers, you'll surely become core disciples within a year considering your potential. Many senior brothers and sisters gathered around Su Ping and the new disciples, hoping to make friends with them. None had a deity constitution. They remained stuck in the first volume, never entering the second. Those who had entered the second volume were already dominators of certain regions. They didn't have to make friends with the new junior brothers. Junior brother Su, you've only just entered this school. I have some spirit-nurturing pills that will help you with your cultivation, said a graceful senior sister with a smile. She offered him a bottle of said pills. Su Ping glanced at the gift and readily accepted it. Thank you very much, senior sister. I'm Fang Yu. Feel free to look for me if you need anything. Fang Yu was even more delighted to see him, accept the present. Fang Yu, I'm glad you're not Fang Shiyu one, or it would be impossible for me to beat you, Su Ping mumbled. What? Nothing. Su Ping shook his head and thanked her a second time. Seeing his forthcoming attitude, many others walked over and offered him cultivation pills they had saved for their own use. Junior brother Su, you are an extraordinary genius. Don't forget your senior brothers when you enter the inner circle, someone said jokingly, but they actually meant it. Su Ping replied with a smile. I won't. I certainly won't forget my senior sisters either. Haha, junior brother Su, you're so humorous. All his seniors laughed. But many senior sisters who had already offered him gifts rolled their eyes at him. They didn't expect their new junior brother to be that bold, teasing them right after being admitted. The other newcomers were rather envious as they saw how Su Ping easily got along with their seniors. In any case, they were no longer as anxious as before. Many of them accepted the gifts offered and made friends with them. Disdain flashed in the eyes of the charming young man. Having been born in a renowned family gave him the advantage of knowing a lot about the sects. He was aware that the senior brothers and sisters who went to greet him were mostly mediocre, thus undeserving of his time. He wasn't short of spirit-nurturing pills, either. Those pills were the beginner-level kind for cultivation families. He certainly wouldn't be impressed by something that cheap. Still, he avoided saying anything offensive, simply bidding farewell to the seniors who wanted to talk to him, and then squeezed out of the crowd. Why are you so arrogant? Someone said and sneered in disdain, but wasn't too obvious about it. They even smiled at him when they met him. I heard he's from a renowned cultivation family, tricky to deal with indeed. It's said that a great deity was born in his family. Unfortunately, that's all in the past. There's a chance he can also become a great deity considering his constitution. Mind you, just a possibility. Not everyone who boasts a deity constitution can reach that level. The other disciples communicated with eye contact, keeping outwardly silent. Instead, they eventually gathered around and talked to the more friendly disciples, such as Su Ping. The latter greeted them politely, accepting plenty of gifts in the process. He was impressed by the generosity of immortal cultivators who were offering him quite a lot of stuff, even though they had never met. They were truly great people. While holding the bundle of cultivation pills, Su Ping said with a smile, "Senior and junior brothers and sisters, I'm leaving to resume my cultivation. Goodbye." Everybody quickly said goodbye. Their expressions looked odd after Su Ping left. Their junior brother didn't turn anyone down. Doesn't he know he has to return the favors later? Once back in his residence, Su Ping opened the bottles of pills and poured them all into his mouth. The spirit-nurturing pill helps cultivators sense the spiritual energy in nature and kickstart their cultivation. Su Ping was already experienced when it came to cultivation. He swallowed the spirit-nurturing pills, which turned into a torrent of spiritual energy that flowed inside his body. He focused his attention and cultivated according to the technique. He directed the spiritual energy with his consciousness and cleaned his marrow, which was the first part of the first volume. Once the marrow was cleansed, he would gain an extraordinary power. That meant that he would become a cultivator in the future. He would be able to hold up a weight of 1,000 kilograms. He would be equal to a level 3 battle pet warrior. The second step was to build a foundation. He had to concentrate spiritual energy inside his body, just like stars in his acupoints. It would be the basis of his cultivation. That was a critical step. The second step required building foundation pills, which were of different qualities. The most powerful building foundation pills were made of the best ingredients. Adding the foundation would count as them making the building indestructible. The Chaos Star Chart can attract the spiritual energy in nature. Su Ping was astonished. He tried to activate the Chaos Star Chart and used the method to absorb astral power, only to find that the spiritual energy in nature was absorbed into his body like a tornado. Right, my previous body, shrouded in deity aura, was already a half-deity. Absorbing astral power and absorbing deity aura are the same for my body. Su Ping was quite thrilled. He had already witnessed the cultivation speed of the Chaos Star Chart, which was as fast as a whale swallowing. The spirit-nurturing pills helped him discover that a lot of spiritual energy was being squeezed and condensed into liquid inside his veins. I'm trying another cultivation system as a new cultivation. My main purpose is not to return to the star state as fast as possible. I'd better stay on solid ground and experience everything carefully. Su Ping wasn't in a hurry to improve his level. He was absolutely able to cross 9 states in one day with the spiritual energy in his body. Still, he would only regain his original power if he did that. What Su Ping wanted to do was to take a step forward, beyond what he had achieved. He soon condensed the first drop of liquid spiritual energy inside his body, which fell right where his astral ocean used to be. Then, the second and the third drop also fell, making the pool expand. Su Ping was going to build a lake of spiritual energy and transform it into a lake of deity aura in the future. Su Ping's body became even smoother thanks to the flowing spiritual energy, but not many impurities were removed. After all, he had a golden crow constitution to begin with. The cleansing didn't improve his physical attributes significantly, but it did improve his veins. A day later, Su Ping completed the marrow cleansing part. The lake of spiritual energy was already full. He had also finished up the spirit-nurturing pills his senior brothers and sisters had gifted him. Strange, why can't I feel any spiritual energy? Our senior brother said that we're talented, and we should be able to vaguely detect the flow of spiritual energy on the first day. But I'm not feeling anything right now. I'm only feeling sleepy, said someone with a yawn. Su Ping opened his eyes and heard the voices of other disciples in the neighboring rooms. He instantly stopped cultivating. He opened his eyes and watched. There seemed to be flames in his eyes, allowing him to see spiritual energy in the air. The hazy spiritual energy was concentrated in his room at the moment. It was extremely thin elsewhere. Fortunately, he was surrounded by freshmen. His seniors would have noticed the anomaly if they were present. The Chaos Star Chart is too domineering. Others won't be able to cultivate if I stay here. Su Ping raised his eyebrows, then walked out of the room after thinking for a moment. Senior brother Su, it's already late. You're still up, someone said curiously, seeing Su Ping walk out. He replied, our seniors mentioned a cave where we can cultivate. I'd like to go there and take a look. I see. I heard that you have to pay spirit stones to have access. Also, it's very expensive. 10,000 taels of gold can only get you a dozen regular spirit stones. That's not enough to last a day, said a disciple. Su Ping nodded and walked out of the dormitory. The disciple mumbled to himself, instantly heaving a jealous sigh upon remembering that Su Ping had a deity constitution. Su Ping was just a regular student like him, yet he had no doubt that some senior sisters and brothers would willingly pay the needed spirit stones for his junior. He was right. Some of the seniors recognized him. Are you going to cultivate in the cave too, junior brother Su? Yes. This snow moon cave was built by Master with advanced spiritual energy arrays, which must be powered with spirit stones. Junior brother Su, since you just came, you must be short of spirit stones, right? Yes, that's all right. I have plenty I can pay for you. How many days are you going to cultivate junior brother Sue? 3 days for starters, Su Ping thought for a moment and said. 3 days in a row. Junior brother Sue, you're truly diligent. Still, you haven't cleansed your marrows yet. I don't think you can endure it. I'll prepare some food for you, junior brother. That senior of his was rather considerate. Su Ping was stunned at first, then shook his head. That won't be necessary. I'm usually not hungry. That won't do. Food is necessary for every immortal cultivation. How can you cultivate if you're starving? The senior brother quickly shook his head. About that, actually, I've successfully cleansed my marrows already, Su Ping had to confess. He didn't like to be disturbed during his cultivation. You have? All of them looked at Su Ping with dumbfounded faces. It's only been a day since he was admitted as a disciple, and he already succeeded. Impossible. It took them at least 3 months to cross that hurdle. As for the other people with deity constitutions, it would have taken from 2 weeks to a month, too. Junior brother Sue, have you cultivated in your home before? That senior's eyes glittered. He laid his finger on Su Ping's wrist and was shocked to detect the flowing spiritual energy in his veins. More or less, Su Ping nodded. His senior brother was enlightened. It was indeed possible to cleanse marrow fast with the deity technique had he cultivated before joining them. Junior brother Sue, you are indeed extraordinary. I'll just leave you be then, said that senior. Thank you very much, senior brother. Su Ping cupped hands in salute. He entered the corresponding room inside the cave, using the badge his senior brother offered. The cave had training rooms of different qualities. It was clear that his senior brother wasn't very rich, as he only registered a low-level training room for Su Ping. Even so, the room went for 5 spirit stones a day, which equaled thousands of gold taels, enough for an ordinary person to live many extravagant lives. The spiritual energy here is indeed much more abundant. About the arrays. Once entering the training room, Su Ping saw that there was twice as much spiritual energy compared to that found naturally outside. It was as hazy as mist. He could see hidden spiritual patterns etched everywhere in the room. Su Ping had learned arrays from Joanna. All arrays had something in common. Some mechanisms worked for all of them. I see. Su Ping gradually realized he wouldn't need to pay spirit stones if he set up his own spiritual array. He memorized the array and then focused on cultivation. The spiritual energy around him surged. It was all absorbed and looted by the chaos star chart. Even the spiritual energy in the neighboring training rooms was drawn to him. Su Ping was completely devoted to his cultivation. As a second step, he chose to build his foundation with Old Monster Yi's dragon and phoenix blood. After cleansing his marrow, Su Ping realized he could somehow detect the opening of his small worlds. After all, the small worlds still existed deep inside his body. They had merely been sealed. The spiritual energy he had acquired after cleansing his marrow allowed him to touch his small worlds again. He was still unable to make use of his small world's power, but he could once again fetch things he had kept there. He began to build the foundation with the dragon and phoenix blood. Su Ping fetched the same amount of blood from each type. He saved half for the inferno dragons and other pets. Besides, he didn't need that much blood. After all, he still had the golden crow constitution. Absorbing too much external blood would actually pose an obstacle to him. 2 streams of power flowed into Su Ping's body as he absorbed the blood. Su Ping forged 9 stars through the chaos star chart method by burying the pure power and the spiritual energy in his acupoints. To build a foundation, building 3 stars will do. After that, it's possible to enter the next state. Those who have excellent potential will build 6 stars. The most extraordinary geniuses go for 8 or 9 stars. 9 stars are the maximum. The heaven-asking church's building foundation technique would no longer help him once he built 9 stars. Still, Su Ping felt that his body had yet to be perfected. The 2 blood types of refined ultimate beasts couldn't reach a balance in his body. 50-50 would balance things. I have to build 10 stars. But I don't have any more acupoints to accommodate the last one. Su Ping was bursting with power, feeling he was about to fall apart. The foundation building process had already made his golden crow constitution unbearable. He would be destroyed fundamentally, from the inside out if he failed. Yin and Yang. Su Ping closed his eyes. While going through such an extreme moment, he suddenly made the decision of taking out all 9 stars and gathering the power of the last star as the foundation to create an enormous star. The star was divided into 2 parts, but they coexisted harmoniously. The 2 streams of power were balanced at that moment. They enhanced and rejected each other at the same time. The power didn't work on Su Ping's body directly, else he wouldn't be able to bear it. However, he could easily accommodate such a power when they coalesced and reached a balance. Chapter 1152, Training Finished. Su Ping had a strange feeling when the yin-yang star was built, like a heavy weight hanging inside his abdomen. An invisible line connected the weight to his forehead. All the power in his body was strung to it. It seemed that he wouldn't fall no matter how much he shook. The weight was like a damper on a high tower, only 100 times more effective. My power and my body are both balanced to the extreme. Su Ping examined himself carefully and enjoyed his current status. It seemed that he wouldn't fall even if he stood on the edge of a cliff. The feeling was not just about his body, it was also related to his cultivation. He discovered that he could easily break any obstacle with an unusual power of balance. Is this the constitution that old monster Yi wanted? Also, I've detected the power of chaos. Su Ping extended his hand, feeling that he could fetch something from the void. There was a chance he could do that if he was strong enough. He wasn't fetching an illusion from the void, but the power of illusion itself. My constitution has changed a little bit. The solar bulwark seems to have been enhanced again. Su Ping examined his body. The foundation he had built didn't improve his level, as his body had reached the limits of the Star Lord's state. He could cut laws apart with nothing but his body, and he could see laws in the void with his naked eye. There were even bright gold colors in Su Ping's eyes at the moment. The gold colors were not just pure divine power, but the transcendent divine power that had been purified by heavenly tribulations. My body will probably be as sturdy as an ascendant by the time I fully digest this. Su Ping's eyes glittered. The essence and blood of the 2 ultimate beasts had brought him exceptional improvements. Even though he hadn't been restored to the star state yet, he still felt he was much stronger than before. Phew! Su Ping took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. He feared that the training room would be razed to the ground if he exhaled too fast. He didn't stay much longer. He looked at the already barren training room, then simply rose and left. Hardly had he exited the place when he saw the senior who had paid the spirit stones for him. The latter also noticed him and felt that he was somehow different. Having no time to think, he asked, "Junior brother Su, you've finished your training already." "How long have I been there?" "Only 2 days. Thank you very much for your spirit stones. I'll be returning them to you later." Su Ping nodded and quickly left after offering a cupped hand salute. All the disciples currently training in other rooms opened their eyes in confusion after he left, as they felt that the spiritual energy around them had become abundant all of a sudden. The spiritual energy had been as thin as that of the outside world for a while. Someone had already reported the situation to their master. The cave's spiritual arrays must have been in disorder, and master probably just fixed it. What a shame. The spirit stones I paid for the last 2 days were a waste. A lot of people were regretful, wondering if their master would compensate them. Su Ping didn't return to his residence afterwards, heading instead to the rear mountain. There was a vast jungle there. It was the cultivation place for the poor disciples. There were some inferior beasts in the jungle, no stronger than level 6. The enrolled disciples would be absolutely safe after building their foundation. Most disciples with a set foundation would have the mountain as a place for traveling. Su Ping entered deep into the jungle and found a cave. There was a tiger and a few cubs in the cave. The tiger was alarmed the moment Su Ping entered the cave and jumped at him in a frenzy. Su Ping realized that the tiger thought he was a predator and wanted to protect its children. He laid his hand on the tiger and suppressed it. Then, he discovered that the tiger was as strong as a level 7 battle pet warrior. Su Ping petted the tiger and said gently, "Just relax. I'm only here to spend the night. I'll give your kids a gift if you help me guard the door." His words seemed to contain a mysterious power that soothed the bad-tempered tiger. It widened its big eyes and looked at Su Ping with fear and confusion, as it didn't sense the often-found brutality of a hunter in Su Ping, but only a warm and cozy aura. Su Ping touched its head and smiled. He then took out some herbs and pills to set up a spiritual array inside the cave. Although he didn't have spirit stones, he could use the spiritual energy inside the herbs as a substitute. It would be even more effective, since the herbs were of a higher level. The tiger watched him in awe during the array setting process. It was crouched by the cave entrance, wanting to leave but fearing that Su Ping would notice. Su Ping finished preparations soon after and then waved at the tiger. The tiger hesitated for a moment, but eventually crawled to him slowly. The three fat young tigers followed their mother and staggered towards Su Ping. One of them bared its fangs at Su Ping, as if it was trying to protect its mother. Su Ping smiled and held the three young tigers in his arms. He then said to their mother, "Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Guard the door and don't let anyone come close. Don't hurt them either, just scare them off." The tiger looked at its cubs held by Su Ping and hesitated, but then turned around and moved to the entrance of the cave. It was able to understand him and was scared of his formidable presence. Oddly enough, there was still a sort of intimate feeling. However, its beastly nature called for caution and unwillingness to trust a human being. "Kids, behave." He looked at the fang-barring little tiger in his arms, then rubbed the fat on its nape and transmitted spiritual energy mixed with golden crow aura into its body. The youngling was unable to endure such powerful bestowal, thus soon passed out as if drunk. Su Ping sat cross-legged and placed the cubs on his lap. Then, he started a secluded training session. Once the foundation was built, he had to form his cores as a next step. The cores to be formed included 3 types: the illusory core, the real core, and the golden core. After the golden core was formed, he would be as strong as 9th-ranked battle pet warriors and be able to fly in the sky like a bird. The mountain was as peaceful as ever while Su Ping cultivated in the jungle. The new disciples were all training diligently. The older disciples would meet with others for tea or drink during breaks. Sometimes they would also leave the mountain for parties or cultivation seminars. Cultivation was too boring. It wasn't easy for new disciples to endure a couple of years. It wasn't unusual for them to become sloppy after a long time of hard work. Some of them were only sloppy on occasion, but others simply couldn't focus on cultivation again. Many weren't eliminated due to lack of potential. It's been half a year. Have any of the new disciples shown promise? Mu Zufeng asked about her disciples just after finishing her training. As their master, she would certainly show concern for them. In particular, she had admitted 6 disciples with deity constitutions. They would surely become core disciples. Her first disciple, Zhuang Bij, reported respectfully, "Reporting to Master, 2 of the 6 exceptional disciples you recruited are remarkable. They've built their foundation in only half a year. The disciple named Tang Jingyu has excellent potential. He's from a renowned cultivation family. He's now trying to form a core." Slightly surprised, Mu Zufeng nodded and asked, "Not bad. How many foundation layers did he set? Did you warn them about the downsides of hastiness? They must be very cautious at this stage." 7, replied Zhuang Bij respectfully. "I talked to him. He had already built 7 layers. It didn't seem likely that he would build another, so I allowed him to try and form a core. As for the other person, his name is Yan Yuanxiang. He's built 6 foundation layers and he wants to establish more." Mu Zufeng put on a smile. "I didn't expect that I would pick up such a pair of rare talents. It's remarkable to find they've built foundations in only half a year. Summon them. As their master, I will help them go higher. Zhuang Bij enviously nodded. Yes, ma'am. What about the other 4 disciples? Mu Zufeng asked again. Zhuang Bij said, I know that 3 of them have only just built 1 or 2 layers. As for the last disciple named Su Ping, he's been missing for half a year. It's said that he's been in secluded training on the rear mountain. I'm not aware of his progress. However, I heard that he successfully cleansed his marrow a long time ago, even faster than Tang Jingyu did. It only took him 1 day. I don't know whether or not it's true. He cleansed his marrow in 1 day. Mu Zufeng was dazed for a moment, then shook her head with a smile. Impossible. The marrow cleansing method of our heaven-asking church is abstruse, more thorough and complete compared to methods from other sects. If he were in another sect, it might have been possible for him to cleanse his marrow in a day or 2, but it takes 3 days at least in our sect. That's the record of the heaven-asking church, which hasn't been surpassed in years. Chapter 1153, Challengers. Zhuang Bij thought for a moment and said, other disciples might have misunderstood him. Mu Zufeng slightly nodded her head and asked, apart from them, are there other exceptional candidates? The others don't have deity constitutions. Most have merely cleansed their marrows. Some junior brothers who aren't talented enough haven't even done that yet. It'll take years before they build their foundations. Zhuang Bij smiled and added, however, there are 2 junior brothers that are quite exceptional. They've already built 2 foundations, showing an extraordinary power of understanding. They might become core disciples too. Oh. Mu Zufeng's eyes glittered. In that case, bring them here too. I'd like to hand them a gift. Yes. The news that Mu Zufeng had finished her training session was a shock to many disciples. Some disciples felt jealous upon learning that some of the outstanding new disciples were to be rewarded by their master. Su Ping had been training deep inside the jungle and was oblivious to the whole matter. Every step in the cultivation path is more difficult than the last. I didn't expect to be surpassed that quickly. I do envy senior brother Tang for his innate deity constitution. Senior brother Fang built his foundation without a deity constitution. Maybe we're just too stupid. I've just cleansed my marrow. I'm almost 10 times stronger than before, and it's a breeze to knock down a dozen muscular men. I was going to take a break for a couple of days, but I didn't expect them to be so far ahead. Everybody whispered on the mountain. Mu Zufeng resumed her secluded training after helping in foundation improvement for her disciples. Then another half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Every disciple would be tested a year after their admission. On that day, all freshmen were informed to gather in front of the hall. Is everybody present? Zhuang Bij stared at the junior brothers and sisters as he stood by the gate. 2 are missing. Junior brother Joe went to the rear mountain for training a couple of days ago and was hurt by a ferocious serpent. He's still resting and cannot join us. He asked me to report his condition to you and master, said a young man respectfully. Zhuang Bij frowned a bit. Can he get off his bed? Well, I think so. Then have him come. There's a chance that master can help treat him, said Zhuang Bij. Dazed for a moment, the young man quickly replied, got it. I'll fetch him immediately. Who else is missing? Asked Zhuang Bij. Everybody looked at each other in bewilderment. They noticed that only 5 of the 6 people with deity constitutions were at the front. Obviously, one of them was missing. It's our junior brother named Su Ping, said a young man angrily. He was among the disciples with deity constitutions. I heard that he's been cultivating on the rear mountain. I haven't seen him in a long time. Some claim to have seen him surrounded by ferocious beasts in the woods. I don't know whether or not this is true. Did he accidentally get killed in the jungle? The other disciples speculated. The ones who had once offered gifts to Su Ping could only sigh, feeling that their investment had been wasted. He has a deity constitution anyway. Why did he cultivate on the mountain? Asked someone curiously. The others who had deity constitutions were able to cultivate in the special cave frequently, all thanks to the financial aid of their senior brothers and sisters. They had been making progress at a fast pace. As for the mediocre people like them, they had to train on the rear mountain and hunt beasts for spirit stones. Zhuang Bij keenly heard their whispers and frowned. Did something really happen to him? Mu Zufeng had also heard their discussion clearly. She furrowed her brow and said to Zhuang Bij, "Go take a look on the rear mountain. Bring him back if you find him." Okay, Zhuang Bij nodded. Having already cultivated the second volume, he was able to establish a world inside his body and was able to detect anything on the rear mountain. Whoosh! Zhuang Bij simply tore the void apart and entered the rear mountain. His unpredictable flash shocked many of his fellow disciples, who showed envious looks. On the rear mountain, Su Ping was still cultivating inside a cave. He had plundered a massive amount of treasure from old Monster Yi's palace. Much of it was in the form of pills that had extinguished their consciousnesses. So, Golden Lotus didn't take them away. She left them in the treasury and Su Ping picked them up. Su Ping had been making dramatic progress thanks to those pills. I didn't trigger any heavenly tribulation when I made the major breakthrough like I did before. Do I have to become a Star Lord to trigger it? Su Ping was surprised. However, he had been through enough heavenly tribulations. One missing tribulation didn't matter at that point. Exactly at that moment, Su Ping detected a visitor. Huh. Judging by the guy's robe, he was very likely a senior brother of his. A beginner Star Lord. Once he sensed the guy's level, Su Ping concealed his aura and took out his watch. He realized that a year had passed since his enrollment. It's been a year already. Su Ping heaved a sigh with troubled feelings. He looked out of the cave, only to find that the tiger was still working as his guard. It had actually risen from the 7th to the 9th rank. A 2-rank spike in only 1 year was rather astonishing. It was the fastest the tiger could advance considering its bloodline. There were also 3 dog-sized tigers next to Su Ping, healthy and strong. Even though they were still young, they had all reached the 5th rank. All of them had benefited a lot from Su Ping's cultivation. It's time to go back. I should also ask Master where I can find the core of the realm of deities. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He quickly moved to the cave's entrance. He released some of his aura, then noticed how the young man quickly dashed towards him. Indeed, he's looking for me. Su Ping waited patiently for Zhuang Bij to arrive. The latter was slightly astonished to see Su Ping, and even more shocked to see the tiger at the entrance of the cave. He was about to kill it. "Wait a second, senior brother," said Su Ping quickly, after noticing his deity aura waves. "Zhuang Bij." "Please spare it," said Su Ping. Zhuang Bij was stunned for a moment. He was in a hurry to attack because he feared that the beast would hurt his junior brother. He didn't expect that Su Ping would defend it. It wasn't until that moment when he realized that the beast wasn't intent on hurting Su Ping. There were also a couple of young tigers next to the latter, which seemed to be close to him. "Are you junior brother Su? What's going on here?" Zhuang Bij couldn't help but ask. "I can communicate with beasts. They won't hurt me," said Su Ping. Zhuang Bij was enlightened. He said, "Junior brother Su, you've cultivated here for a year, right? I had someone check your dormitory. Everything is covered in dust." "I lost track of time when I devoted myself to cultivation," said Su Ping. Zhuang Bij was lost for words. "Master feared that something had happened to you and sent me to fetch you. Come back with me since you're all right. It's been a year, so it's now time to test your performance. Those who are outstanding shall be rewarded." All right. Su Ping had already realized the purpose of the man's visit. Zhuang Bij rolled his sleeves and shrouded Su Ping with a cloudy power. Then, they quickly set off. Su Ping turned around and looked back to say goodbye to the tigers outside the cave. The two of them returned to the hall. They could perceive the inhaling and exhaling sounds from a high platform where disciples were practicing. Zhuang Bij and Su Ping walked out of the void, then flashed to a certain place down the stage. Su Ping had already been through similar things and wasn't surprised. He cupped his hands at Mu Zufeng. "It's an honor to see you, Master." "I'm glad that you are fine." Mu Zufeng gave a slight nod, then narrowed her eyes when she fixed her attention upon Su Ping. Thank you for your concern, Master, Su Ping quickly replied. Humph, junior brother Su is truly an honorary guest. Nobody can invite him over except our senior brother, said an angry young man with a snort. Su Ping looked at him in surprise. Junior brother, who are you? Junior brother, my name is Ma Bo. We came to this place together with Master. You don't remember me. The young man was even angrier, seeing that Su Ping had forgotten him. He was one of the few with deity constitution anyway. So, your junior brother Ma who came with me. Forgive me for my lack of respect, said Su Ping, although the sentiment was not behind it. Ma Bo was rather infuriated by the latter's insincerity, but he held himself back because Mu Zufeng was present. He said, I heard that you were cultivating on the rear mountain. It's been a year. You must have built your foundation, right? Yes, Su Ping nodded. Ma Bo sneered in his heart but didn't show it on his face. He simply asked curiously, how many foundation layers have you established, junior brother Su? Are you my son? Why should I tell you? Su Ping asked back. Ma Bo burst into fury. What's that supposed to mean? You're being absolutely disrespectful. Zhuang Bij frowned when he heard their argument and was quick to stop them. That's it. Ma Bo gritted his teeth and glared at Su Ping. Let's see how much progress we've made in the last year on the stage later, shall we? Su Ping was lost for words. Where is this idiot from provoking me non-stop? Does he really not know what death means? What's your problem? Asked Su Ping. Ma Bo replied grimly, I beg your pardon. Is it hard to understand that question? You. Feeling sweat on his forehead, Zhuang Bij said angrily, shut up. If you want to fight, fight on the stage later. Ma Bo glared at Su Ping and finally fell silent. Having no time to bother with him, Su Ping approached Mu Zufeng and said, Master, there's something that I've wanted to ask you. Oh, Mu Zufeng gazed at Su Ping with great interest. What is it? I wonder where I can find out more about the mysteries related to the core of deity aura. Su Ping looked her in the eye. Mu Zufeng narrowed her eyes. The core of deity aura, that's already beyond any divine technique. If you find out about them, every word you say will be the truth. You have to grasp the second volume to see the true nature of things. As for the mysteries of deity aura, you'll have to explore the 12 rivers in the sky. She looked up to the sky as she spoke. It was still daytime. 3 suns were hanging high in the sky above them. The blue sky was boundless, but 12 rivers could be vaguely seen. They occupied the sky like 12 dragons. It's said that all the deity aura comes from them. The 12 rivers are the origin of deity aura in the entire world. Many have tried to explore them, but they're so dangerous that not even deity emperors can enter them easily, said Mu Zufeng softly. The other disciples looked up at the sky after overhearing that, not knowing that the 12 rivers of clouds they had grown tired of watching were actually that mysterious and splendid. I have to go to the sky. Su Ping raised his head and narrowed his eyes. Ha, don't aim too far, said a sneering Ma Bo nearby. Su Ping raised his eyebrows and spoke frankly. I'll just punch you in the face if you keep being such a pain in the ass. You hear me? Ma Bo was dazed. He obviously didn't expect Su Ping to be that bold, to threaten him right in the presence of their master. Punch me? Come and try, declared Ma Bo angrily. Puh! Su Ping dashed forward and slapped him right after he said that. There was a crisp sound and Ma Bo was flung back. Behind him was the arena. He fell right in the middle of it. This brought shock to the pair of cultivators currently practicing there, as it was completely unexpected that a third person would join them. Zhuang Bij was just as dazed. He was about to give his 2 juniors a warning but was cut short. Su Ping acted too fast before he could do anything. Is he Ma Bo? Ma Bo, the guy with a deity constitution. Why is he in the area? It's not his turn yet, is it? He didn't go there voluntarily. He was just slapped into the arena. Many people turned their heads and looked in shock at Su Ping, the one behind the slap. The other man had a deity constitution, yet Su Ping had simply slapped him away. He did it right in front of their master. He was truly bold. How unruly. Isn't he afraid that his master would punish him? Zhuang Bij snapped out of his stupor and looked at Su Ping with a mix of shock and fury. What are you doing? Granting his wish, Su Ping replied naturally. Zhuang Bij was rendered speechless. Exactly at that moment, a roar came from the sky, and many radiant flying swords descended from the sky, with graceful arrow-like curves. It's the moon-watching mountain. All the senior disciples wore awful expressions when the visitors revealed themselves. Hibuyu from Moon-Watching Mountain pays his respects, Senior Mu. A handsome young man in white clothes stepped out, carrying a sword on his back. He caught the attention of many female disciples. Mu Zufeng slightly furrowed her eyebrows. She nodded casually and asked, "Why are you here?" Moon-Watching Mountain recruited a group of disciples last year. They've been working hard since then. My master asked me to take them out and see what the disciples of other sects were capable of, so that they'll be motivated to work harder upon their return, said Hibuyu with a smile. Mu Zufeng asked casually, "Are you here to challenge us then?" "We wouldn't dare challenge you. We're simply seeking your guidance," said Hibuyu quickly. Chapter 1154, Failure. Mu Zufeng merely snorted. Moon-Watching Mountain was always competitive. Fortunately, she had found 6 disciples with deity constitutions, and all of them had built their foundations. Tang Jingyu in particular was already forming his core. Having made such progress in only 1 year, he was certainly a rare cultivation genius. "Fine, let's have a contest then." Mu Zufeng casually waved her hand, quickly modifying the terrain around her all of a sudden. The distance between buildings and the people was lengthened, making the place even vaster. There were deafening noises as the arena where the disciples had been practicing rose to more than 20 meters tall. The ground around the arena had sunk, creating a deep ravine and making the arena a couple of meters higher than the audience. Just like before, they could still see what was going on. "Enter the arena from the bottom. Whoever is capable of ascending to the arena may participate," said Mu Zufeng casually. Changing the terrain was a piece of cake for her, but stunned all the new disciples from both parties. They were all shocked by her methods. Mu Zufeng's casual actions were exactly related to the behavior of a deity they looked forward to attaining. Ascending from the bottom, everybody looked down. 20 meters didn't sound a big deal, but it was actually a 5-story height. Jumping to the top of such a height was too hard for those who had just cleansed their marrow. Their bodies would become extraordinary after marrow cleansing, but that was just the beginning of their cultivation. They could defeat 10 enemies at the same time, but they couldn't leap 5 floors high. Only those with foundation could do that. The rule that Mu Zufeng had stipulated extinguished the opportunity for most of the new disciples to show themselves. Hibuyu smiled, not too surprised after seeing the arrangement. He had never planned to send too many disciples anyway. He only needed 1 victory to awe them. At this moment, in the arena, Ma Bo was rather stunned and panicked because of the turn of events. He noticed that the arena was almost 20 meters high. He would have surely died in the past if he were to fall. Still, he had yet to try falling from such a height. It hadn't been easy for him to build his foundation in the past year. He didn't make time for any field battles. "You can fight all you want, but can you please help me down first?" Ma Bo cried in his heart, then looked at Su Ping with stoked hatred. He wouldn't have been caught in such an awkward situation had it not been for Su Ping's slap. Fortunately, he was rational enough not to attack Su Ping. Their competitive clashes were rooted in mere rivalry between fellow disciples. However, their master's external enemies had shown up. Even if he were to win if he attacked Su Ping again, his master would definitely not feel happy about it. "Which of you will go first?" Hibuyu asked. Mu Zufeng was rather indifferent, as if she hadn't heard the question. Zhuang Bij instantly understood what she meant. The guy wasn't qualified to speak to her directly. Naturally, he had to speak on her behalf as he was on par with Hibuyu. He said, "Junior brother Ma will be our first champion. You may send yours now, junior brother He." Ma Bo, still in the arena, was rather stunned by such a decision. He looked at Zhuang Bij with astonishment. Still, before he could even curse, Zhuang Bij's voice echoed in his head. Try your best. This concerns the honor of our sect. Master will surely award you if you win. Ma Bo was dazed for a moment, but then instantly became serious. He was confident in himself, even though he knew that it would be hard for him to win the first duel. Although it's dangerous for me to spearhead the event, it'd be awesome if I secure the first victory, Ma Bo thought. He instantly dropped his grudge against Su Ping and stood up and said, I am Ma Bo. Please send your champion, senior brother he. Buyu casually looked at Ma Bo, who was apparently an ignorant newbie that didn't understand how strong he was. Is the guy confident because of his deity constitution? But so was he. His deity constitution was also extremely powerful. He was admitted as a disciple rather late, so he was a junior brother to Zhuang Bij in terms of seniority. However, he didn't think the latter was stronger than him. Even though they had never fought, he was absolutely confident in his abilities. Junior brother Qin will be our champion, said Buyu while chuckling. Su Ping raised his eyebrows. He couldn't help but look at Ma Bo sympathetically, thinking that the guy had already lost, even though the duel had yet to start. After all, his opponent had a protagonist surname. Those who had such surnames were usually very strong. A slim and shy young man stepped forward, coming from behind Buyu as he spoke. However, there was a sharp aura between his eyebrows. He was like a young wolf that hadn't grown up yet but was already showing an aggressive side. The young man cupped his hands at Buyu, then jumped to the bottom of the deep ravine. After that, he leaped and reached the arena, which was more than 20 meters high. He landed steadily. His fall and rise were so smooth that many people narrowed their eyes as they watched. Ma Bo secretly cried and changed his expression upon seeing such moves. He resented Su Ping again. Seeing Ma Bo's grim look, the young man said with a casual expression, Junior brother, can you ascend to the arena? Ma Bo snorted and said, You don't need to ask. After that, he leaped off the stage, feeling slightly panicked. He soon landed back in the arena, although a bit unsteady. He shook and nearly fell. He blushed because of this. His opponent's landing was awesome, while on the other hand his performance was embarrassing. Everybody was looking at him at the moment. He felt that his cheeks were burning. He gritted his teeth and rose. Since he had miscalculated the distance, he didn't land on the arena until he jumped to almost 30 meters high. So high. Many new disciples were surprised by this. They had almost laughed at Ma Bo's unsteady landing earlier, but they were now intimidated by the strength he had just revealed. However, those with keen eyes frowned. Some disciples next to Buyu had expressions screaming mockery. Clearly, they had all realized it wasn't because Ma Bo was strong, but because he wasn't able to fully control his strength yet. Jumping 30 meters wasn't too difficult for anyone who had built a foundation. He will surely lose. Su Ping shook his head after a quick glance. He then looked at the ever-smiling Buyu, not revealing his scheme. The Qin surnamed young man was the second strongest disciple behind him and had obviously built his foundation a long time before. They want to crush us in the first battle. Su Ping looked up at Mu Zufeng, only to see her furrowed brow. Her normal expression returned in a flash. No one knew what she was thinking. What a shame. It's boring to fight kids. Otherwise, I would have been able to avenge you, Su Ping thought. The guy was his fellow disciple anyway. Alas, he wasn't interested in those rudimentary battles at all. He felt absolutely bored. Up on the stage, Ma Bo was no longer embarrassed upon hearing the exclamations. He even felt rather proud of himself. Once he landed, he looked at the young man and said casually, You seem to be younger than me. You may attack first. I won't take advantage of you. Huh? The Qin surnamed young man couldn't help but laugh. He didn't say anything, though. He merely crossed his arms. Zhuang Bij flew to the sky above the arena and said, I'll be the temporary referee of this practice. You may begin. The Qin surnamed young man didn't waste any time talking after he heard the cue. He even skipped formalities and simply charged at Ma Bo. Whoosh! He moved as quickly as lightning, reaching Ma Bo in the blink of an eye. Ma Bo was definitely shocked, not expecting the guy to be that fast. He hurriedly resisted the guy's punch. After a bam, he was pushed back and his arms became numb. Is his fist not made of flesh? How can it be that hard? Ma Bo was shocked and in pain. He grimaced, wanting to wave his arm. Still he held back, as it would have been embarrassing. I won't go easy on you anymore. He shouted and punched back at his opponent ruthlessly. The young man with the Chin surname moved nimbly and dodged Ma Bo's attacks. He then suddenly extended his fist. Having no time to dodge, Ma Bo was hit in the chin, being instantly flung back. Blood splashed out of his nose and mouth. The Chin youngster sneered and stayed where he was, not intent on giving chase. Ma Bo rose to the ground in embarrassment, then wiped off the blood from his nostrils and mouth. He couldn't have looked more awful. The guy was too strong for him to resist. He couldn't have formed the core. He could have only built the foundation. Had he formed the core, he would have been capable of flying. Furthermore, it's impossible to form the core in a year, but why is he so much stronger than me? Ma Bo was puzzled, infuriated, and humiliated. Get off the stage. You're no match for me, said the Chin-surnamed young man with a casual attitude. Ma Bo snapped out of his daydreaming, where he was thinking random thoughts. He instantly wore a grim expression and said angrily, "Are you underestimating me?" He charged forward as he spoke, waving his fists. The Chin-surnamed young man sneered and quickly approached the other with his body movement technique. He dodged Ma Bo's attacks and punched him right in his cheek. Ma Bo was instantly thrown away and was unable to get back to his feet in a long time. Zhuang Bij heaved a sigh after seeing that. The gap between them was too vast. Even if both had built a foundation, they weren't as strong as each other at all. Some of the strong cultivators who had built their foundation could even fight those who had just formed the core. The Chin-surnamed young man was undoubtedly a rare genius. Ma Bo, on the other hand, was just a normal person with a deity constitution. We admit failure, Zhuang Bij announced. He didn't want Ma Bo's embarrassment to increase, as the man would fail no matter how harder he tried. So, just admitting failure and preserving his dignity was for the best. Ma Bo sat up on the ground, feeling anger, frustration, and pain. From the corner of his eye, he could tell that everybody was looking at him. Still, his performance had been truly humiliating. He had been crushed. Ma Bo struggled to get back to his feet and said in a low voice, "Senior brother, I'm sorry." Zhuang Bij smiled and replied, "It's no big deal. The cultivation journey is very long. 1 year is too short for anything to be decided. You'll have a lot of opportunities to catch up in the future." Ma Bo took a deep breath. "Thank you, senior brother." "Leave now," said Zhuang Bij with a smile. Ma Bo nodded and jumped off the arena. His landing was unsteady again, probably because he had been wounded. He went to Mu Zufeng and apologized again, his head lowered. He looked at Su Ping from the corner of his eye, seething with hatred. Su Ping glanced back at him but ignored him. The guy was as insignificant as an ant to him, and his hatred didn't matter whatsoever. Every important person in that world was hated. They would have a lot of enemies just because their status was high and they were known by many. It was unrealistic to kill everybody who hated them. "It's nothing, just work harder later," Mu Zufeng comforted him. On the stage, Zhuang Bij looked at He Buyu and asked, "Who are you going to send next?" "Senior brother, let me," the Chin-surnamed young man replied on stage. Dazed, Zhuang Bij was rather cold. "You want to continue challenging. You've already been challenged." "But I didn't enjoy myself. That senior brother was too weak for me, so I couldn't display my full strength." The Chin-surnamed young man chuckled. "I'm here to seek guidance from my opponents. It would be a shame if I leave without learning anything." Zhuang Bij narrowed his eyes with coldness and fury. It was clear that the young man was planning to crush all opponents, all on his own. "Indeed, senior brother Zhuang, since this is a practice, everybody should enjoy themselves," said He Buyu with a chuckle. Zhuang Bij gave a gloomy snort and said, "Fine, let's enjoy ourselves then. Xiao Tang, you'll be next." He simply sent Tang Jingyu, who was the strongest on his side. Off the stage, many disciples couldn't help but fix their eyes upon the handsome young man. There was affection in the eyes of many female disciples, who liked him for his appearance, talent, and background. Sure. Tang Jingyu calmly nodded with a smile. He then leaped to the bottom of the deep ravine. After that, he hopped from the ground like a swallow, landing on the arena in a spot 20 meters high. His movements were agile and beautiful. Many female disciples' eyes were glowing. They had realized the gap between Ma Bo and him. Humph! Ma Bo felt rather uncomfortable upon seeing his opponent's movement, but he didn't show any of it. He simply glimpsed at Su Ping angrily now and then, laying all blame on him. He wouldn't have been the first to fight if it weren't for the latter. Tang Jingyu landed on the stage and said casually, "Let's start." The Qin surnamed young man smiled, showing interest in his eyes. He suddenly attacked after Zhuang Bij announced the beginning of the duel, this time even faster. He moved as unpredictably as a butterfly when he approached Tang Jingyu. The latter punched and stopped the Qin surnamed young man from moving forward, as having seen through the guy's technique. The Qin surnamed young man had to retreat and defend himself. He put on a solemn expression. "Interesting, you are a worthy opponent." He then dashed forward again, instantly throwing dozens of punches. It seemed as if 3 of him were punching at the same time. Tang Jingyu resisted all of the punches. Their fists would clash constantly, and neither of them could win. Chapter 1155, Pressing Too Far. The Wind Summoning Technique. Tang Jingyu suddenly squeezed his fingers after a fierce clash, then silver light flashed on his fingertips. A gale was raised on the arena all of a sudden, soon evolving into a tornado that wreathed his opponent. "A true technique," a disciple exclaimed outside the arena. He actually grasped such a powerful true technique. Some disciples couldn't have been more envious. The Qin surnamed fellow was clearly caught unprepared. Tang Jingyu also dashed into the tornado at that moment. The power of the tornado seemed to be spinning along with his arm. He quickly punched and threw the Qin surnamed young man off the arena. Whoosh! The young man was picked up by some sort of power as he fell, and then taken to Hibuyu. The latter looked rather cold at the moment, unlike his formerly smiling self. He stared at Tang Jingyu on the stage. "He's grasped a true technique after only a year of cultivation. You've really gotten yourself a great disciple, Senior Mu." Mu Zufeng casually sat on her chair as if seated in a cloud, unresponsive. Her attitude remained. Hibuyu was unqualified to speak to her. Zhuang Bij chuckled and asked, "Junior brother, who's next?" Hibuyu looked at the disciples around him. Some of them were slightly weaker than Qin Feng. They could have defeated the guy whom Qin Feng had beaten earlier, but they couldn't possibly defeat Tang Jingyu. "You have to take care of this." Hibuyu looked at a young man next to him. The latter seemed plain-looking and unremarkable, but he was casual, unfazed by anything. Updates by. "No problem, senior brother," said the young man with a smile. He then stepped forward and fell like a rock to the bottom of the ravine outside the arena, not slowing his fall any technique. But the moment he landed, he simply stood there without having caused any impact, as if he would have been standing there the whole time. His performance made a lot of people change their expressions. The young man then easily jumped to an altitude parallel to the arena, to then walk forward and reach the edge of the arena, as if he were walking on flat ground as he entered the arena. The whole process was so casual and easy that most onlookers were shocked, not expecting anyone to control their strength with such precision. Not to mention that he was a new disciple, just like the rest of them. Zhuang Bij narrowed his eyes and looked at Tang Jingyu. He was slightly relieved once he saw that the guy was rather interested. "Whenever you're ready." "I seek your guidance." The young man crossed his arms casually. Tang Jingyu did the same. "I seek your guidance too." Once formalities were done with, the Fang surnamed young man dashed forward ruthlessly, reaching a spot only a dozen meters from Tang Jingyu in the blink of an eye. Wind Summoning Technique. Tang Jingyu instantly performed his true technique again. It had already been exposed, so he didn't have to hide it anymore. Another tornado was summoned, wreathing the Fang-surnamed young man. However, the latter slowed down his sprint. He seemed to be merely packing, and his every step was as steady as a rock. The tornado couldn't shake him in the slightest. Huh? Tang Jingyu raised his eyebrows, then squeezed his fingers in a different way. Spiritual fog. A fog suddenly popped up amidst the tornado, which gradually slowed down and occupied the entire arena. Those present couldn't see the two guys in the fog, but Tang Jingyu could detect his opponent's location precisely. He punched the guy in the face. Whoosh! The Fang-surnamed young man turned around and brutally slashed at Tang Jingyu's neck with his hand all of a sudden. The latter's pupils contracted. He quickly tried to dodge, but his opponent's hand grabbed his shoulder, pulling and then pushing him. While being pushed, the Fang-surnamed young man's shoulder hit him like a mountain, and his elbow bashed his throat. Tang Jingyu was thrown away in the blink of an eye. Zhuang Bij slightly changed his expression as he watched. The fog was only a simple stealth technique. He was naturally able to see through it with ease. He didn't expect that Tang Jingyu would be defeated that fast, despite using two true techniques. He's so agile. He crushed Xiao Tang with nothing but the hardness of his body and martial arts. He must have been an exceptional martial artist before he became a cultivator. Zhuang Bij felt gloomy and angry as he realized they would lose. On the stage, Tang Jingyu quickly rose from the ground, feeling that his throat was burning and his neck felt about to break. Even breathing was painful. He hurriedly concentrated his spiritual energy on his throat to heal it, and finally felt cool. The fog and the wind didn't work on them. What kind of method was that? Tang Jingyu looked at him in shock. He had been born in a renowned cultivator family. Both techniques he had used were transmitted to its members and were indeed powerful. He didn't expect them to be rendered useless. Besides, his opponent had yet to use any true technique. Give up, you're no match for me. I was once a master martial artist before I picked up cultivation, said the Fang-surnamed young man, eyes as cold and dazzling as lightning. He wasn't very old yet, but he was already a famous martial artist. He was well known in the world of mortals. Give up? Tang Jingyu changed his expression after hearing that, feeling humiliated and infuriated. Not once had he given up in his life. He wanted to be the best in every competition, and he had always been. Lighting sting. Tang Jingyu quickly squeezed his fingers and attacked again. A lightning bolt emerged in front of his hand, and he slapped it towards his opponent. The Fang-surnamed young man narrowed his eyes and stared at Tang Jingyu warily, as realizing what the man was doing. Rot in hell. Tang Jingyu slapped the guy's chest. Exactly at that moment, the starring Fang-surnamed young man narrowly dodged his hand, then slapped the back of Tang Jingyu's head. The heavy impact made Tang Jingyu's head ring. He stiffened and couldn't even remember what he was going to do. That lapse in reasoning gave the Fang-surnamed young man an opportunity. He kicked and punched several times, ending with a kick in Tang Jingyu's abdomen, sending him out of the arena. Tang Jingyu recovered from the shock, his expression changing greatly. However, he was incapable of flying just yet. He invoked the wind summoning technique to push himself back to the arena. But his opponent kicked and punched him again as he tried to return. Tang Jingyu was unable to keep his balance in midair and instantly fell. Zhuang Bij was rather grave. He waved a hand and picked up Tang Jingyu as he was falling. This also meant that Tang Jingyu had lost the battle. The audience was rather stunned by the outcome. The arena had been shrouded by the fog, and they were unable to see the battle clearly. How was Tang Jingyu kicked out of the arena in the blink of an eye? He lost just like that. Wasn't the fog Tang Jingyu's true technique? How was he defeated while using his technique? The disciples found it hard to understand. Then, something terrifying occurred to them. Had the Fang-surnamed young man formed the core? Such a thought brought gasps and chills to many. The fog on the arena was already gone at that moment, and the Fang-surnamed young man was revealed on the stage. Zhuang Bij calmly and gracefully announced the result. Hibuyu chuckled and said, "Senior brother, I heard that Senior Mew admitted 6 people with deity constitutions. Shall we continue?" Zhuang Bij frowned, then looked at the Fang-surnamed young man who showed no intention of leaving the arena. "That won't be unnecessary. Junior brother Fang is extraordinarily talented. I don't think the others can beat him." "How do you know that if they haven't fought yet? This is practice anyway. They're supposed to learn from each other and make progress together," said Hibuyu, chuckling. Anger flashed across Zhuang Bij's eyes. He had been frank, but the guy was still not letting him go. Would they not stop until they defeated all the disciples on their side? Chapter 1156, Entrance. Damn it! Tang Jingyu, who had fallen off the arena, was already back on his feet thanks to the support of other disciples. His expression was unsightly after hearing what Hibuyu and the others said. He didn't expect that he would lose, bringing humiliation to his school for it. He clenched his fists as he looked at the Fang-surnamed young man in the arena. "Why, are there no disciples capable of fighting on the light snow mountain?" asked the Fang-surnamed fellow with a casual tone, still in the arena. All the light snow mountain disciples were furiously glaring at him, clearly provoked. Even the senior disciples were more or less enraged because the guy had purposefully left out the new term from his claim, seemingly stressing out that disciples of all generations were no good. A woman roared and stepped up. "This is outrageous. Senior brother, allow me." She was a new disciple with deity constitution. She was outraged. There was nothing but coldness on her pretty face. Zhuang Bij's face was cold too, silently hearing what his junior sister said. He knew that the others would only be crushed if Tang Jingyu lost. "But, senior brother, let me." Another young man stepped up. Without a deity constitution, he was but one of the new disciples with regular physiques who had built a foundation. He said solemnly, "Let me try him out. Even if we lose, we must go all out and fight the good fight." "That's right, count me in. This is humiliating." Updates by. The other disciples were indignant too. Zhuang Bij heaved a sigh, then glanced at the young man. He nodded and said, "You may go, just be careful." The young man nodded and leaped into the deep ravine. Moments later, he jumped back to the arena and said coldly, "I don't have a deity constitution, but we're going to duke it out today." "Be my guest," said the Fang-surnamed young man indifferently. The young man roared and dashed forward, showing remarkable strength and expertise, but very soon, he was punched away the moment he approached the Fang-surnamed young man. The young man was pushed back to the edge of the arena. He gritted his teeth and charged again. Alas, he was then knocked out of the arena without being able to see how his opponent had done it. "Anyone else?" The aloof young man looked down at the other disciples, hands behind his back. "Let me." The woman who had roared earlier leaped onto the arena without waiting for Zhuang Bij's approval. Her face was cold, but she seemed rather short-tempered. She charged straight at the Fang-surnamed young man the moment she got on stage. "Just a worthless woman. Humph!" Disdain flashed across the young man's eyes. He dodged her attack with ease, then punched 3 times at the same time with 2 clones. The woman dodged 2 punches at first, to then be hit by the last one. She coughed blood and was blown back. "If you're all as weak as them, I don't think it's necessary to continue," remarked the ever-casual Fang-surnamed young man. Zhuang Bij coldly narrowed his eyes. "Junior brother, you're a new disciple. It's understandable that you're still young and proud. However, I suggest you keep your head down once in a while, or it might hit something and break." The Fang-surnamed young man slightly changed his expression and looked at him, not daring to reply. His heart shook due to Zhuang Bij's pressure. His heart was quaking and he couldn't resist at all. "Senior brother Zhuang, is it really appropriate to be so mean to a junior brother?" Coldness glittered in Hibuyu's eyes. Zhuang Bij said indifferently, "Being his senior brother, I'm only teaching my junior how the world runs. The moon-watching mountain will teach him that. Senior brother Zhuang might as well spend the time teaching your own junior brothers and sisters on the light snow mountain. This practice is boring if none of them is capable of fighting," said Hibuyu. Zhuang Bij was rather grave. The other people with deity constitutions were infuriated. They had never been humiliated like that since they entered the school. Alas! Su Ping heaved a sigh and said, "Let me." He walked forward as he talked and pointed at the tip of his foot. He then landed on the arena as softly as a cloud. Huh! Zhuang Bij narrowed his eyes upon seeing the newcomer. Although Su Ping didn't leap from the deep ravine, he had still shown remarkable expertise by moving to the stage. Did this junior brother make a mistake? You have to go down there before you go up the stage. Is he incapable of jumping up from down below? He hasn't even built a foundation yet. Why be bold enough to go there? Senior brother Fang will surely crush him. All the new disciples of the moon-watching mountain mocked him. All the senior disciples along with He Buyu were silent, as they recognized Su Ping's expertise when he made his entrance. Interesting. Up on the stage, the Fang surnamed young man raised his eyebrows, unbothered by Su Ping not jumping up from the deep ravine. He said casually, "I hope you're not as disappointing as them." "Well," Su Ping interrupted him and looked around. "Why don't you all come together? Otherwise, it would seem that I'm being awfully mean to you." "What?" Everybody fell silent. Even the falling of a needle would be heard. Everybody's eyes widened. Not just the disciples of the moon-watching mountain were shocked. The visitors from Light Snow Mountain were similarly affected. All of them wondered if their ears had deceived them. "Together? Are you trying to get killed?" After a few seconds of silence, angry exclamations burst out from the disciples of Moon-watching Mountain. "Who's this guy, damn it? So pretentious. He probably can't even jump to the arena, yet he's pretending to be a badass. Where's this idiot from? Didn't he see senior brother Fang's performance? Or maybe he simply didn't understand what he saw. Senior brother Fang just beat him up." All the Moon-watching Mountain's disciples were infuriated by Su Ping. The ones from Light Snow Mountain were also about to complain, but the angry uproar delighted them. Whether Su Ping could win or not, it was exhilarating to see their opponents angry. This guy, Tang Jingyu, couldn't help but shake his head. Even though he was also enjoying the situation, a verbal victory didn't mean anything. He didn't think Su Ping could exceed him or beat his junior on stage. "You're asking to be killed, idiot," Ma Bo cursed angrily. He was still holding a grudge because of the previous slap. "Don't you know that anything you say will make your failure even more humiliating afterward?" The Fang surnamed young man coldly stared at Su Ping and gradually approached him. He intended to beat him in a thunderous manner and teach him the price of bragging. "I'm not bragging, I'm telling the truth," said Su Ping. He glanced at Mu Zufeng outside the arena. He only chose to join the competition until he saw the anger in her eyes. Otherwise, he would have felt ashamed to beat those kids. "Why don't you come here too?" Su Ping asked He Buyu. The latter was astounded, and so were the other disciples mocking him. None of them knew how to respond. Has the guy truly gone crazy? The disciples of Light Snow Mountain also fell silent. They looked at each other in bewilderment, thinking that Su Ping was unimaginably wild. "Junior brother, do you have any idea what you're talking about?" said He Buyu, narrowing his eyes. Whether or not Su Ping was a retard, he wouldn't stand for such an insult. "I do. You won't regret it when I beat the whole lot of you," said Su Ping. Veins protruded on He Buyu's forehead. He ignored Su Ping and said to his fellow junior on stage, "Send him off the arena." The latter nodded. He was already 10 meters from Su Ping. He sprinted forward as quickly as lightning, crossing the remaining distance in only half a second. He launched a storm of fists towards Su Ping, showing an even greater strength, speed, and brutality. But the next moment, he was flung back even faster when he was 3 meters away from Su Ping. Bang! He flew out of the arena and fell to the bottom. The scene was so surprising that it went beyond anyone's expectations, the thought sinking in until the young man hit the ground, so nobody reacted in time to catch him. All the Light Snow Mountain's disciples were dumbfounded. They were staring at Su Ping with strange expressions. Chapter 1157, Searching for Deity Rivers. What's going on? The disciples of the moon-watching mountain snapped out of the shock, then looked at their fallen senior brother Fang in disbelief. The weird scene was not an illusion. It was real. He was instantly defeated. Impossible. Nobody saw exactly what happened when senior brother Fang was knocked away. Even so, the senior disciples of moon-watching mountain, Buyu included, were sour-faced after the initial shock. They saw how Su Ping had merely punched in the most simple way, and his opponent was flung off the stage. The attack was normal and unremarkable, and yet it was much stronger and faster than that of anyone who had built a foundation. Did he cheat? Did some of his seniors intervene? Some disciples of the moon-watching mountain were questioning the fact, finding it impossible to accept the situation. Senior brother Fang, their strongest fellow disciple, had been utterly defeated with lightning speed, and they didn't even see how Su Ping had done it. There was only one possibility. Buyu and the others came out of their befuddlement. Their expressions changed a bit upon hearing the complaints of their juniors. "Humph, are you sore losers?" Before Buyu could say anything, Zhuang Bij, who had also recovered from his shock, snorted and said, "Junior brother Su, is this how the moon-watching mountain teaches your disciples? You slander those you can't defeat." Buyu was infuriated by the latter jumping on the chance to scold him, but he knew he couldn't argue back. Even they had barely seen how Su Ping had achieved such a result. It was natural for the new disciples to misunderstand. "Silence," Buyu said in a low voice. The angry disciples were stopped in time, as they were about to lash out because of Zhuang Bij's taunt. Everybody looked at senior brother with a mix of shock and suspicion. Senior brother Fang lost. His opponent is far stronger than those who have attained the building foundation state, said Buyu solemnly. Not just the disciples of moon-watching mountain. Many of those from light snow mountain were similarly puzzled. Still, confusion gave way to shock upon hearing what Buyu said. Su Ping was far stronger than the terrifying Fang surnamed fellow. He already formed the core. Forming a core in 1 year. Many people couldn't think beyond that point. They looked at Su Ping as if he were a monster. Ignoring the whispers, Buyu gazed at Su Ping and imposed pressure on him. "Junior brother, are you really a new disciple of the light snow mountain?" "Huh?" Su Ping didn't feel any pressure. The questioning made him raise his eyebrows. Before Su Ping replied, Zhuang Bij had put on a cold expression. "What's the meaning of this? Are you suspecting that junior brother Su isn't a freshman? Would you like to check his registration file?" Buyu's expression changed. There was a short lapse of silence before he said, "Senior brother Zhuang, I'm not questioning this junior brother's date of registration. I simply want to know whether or not he has pursued immortality before he became a disciple." Zhuang Bij frowned, realizing why the man made such a question. He looked at Su Ping, also eager to know the answer. "Yes, I have pursued immortality before," Su Ping voluntarily answered. There was nothing to hide. Besides, it would be hard for him to hide it even if he wanted to, as his strength would eventually give him away. Buyu seemed enlightened, and he looked better than before. "No wonder you're so skilled, junior brother. I wonder, what level were you, and where did you cultivate before you were admitted by the heaven-asking church?" "Are you interrogating me?" Su Ping narrowed his eyes and looked down at him. His question and his condescending eyes naturally imposed a great pressure on Buyu, who felt that a ferocious beast was staring back at him. All his pores contracted beyond his control. His heart raced and his expression showed it, as he felt anxious and pressured. This came as a shock for him. Such a natural reaction made him realize that Su Ping was too strong and dangerous. Junior brother Su passed the test of the 3 lives mirror when he was admitted by this sect. There's nothing wrong with him. You don't get to interrogate him, junior brother Zhuang Bij defended Su Ping, feeling angry by the interrogation. Buyu, however, didn't seem to hear what Zhuang Bij said. He looked at Su Ping in shock and suspicion. He felt that the situation was absurd, thinking it was a hallucination. So he's cultivated in the past. No wonder he's so strong. Doesn't that count as cheating? It's understandable that senior brother Fang lost. Maybe he's cultivated for a couple of years. It wouldn't be surprising even if he condensed a core already. Given another 2 years, senior brother Fang will form the core too. The other disciples from the moon-watching mountain were all enlightened, feeling much better as a result. They thought that senior brother Fang's failure was glorious. This junior brother declared that he wanted to challenge me. Therefore, I can give him a chance, Hibuyu said all of a sudden, shocking all those present. All eyes looked at him in bewilderment, not expecting him to actively join the competition. Zhuang Bij's expression changed ever so slightly. He said with an angry voice, "Junior brother are you a sore loser?" Hibuyu replied peacefully, "None of that, senior brother Zhuang. It's just that this junior brother challenged me just now. As his senior, it's only natural that I practice with him and offer guidance, right?" Zhuang Bij was grave-faced, as he couldn't really refute that. The heart of the matter was that Su Ping had initiated the challenge, and the challenge had been accepted. Su Ping had already answered before Zhuang Bij looked for a way to respond. "That's all right." He received another round of strange expressions from everyone present, as they thought he was truly out of his mind. Does he really think he can beat Hibuyu, who has been famous for a very long time? Junior brother Su. Zhuang Bij's expression changed as he wanted to stop him, but Su Ping simply urged, "You may all come together if you think it's unfair for him to fight me on his own." The disciples of Moon-Watching Mountain were infuriated, thinking the latter was too arrogant since he held them in such contempt. "I can handle you alone," Hibuyu scoffed. He was determined to find out how strong Su Ping was and find out what made him so confident. He also wanted to figure out whether or not the pressure he felt earlier was just an illusion. He simply flashed toward the arena afterwards. "You may attack," said Hibuyu indifferently, hands behind his back. "Okay," said Su Ping and walked toward his contender, unwilling to waste his time. He didn't walk too fast, he didn't sprint either. He simply took one step after the other. Still, he seemed to be stomping on Hibuyu's heart with every step. Hibuyu couldn't retain the indifferent expression on his face any longer. His face was changing as his opponent approached. Su Ping became increasingly bigger in his eyes, emanating a magnificent aura, just like a mountainous giant that would crush him underneath his feet. Huh. In the sky, Zhuang Bij also noticed this and was rather shocked. "You." Hibuyu's hands, which had been clasped behind his back in the beginning, were now dangling on his sides. His body shivered, cold sweat dripping from his cheeks. He then regretted being too cocky earlier. He even felt the urge of attacking first to overcome the fright. Bang, bang. Su Ping approached him one step after the other. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Hibuyu could no longer hold back at that distance. Face contorted, he suddenly attacked, throwing the illusion of a small world right towards Su Ping's face. The latter, however, calmly extended his hands and grabbed the small world illusion, to then tear it apart as if it were nothing but a thin piece of paper. Su Ping swung his fist while the other was coping with shock. The attack crashed into Hibuyu's chest like a golden dragon, knocking him out of the stage. He stayed in midair outside the arena. In an instant, everybody fell quiet. The disciples of both factions were astounded. "No way," Tang Jingyu mumbled to himself with widened eyes. The Fang-surnamed young man, who had gotten back on his feet by then, looked at the scene with utmost disbelief. It was indeed unbelievable. The power shown by Su Ping was beyond their imagination. Even Hibuyu had been knocked out of the arena with a single punch. It was like witnessing a god being taken down by a mere mortal. Zhuang Bij's expression changed to one of shock. Even though he despised the people of Moon-Watching Mountain, he could admit that junior brother he was talented and strong. And yet, the man had been pushed out of the arena by one punch. That junior brother of his seemed to be terrifyingly strong. He couldn't have achieved that with just 1 year of cultivation, not even if he was a reborn deity ancestor. That is, unless Su Ping had already cultivated to a very high level before he was admitted as a disciple. In prevailing silence, Su Ping shook his head and withdrew his fist. He was no longer trying to hide his strength. He was ready to explore, having learned the deity aura's origin from Mu Zufeng. It would be of little use to stay in the heaven-asking church any longer, so he wasn't afraid of being exposed. He had only taken part in the competition to repay Master Mu's favor and help her keep face. He turned around and looked at his benefactress, who was still seated. He smiled upon seeing her shocked and speechless expression, then jumped out of the arena to approach her. "Master," said Su Ping obediently. Mu Zufeng looked at him, momentarily dazed. "You." "I plan to search for the origin of deity aura. Thank you for taking care of me all this time," said Su Ping respectfully. There was a slight change in Mu Zufeng's expression as she hesitated. However, Su Ping simply took to the clear sky after offering a bow. The still stunned disciples snapped out of their shock and exclaimed as they watched him soar in the sky. They didn't understand the power that defeated He Buyu, but they did know that being able to fly was a telltale symbol of having formed a core. However, after calming down and mulling over the matter with more care, they realized that forming the core was an insignificant achievement for Su Ping. Having defeated senior brother He Buyu was an indicator of an even greater power. He was only one step away from becoming a great deity. On that day, all disciples raised their heads and watched Su Ping soaring into the sky as if he were ascending. "Hey!" Back in the crowd, Ma Bo was stunned for a long time before he finally got a grip on the situation. His heart was pounding. No wonder Su Ping had slapped him away that easily. He didn't know that the guy was strong. Realization terrified him, as he remembered how he had mocked the latter. He would have surely been gravely wounded if Su Ping hadn't been as merciful. He had learned a lot from the incident, keeping a low profile from then onwards and no longer being arrogant with others, which would benefit him in his future life. "Oh no," Mu Zufeng realized what had just happened. Her expression changed as she flashed to catch up. She had already reached him when Su Ping disappeared from everybody's sights, stepping out of the void and standing in his way. "You're going to the deity rivers." Mu Zufeng extended her arm and stopped Su Ping. Dazed for a moment, Su Ping then said with a smile, "That's right." "It's too dangerous." Mu Zufeng shook her head. "Like I said, even deity kings would have trouble approaching the deity rivers. The rivers seem to be right above us, but there's actually a long distance in between. They're so dangerous that even deity kings might perish. Even I wouldn't dare approach them. You certainly shouldn't." Su Ping smiled in return. "I have my ways. Cultivation is all about overcoming difficulties in your own way, right? That's why it's fun." Mu Zufeng shook her head, dazed. "That's not wrong. However, I'm your master. Even though I may have failed in fulfilling my responsibility, I cannot stand idle and watch as you get yourself killed." Lost for words, Su Ping could only say, "Master, I'm just going there to take a look. I'll come back if I encounter any danger." "I'll accompany you then." Su Ping suddenly felt a headache. He still wanted to keep his resurrection ability a secret in that sight. After some thought, he could only say, "Master, look over there." "Huh?" Mu Zufeng turned around, but she saw nothing. Her head turned back, only to find she was alone. She could see the traces left by Su Ping in the void after the flash. What gave her a slight shock was that the traces were shallow. He must have traveled into a deep space and disappeared. Her eyes were keen enough to tell that her new disciple had mastered the perfect path of space. No wonder he defeated He Buyu with one punch. Mu Zufeng mumbled and looked up, already knowing he was determined to go there. He would still sneak out later, even if she stopped him then. Did he come to the heaven-asking church just to ask about the deity rivers? But that's common knowledge. Mu Zufeng's eyes glittered. She remembered that Su Ping didn't do anything during the 1 year he stayed there, not once thinking that he was a spy. If he were, he wouldn't have exposed himself for her sake. Maybe he joined the heaven-asking church because of me. Her eyes rippled for a moment. Then she heaved a sigh as she stared at the traces left by Su Ping. In the high sky, Su Ping moved at a high speed. He wasn't relieved until he saw that Mu Zufeng wasn't chasing him. Then he looked at the deity rivers above him and dashed at full speed. He had already returned to the star state after a year of cultivation, regaining his peak combat abilities and becoming even stronger. It was all thanks to old Monster Yi's pills, which were all great tonics. The new constitution brought forth by the dragon and phoenix blood proved to be increasingly helpful as he rose to higher levels. His new constitution allowed him to gain a deeper understanding of the law of chaos, even though he had grasped it perfectly. Chapter 1158, Leader of the Heaven-Asking Church. Whoosh! Su Ping flew straight up, high in the sky. Oxygen became scarce and was gone in the blink of an eye, while the temperature dropped to below zero readings. That would count as being in a place beyond the atmosphere if he were on the blue planet. But that was the realm of deities. The 9 deity rivers above him were just as brilliant as before. Their sizes remained the same. Fortunately, Su Ping no longer depended on oxygen after he returned to the star state, which meant that he could thrive while in the void. He would still be safe and sound, even if he was in a cold -270-degree environment. Not even places with absolute zero could freeze him after grasping his small worlds. He could resist the cold with the laws embedded in them. The harsh conditions couldn't possibly hurt him, even if he set foot on the sun. Su Ping encountered a couple of strangers who were hunting a beast. The creature was about to succumb thanks to their joint efforts. They also noticed Su Ping flying by, and were surprised to see the clothes he was wearing. They're all disciples of the heaven-asking church. Su Ping also noticed their clothes. He didn't expect to find fellow disciples hunting at such altitude. All of them appeared to be star lords. Which mountain are you from? You're not even a celestial deity yet. What gave you the guts to come here alone? It's very dangerous, said one of the young men to Su Ping via telepathy. Su Ping glanced at him but didn't reply. He kept on flying upwards. Updates by. The young man raised his eyebrows and snorted, leaving the matter alone. You're not even a celestial deity yet and you dare go farther up. You're asking to be killed. Senior brother, he has already warned him. He can only blame himself if he dies in the end, said the others. They quickly finished off the wounded beast, not considering the task a big deal. Su Ping continued flying upwards for almost 80,000 meters, then felt that the temperature had almost been reduced to absolute zero. He had to stave off the cold by releasing his small worlds. He ran into another group of fellow disciples. Some were acting alone, meditating in the void. Others were practicing sword or divine techniques, causing loud noises. After briefly communicating with them, Su Ping finally learned that above the skis wasn't just a description in the realm of deities. There were really 9 skis. Each sky covered a span of 100,000 meters. Su Ping had just reached the second sky. The 9 deity rivers were above the 9 skis. Normal cultivators in the star state could only reach the first sky. Star lords moved about in the second and third skis. There were a lot of tough beasts up in the fourth sky. Only great deities could explore it. The sixth sky required the strength of a deity king. Is this what the ancient people said about climbing the sky? The 9 skis are truly difficult, Su Ping thought. He reached the third sky soon after, where the temperature had dropped to absolute zero. The oxygen was thin, and everything was in complete stillness. There wasn't even a bit of fog because the water had been solidified. It was like a world of stillness. While protected by his small worlds, Su Ping ignored the freezing cold and the obstacles with laws as he pressed forward. He saw a person cultivating in the third sky. The latter was surprised to see him there, as it was bizarre to see another disciple of the heaven-asking church reaching the third sky. Su Ping showed no intent of greeting him, simply going further up. Once he disappeared from that person's sight, He went on for tens of thousands of meters more before he reached the fourth sky. It was a world of stillness yet again, the only difference being the presence of chaotic laws in the void, making some areas extremely dangerous. Su Ping was caught in those areas several times during his ascent, and had to break free by releasing his second small world. It's indeed difficult to explore the origin of deity aura. Su Ping's eyes glittered as his determination grew. He continued without hesitation. Su Ping made it to the fifth sky, despite all the dangerous moments along the way. The laws present were even more overpowering and chaotic. There were all kinds of unusual phenomena in the void, including raging flames, twisted vortices, frozen tornadoes, and shattered lightning bolts. The views were unimaginably splendid, briefly unfolding like painting scrolls in the void. Su Ping kept on moving while avoiding those laws. He resisted the void's invisible pressure by making use of the power of 3 small worlds, and then entered the sixth sky. Barely upon arrival, he sensed the deepest coldness. It was not just absolute zero. The entire area was covered in the perfect law of frost. Fire was raging inside Su Ping's body, which drove away the cold. Most laws were unmoving in the sixth sky. He avoided the frozen laws and accidentally touched some of the flowing laws which had been hiding in deeper places. All of them are perfect laws. Su Ping was shocked when he felt the power of laws in that place, but then his eyes glittered. That was a perfect cultivation spot, as he would have samplings to grasp all the perfect laws. If in the end I can't reach the deity rivers, it wouldn't be bad if I returned to this place later on to cultivate, Su Ping thought. He was delighted at the discovery of such an unexpected cultivation holy land. He didn't stay to fight the flowing laws, choosing to break out. However, although the flowing laws were perfect, they were much more powerful than according to Su Ping's estimation. They are also perfect laws, but 10 times or even 100 times more powerful than mine. Su Ping felt shocked while he resisted the current area. His understanding of laws was renewed. He soon found the reason for that. If laws could be compared to weapons, the power of laws would be equal to the hardness of the materials the weapons were made of. Even if the laws were all perfect, they were also being wielded by different entities. He was performing laws with his own power as an individual, but the laws present contained the power of the whole area. Su Ping struggled to resist for more than 10 seconds, and was torn apart and killed in the sixth sky. Still, Su Ping's body was quickly resurrected. Right after rebirth, he unleashed all his power with God's arrival, releasing 3 of his small worlds and freeing himself from the vortex of laws. He simply continued his journey after breaking free. The journey thus far was approximately 100,000 meters high. Su Ping died 3 times before finally reaching the 7th sky. This is a place only deity kings would dare visit. Even the ascendant state experts will likely get killed here, Su Ping thought as he observed the 7th sky. To his surprise, the nearby void was bright and cloudless. He could see the blue sky on the distant horizon. No laws or anything else were at the moment frozen in the local void. Su Ping found that the temperature of that place was behaving oddly. He was unable to tell whether it was cold or hot. To be more precise, he couldn't feel the temperature. Or rather, even the extreme coldness or hotness could no longer be displayed. It was an area which exceeded their physical understanding. There are no other perfect laws. Is it possible that even perfect laws would have trouble appearing at this height? Su Ping solemnly flew onward. Soon after, he noticed that a strange force was squeezing his body as if he were swimming in the sea. However, he didn't feel the coldness of the seawater. It was the sole sensation of being covered and squeezed. Crack! Su Ping felt that all his bones were cracking, as if about to give out. The pressure alone was already insufferable. He had a feeling that would fall apart at any moment. His face was unsightly, as the current difficulties foretold his inability to reach the deity rivers. Even if he could resurrect again and again, it would be pointless to keep at it to die right after. He took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and proceeded. It was too early to give up just yet. Considering his bodily resilience, he could endure a dozen seconds or so, which was enough for him to sprint long distance. Bang! It came to pass. Su Ping finally exploded after flying for several thousand meters. He quickly resurrected on the spot and rushed upward. Flames surrounded him as he then turned into a young golden crow, with bloody feathers amidst the golden ones, as well as golden dragon scales on his neck, instead of plumage. Su Ping's body was no longer a pure solar bulwark avatar, but a mutated version with dragon and phoenix blood. Roar! Su Ping bellowed like a beast. Golden blood was squeezed out of his feathers, splashing in the void. He sprinted for several thousand meters to explode once again. The resurrection card was pulled soon after. Whoosh! He continued to charge upwards, excruciating pain making him grit his teeth. There was nothing but determination in his golden eyes. His sprinting and dying cycle continued, finally reaching the highest point of the seventh sky after repeated resurrections and a gravely wounded body. The eighth sky was right ahead of him. What frightened Su Ping was that the eighth sky was absolutely dark, like the veil of the night. He couldn't see a single thing. The deep blue he had seen in the seventh sky didn't seem to be the dome. Otherwise, it should have been black, considering the blockage of the eighth sky. It wasn't until he was a few kilometers away from the eighth sky when he finally saw its darkness, as the former skies had always been blue. Su Ping couldn't explain such a phenomenon. There had to be a mysterious power behind that. He naturally felt wary when moving toward the dark eighth sky, as it seemed like a realm of death where no living creature could make it through. I've already come this far. There's no reason to retreat. Su Ping gritted his teeth and took a deep breath before entering the eighth sky. Hardly had he stepped in when he felt his soul shiver. He had goosebumps all over his body, as if having just set foot in some sort of mixture made of blood and water. The strange feeling of coldness pierced his body, delving deep into his soul. The next moment, Su Ping felt that his body was decaying and his strength was gone. What kind of power is this? Su Ping was quick and released his small worlds as an attempt to protect himself. However, the triple small worlds were swiftly corroded in the darkness. The illusory world was eaten up at a slower pace, managing to protect Su Ping for a couple of additional seconds. Still, it was definitely not nearly enough. While Su Ping considered whether or not to give up, he happened to hear an exclamation of surprise higher up. Then he saw that the darkness before him was pushed away, and a circle of light approached. Inside the circle was an old man, white hair and beard, wearing a blue robe plagued with patches. The old man was clearly astonished to see Su Ping there, and his surprise grew when he gauged the young man's level. He asked in surprise, "A brat that's not even a celestial deity yet?" He found it unbelievable to see such a strange brat in the eighth sky. Not just celestial deities, even deity kings who could make it all the way there would be considered geniuses. The old man couldn't help but ask, "Brat, how did you get here?" Su Ping didn't expect to meet someone else either. Judging from the old man's overall look, he was very likely in the celestial state if not stronger. Su Ping then asked, "Who are you?" "An elder of the heaven-asking church." "An elder? I'm the leader," said the old man angrily. He then looked at Su Ping's clothes and raised his eyebrows. "You're a disciple of the heaven-asking church. Odd, why don't I know about you? Brat, tell me, how did you come up here?" "By flying, of course," Su Ping replied. He had trouble finding words, not thinking that such an unremarkable, yet motley-clad elder would be the boss of the heaven-asking church. "Brat, watch your manners," said the old man angrily. He would have flicked the back of Su Ping's head if he weren't too astonished at the moment. Su Ping gritted his teeth, but was unable to persist. His body was already on the verge of collapse. Noticing the young man's agony, the old man pointed his finger, releasing a streak of golden light that enshrouded the latter, regardless of the disrespectful treatment. Su Ping immediately felt that the power previously squeezing him to a pulp was gone, and that it was now warm and cozy. He looked at the old man and asked, "Why did you help me?" You're a disciple of the heaven-asking church. I certainly cannot stand idle and watch you die." The old man rolled his eyes, completely lacking the gravitas commonly found in leaders of major sects. He gave Su Ping another look and asked, "You would have died if I hadn't helped you, brat. How did you get here when you're this weak?" "I forgive you for calling me brat because you saved my life. I have a name. It's Su Ping," said Su Ping, his turn then to be angry. "Huh?" The old man widened his eyes as if the answer would have been completely unprecedented. "You forgive me. I can easily obliterate you with a single breath of air. You don't believe me, eh? You wouldn't even be able to be reborn." "No, I don't believe you," came Su Ping's quick reply. The old man choked angrily. He had never seen such a strange and fearless kid in his entire life. Is there really something wrong with his head? "Never mind. I'm too lazy to punish you for your disrespectful attitude, you brat. If you're a disciple of my heaven-asking church, what are you doing here?" asked the old man. "I want to see the deity rivers above the 9 skis," said Su Ping. "What are you doing here?" Veins protruded on the old man's forehead. No one had ever acted as casually when addressing him in the past. He rolled his eyes. "Above the 9 skis. You think you're capable of going there? Which mountain are you studying in? I want to know who's been guiding a stupid disciple." Chapter 1159, Ancient Deity Constitution. "I'm from the moon-watching mountain," said Su Ping. "The moon-watching mountain, humph. Unbelievable, how could they raise such a disrespectful disciple? Looks like I have to teach them some more when I get the chance," said the old man with a snort, then observed Su Ping carefully. "Brat, how exactly did you come here? Tell me the truth or I will dispel the protective shield immediately." "I've already answered you. I flew here. How else could I have come here?" "That's bullshit," roared the old man. "You're too weak to have flown all the up." "Believe it or not, it's the truth." Su Ping wasn't scared of the old man at all. He would have been scared if he were in the outside world, but he would be completely fine since he was in a cultivation site. "You'll die immediately without my protection. How could you fly in such conditions?" asked the old man furiously. "It's not like I can't resurrect after I die," replied Su Ping matter-of-factly. The old man was shocked by the answer. It wasn't until 2 seconds passed that he finally digested what Su Ping said, while still in shock. "What did you say? You can resurrect after you die. Also, you spoke as if it were nothing surprising." The old man was definitely shocked. Such an insignificant brat had challenged his understanding of the world. Su Ping asked, "What are you doing here, cultivating, meditating?" The old man snapped out of it and solemnly gazed at Su Ping. "Can you really resurrect?" "Old man, let's do this in turns. I've answered your question, but you haven't answered mine yet," said Su Ping angrily. The old man's lips twitched. He was even more convinced that the moon-watching mountain needed some teaching. To think that his years training in seclusion would spawn such a disrespectful disciple. It would be disastrous if other mountains were to do the same. "You wouldn't understand even if I told you what I'm doing. Not everybody is qualified to learn." The old man scoffed and narrowed his eyes at Su Ping. The latter looked back, realizing he was actually considering whether or not to remove his power. The situation was slightly surprising. If it were anyone else, they probably would have removed their power to test whether or not the one questioned was telling the truth. However, the old man is still considering it. It was obvious that he was worried about Su Ping finding an untimely death. "This old man." Su Ping's eyes glittered. Shedding his cheeky behavior, he said, "Senior, I'm hopping to go to the places above the 9 skis. Can you go there? Or rather, can you take me there?" The old man frowned and asked, "Why do you want to go there?" "I'd like to explore the deity rivers, then find and understand the origin of deity aura," said Su Ping frankly. The old man felt dazed, unable to avoid looking at Su Ping with a mix of shock and suspicion. He had speculated that Su Ping was an expert from another sect pretending to be a disciple of the heaven-asking church, plus hiding his real strength. There was no other way for such a weak brat to enter such a place. However, the guy wouldn't have needed to explore the origin of deity aura if he were capable of hiding his real strength from him. Rather, he could have left for the deity rivers anyway, not needing to risk himself by taking off from the sky right above the heaven-asking church's headquarters. "Of course I can go there, but why would I help you?" asked the old man. Su Ping said, "Like you said, I'm a disciple of the heaven-asking church. You're the leader of this sect, so you should give me a hand. Besides, I will certainly return your favor in the future if you help me." "Well, well," the old man sneered. "Who do you think I am? How exactly are you going to return my favor, considering how weak you are?" There was first a moment of silence before Su Ping said, "Maybe you'll find the answer in the future." The old man raised his eyebrows and glanced at Su Ping. "I can help you, but I must tell you that you'll encounter grave dangers above the 9 skis, even with my help. You could be killed at any moment. Are you ready?" Su Ping nodded. "All I need is your help, senior. I'll take care of the rest." "All right, let's give it a try." The old man was not one to hesitate. He waved a hand. Then Su Ping flew towards him while covered in golden light to enter the dark 8th sky. The golden light drove away the darkness, revealing the void. "Follow me." The old man turned around and dashed forward. Su Ping, still shrouded in golden light, was being drawn to him by a power from some sort. There was nothing but a boundless darkness. The old man and Su Ping would simply rush into the darkness, one in the lead and the trailing behind. Su Ping then recalled what Mu Zufeng had said. Going to the rivers was dangerous, even for a deity emperor to go to the rivers. The old man was clearly a deity emperor, if not even stronger. A long while later, the darkness before him was suddenly gone. Su Ping saw infinite colors in the area ahead of the old man. Each color seems to be a manifestation of some sort of power. "This is the 9th sky." There was solemnity in the old man's voice as he stepped into the beguiling space and time. "The concepts of time and space don't exist in the 9th sky. Laws and power that you know don't exist either. Only one kind of power can be found here." "What kind of power?" "The power that belongs to heavens." After taking a deep breath, the old man continued, "You can't leave this place without enough power, even if you fly for hundreds of thousands of kilometers." The old man was at the moment covered in flowing silver light. The golden light wreathing Su Ping also turned silver, carrying exactly the same aura as the old man's. The elder pushed with his hands and his body turned silver, glimmering and emanating a magnificent aura. His body seemed to have been infinitely expanded all of a sudden. Su Ping felt that he had suddenly become an ant underneath the old man's feet. To be more precise, he was even more insignificant than an ant at the moment. "Well," Su Ping's eyes widened as he watched. The power harnessed by the old man was beyond his understanding. He was absolutely shocked. The next moment, Su Ping saw the old man make a grab for him with an enormous hand. He then felt he had been enshrouded by the sky itself. All the glamorous colors around him turned silver. Su Ping was gradually rendered unable to see anything else except for the silver space. A long time passed, then the silver space disappeared. Su Ping felt he had just been rescued from drowning all of a sudden. His every pore was inhaling at a fast pace. The thing they were absorbing was the purest deity aura. Su Ping could feel as more deity aura was accumulated in his body with each breath taken. The silver color was gone. Su Ping saw 9 long rivers above him, much akin to giant dragons. The sight was quite awe-inspiring. All of them were exclusively made of deity aura. He could even see the surging deity aura in the long rivers with the naked eye. The rivers were flowing and circulating. The deity aura from those rivers sank into the mortal world down below. "Is that the origin of deity aura?" Su Ping turned around and looked at the nearby old man who was currently catching his breath, as if exhausted. Still, the silver light around him was just as bright. "Brat, those are the deity rivers you wanted to see. However, you must enter the rivers so you can really feel the origin of deity aura, and they are the most perilous places. Even I wouldn't dare enter them easily," said the old man to Su Ping. The latter glanced at him. "Then, why did you bring me here?" "Because I want to find out what you're going to do," said the old man. Su Ping was rather lost for words. He currently felt that the silver energy circumventing him was fading away, while a freezing cold was surging towards him. Meanwhile, a tremendous amount of deity aura was also floating toward him. His body was so full he was almost about to explode. Damn it, too much deity aura could be lethal. Su Ping slightly changed his expression. The deity aura present was too dense. Even though he was trying to stop absorbing, his body was still going at it instinctively. Or rather, the deity aura seeping through. It was looking for a host, as if it were a parasite. The deity aura here is thousands of times denser than in any cultivation holy land I've been to. Definitely one of the most dangerous places. Su Ping's face was pale due to the invasive deity aura, which was too overwhelming for him to properly absorb. His body was about to burst. His endurance to take in energy was greater thanks to the solar bulwark. Once the external deity aura filled up his body, his cells were honed and tested again. 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Su Ping was unable to hold for much longer. His body exploded. The old man frowned at the sight. "Are you truly dead?" He didn't do anything, since he wanted to see how Su Ping would cope with the danger. Still, he didn't expect such an outcome. Surprisingly, Su Ping reappeared out of nowhere. The old man was stunned, eyes wide as saucers. Resurrection. I didn't feel any ripples in space and time. Such a resurrection is too weird. This is impossible. Where is this brat from? The old man was greatly shocked, as Su Ping's resurrection method went beyond his understanding. Su Ping no longer had time to dawdle. He quickly charged at one of the deity rivers. Deity aura became more abundant as he drew closer, his body exploding soon after. Even so, he chose to resurrect and move onward. Again and again, he exploded and resurrected, puzzling the old man to no end. This deity aura. Su Ping's body was continuously filled up by deity aura. All his cells were stretched to their limits. His body was quickly changed and adapted with every attempt. Without him realizing it, his body had gradually been transformed into that of a real deity. He had been transformed by deity aura. Deities were a species born with deity bones. The capability of cultivating spiritual energy came inborn. This trait was enabled thanks to their deity bones, which were the essence of deity aura. Su Ping's entire body had been transformed into the essence of deity aura. Not just his bones, but his blood, veins, and even hair had been turned into deity aura too. Su Ping's new body no longer needed the transmuting vortices inside his body to absorb and produce deity aura anymore. Other types of energy he absorbed would automatically transform into deity aura. The old man watched as Su Ping resurrected and evolved time and again. He could not be more shocked when he saw the silver light on Su Ping's body. This brat has actually developed the ancient deities' constitution. The ancient deities were the first of their kind in creation. Apart from deity bones, they had deity structures all over their bodies. Su Ping's new body was comparable to those of the very best among all ancient deities. His every cell was constructed with deity aura. Such conditions would bring him infinite benefits, like drastically speeding up his cultivation, and easily exceeding the unparalleled geniuses among deities in ways they couldn't possibly imagine. Su Ping had been completely transformed into an ancient deity after 200 rounds of resurrection. He currently felt that the lethally abundant deity aura couldn't hurt him anymore. As a matter of fact, his endurance increased, managing to stay alive for a couple of minutes each time. The reason for his dying was no longer related to the excessive deity aura, but the mysterious power coursing the deity rivers. Su Ping was currently in one of the deity rivers. He was genuinely frightened as he looked at the currents. Is this what the origin of deity aura looks like? Why is it in the shape of rivers? Su Ping was as insignificant as a drop of water in front of those streams. He stared at their splendid nature in a trance and saw countless things in them. He seemed to be hallucinating due to some sort of power. Perhaps it wasn't a hallucination, but an ability brought forth by deity aura. Structure. Su Ping was gradually lost in his observation, standing before the rivers in a daze. He wasn't woken up until his body was torn apart. He then chose to resurrect, devoting himself to his contemplation once again. Once he was transformed into an ancient deity, he was then able to see the tiniest changes and the infinite possibilities brought forth by deity aura. It was possible to construct anything with that power. He didn't have to be a star lord. Anyone in the fate state would have the ability to create lives, as long as they were familiar with deity aura. It was incredible. When it came to battle pet warriors, creating lives was a method that only star lords and ascendants were capable of using. However, it wasn't the same for ancient deities. While Su Ping was lost in his reverie, one of the rivers surged and consumed him. Hardly had he entered the river when Su Ping woke up and felt the excruciating pain coming from every part of his body, as if his body was being dismembered and absorbed by the river. He unleashed the solar bulwark and his 3 small worlds, but he was melted in the river only 2 seconds later. Su Ping quickly resurrected and resisted with all his strength once again. I should fight deity aura with deity aura. Su Ping tried to protect himself with the deity aura inside his body, but he could hardly resist the substantial permeation of deity aura from the river, which was more abundant and condensed. Su Ping felt that his body was being squeezed. The deity aura inside his body and that found in the river were clearly of different qualities, just like comparing cotton and iron. Su Ping tried absorbing the deity aura flowing in the river. However, one tiny bit of said deity aura had almost torn apart the ocean inside his body. Is this the most genuine deity aura? I don't believe it. Su Ping became ruthless. His body exploded another time, then he resurrected and kept absorbing. Chapter 1160, Small Deity World. Once, twice, 10 times, 100 times, Su Ping lost count of how many times he had resurrected. He simply felt he was able to survive for longer each time. At first, he wasn't able to think peacefully during the painful resurrections. He could only force his body to absorb as much deity aura from the rivers as possible. The deity aura inside his body was being constantly purified, but it was still not nearly as pure as the one found in the rivers. He gradually got accustomed to the pain during the resurrections and began to enjoy the absorption of energy. The integration of the accumulation inside his body and the original deity aura from the river sounded like a simple process, but it was intricate and amazing. Infinite energy was parsed and transformed into something more fundamental. Su Ping was able to see how deity aura evolved as the energies were interweaving, and how it could be used. Normal deities had to use finger techniques or spells to perform deity skills. However, a mere thought was enough to raise a thunderstorm or a landslide when making use of the deity aura's core. That was the main deity skill. It was distant, unpredictable, boundless, powerful, great, and mysterious. Deity aura was more plastic than astral power, and its structure contained unique features, which astral power or divine power didn't have. Even though divine power was even more astonishing in bursts, it didn't contain that unique feature. Structure. Just like the path source world that contains the law of origin, the realm of deities contains the features of structure, right? Su Ping was deep in thought. He was shrouded in a hazy, silver deity aura that also moved in his veins as passing fumes. It gradually formed a gigantic cocoon that tied him up. An infant law gradually took shape inside Su Ping's body like a wisp of smoke. It looked fragile, but it didn't disperse, no matter how it was shaken. It was elastic and fickle. Driven by Su Ping's thoughts, the law gradually gathered in the shape of a finger, which was then covered in skin and grew a fingernail. In the end, blood and veins appeared at the end of the finger. Soon after, golden blood flowed out of the finger. It was deity blood. The finger suddenly cracked, and a ball rolled out from inside, turning out to be an eye. The eye was brilliant. Countless glittering threads seemed to be hidden within, representing wisdom. Then the finger cracked again, and a tiny mouth with sharp fangs appeared on the back of the finger. Life. Su Ping gradually opened his eyes, then looked at the finger floating before him. His eyes turned completely blank, devoid of sclera even. That was how the eyes of the most ancient deities looked. Su Ping had been able to construct lives with his previous abilities. However, that finger was different. Su Ping didn't use any Star Lord power nor his small worlds. He simply constructed the finger with the law he had just grasped. The finger wasn't a simple creature either. To be more exact, it was a god. Also, it was a pure-blood god. That's right, that finger was a unique god that Su Ping had just created. That was something that only ascendants could achieve under normal conditions. However, Su Ping had created such a life, even though he was only a star-state warrior. The Star Lords who had grasped the perfect law of vitality could also construct lives with ease, but those lives would be ordinary at best. They would need special materials as mediums to create lives with special constitutions. However, Su Ping used nothing but the power of laws. In terms of the result, it seemed to be the same as his previous abilities, which weren't very useful. But that wasn't the case this time. Creating lives was only one of the law's usages. Making things out of nothing was what made the law terrifying. This meant that Su Ping was not only able to create lives, but also to create other laws. However, it seems that I can only create simple laws. The top, rare laws, such as the law of reincarnation, cannot be created just yet. Su Ping tried again and failed. He obviously was incapable of doing that just yet. Still, maybe he would be able to when he entered the ascendant state. If that wasn't the case, maybe it would happen when he reached the celestial state. Is this what deity aura really is? Su Ping stared at the surging rivers before him. His body was at the moment soaking in one of them, moving along with it. However, he didn't feel any movement of the river while he was in it. No, this is just the power contained by the deity aura's core, not what it really is. How exactly did the core originate? Su Ping's eyes glittered, suddenly feeling the urge to explore everything. He wanted to know how the world took shape, how flowers bloomed, and why the world was so vast. After grasping the new law, Su Ping was able to stay alive while entering the rivers. Even those beyond the celestial state would be unable to resist the might of the rivers with their own power. However, Su Ping had chosen to melt into them instead of fighting them. Somewhere close by, the old man observed the situation unfold, dumbfounded. He had watched how Su Ping resurrected again and again in disbelief. The young man didn't return once or twice. He had resurrected an endless amount of times. The scariest part was his inability to see how Su Ping was able to come back to life, and what kind of power he used. The methods he knew were all useless in front of the rivers, but Su Ping still managed to do it. Where is this brat from? The old man was rather creeped out. He suddenly had the feeling that someone was watching everything from high above, and that the kid was the queen piece on a chessboard, while he on the other hand was a mere pawn accompanying him for a while. Damn it, are the legends real? It's impossible. This is a prosperous age. If they are real, I should know about them. Wait, the sorcerer mentioned that the acme of prosperity is the start of decline. Is it possible? The old man's eyes widened in shock. There was fear in them. Inside the rivers, Su Ping kept on contemplating to understand and perfect the new law he had grasped. His body and his constitution were concurrently changing thanks to the influence of the rivers. He was at the moment able to survive inside the rivers without needing to resurrect. He then lost track of time during his cultivation. Once he felt that his mind was tired, he opened his eyes again and discovered that he was covered in a hazy shadow. He thought about it, and the shadow shifted between illusion and reality. It appeared to be another small world. Is it my fourth small world? He was stunned, remembering how he constructed it during his previous meditation. He didn't expect that the fourth world could be built that easily. Su Ping examined this new world carefully. It contained abundant deity aura, including the projections of deity auras, which looked minuscule. If the deity rivers in the outside world were dragons, those in the fourth small world would be deemed as tiny bugs. Su Ping took a deep breath, then gradually melted the fourth small world into his small world system, using his previous experiences as reference. Very soon, his fourth small world popped up and blossomed like a lotus flower, residing at the very top, feeling rigorous and boundless. Since I grasped it in the realm of deities, I might as well call it small deity world, said Su Ping to himself. His second world was the illusory world. His third world was the path source world. His fourth world was the small deity world. If it's possible to build a small world with the deity aura's core, it should be possible to do the same with the cores of divine power and those of other powers. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He had now figured out how to condense other small worlds. All he needed was to carry it out. It would be impossible to do for others, even if they knew how. However, he had cultivation sites and was able to travel anywhere he wanted. It became increasingly clear to Su Ping how awesome the system's cultivation sites were. Not wanting to waste any time, Su Ping then chose to leave. Even though that place was one of the best cultivation spots he could find in that site, he had already hit the bottleneck. Establishing more small worlds would be more helpful. Once he was no longer able to get more small worlds, it would probably be the time for him to enter the ascendant state. I won't have my freedom back until I reach the ascendant state. Although I don't have to leave the store, I must be capable of leaving it whenever I want to, Su Ping thought. He then controlled his body and flew out of the rivers. He looked into the distance, only to find that the leader of the Heaven Asking Church was still waiting for him, so he immediately dashed over to meet him. You? The old man looked at Su Ping with a mix of shock and suspicion. He wasn't as casual as before. Su Ping chuckled and said, "Senior, thank you for bringing me here. I will remember this favor, hoping I can repay you someday. There's something I need to do now. Farewell." The old man was dazed for a moment but then relaxed. Even though Su Ping was quite uncanny, the young man now owed him a favor anyway. He nodded and said, "All right. The Heaven Asking Church will always welcome you." "Okay." Su Ping waved a hand with a smile, and then communicated with the system to exit. He no longer worried about hiding anything after having already exposed his resurrection ability. A channel appeared in the void soon after, which absorbed Su Ping, disappearing right before the old man's eyes. Was that? The elder narrowed his eyes. He had detected a terrifying power and pressure coming from the depths of the void channel, which made his soul shake. It seemed that the channel was leading to a horrifying place. Back in the shop, Su Ping returned to his store. He walked out of the pet room and saw Joanna and the others chatting in the lobby. Joanna narrowed her eyes and looked at him. The Sutra old man and the cauldron woman also looked at him. Both of them noticed that Su Ping was different. Su Ping smiled, not bothering to explain. He said to Joanna, "I'm only here for a break as I'll be leaving soon. Have you enjoyed each other's company?" "I guess," Joanna nodded. The cauldron woman bluntly said, "You seem to be stronger." Su Ping simply smiled, leaving it at that. After saying goodbye to them, he returned to the pet room and took all his pets. He had previously been unable to open his pet space due to the plummeting of his cultivation. He was greatly relieved to find they were all safe and sound now that he summoned them again. What a tough cultivation journey. Su Ping selected the Archean divinity. The next world he wanted to establish was the small divine world. That ancestral god established 7 small worlds. It should be possible to build more. Su Ping had randomly landed somewhere in the Archean divinity while he pondered. He asked a local about his current position, then returned to the continent where the Heaven Path Institute was located. He teleported himself back to the institute with the student badge in the end. There are hundreds of thousands of cultivation systems. There aren't as many power systems, but the number is certainly greater than 7. Su Ping's eyes glittered. If it was possible to build a small deity world with the deity aura's core, it should also be possible to build a small divine world using the divine power's core. He could also build a small netherworld with the power of death, originating from the chaotic realm of the undead. Furthermore, he could build a world of chaos with the original power of chaos. Plus the 2 small worlds I built earlier, I would then have 7 small worlds. But that won't be enough. According to the Golden Crows, ancient gods and devils possessed sorcery power. My sorcerer's divine constitution contains the same power. I would have 8 small worlds if I can unearth its core and build a small world with it. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He felt that the preparations for the journey to the ascendant state were quite arduous. Fortunately, it had been smooth thus far, even though the cultivation in the small deity world had been time-consuming. I'll be unparalleled in the universe and throughout history if I cultivate 8 small worlds, Su Ping thought, feeling excited. Not even the ancestral gods had achieved that. He would be unimaginably strong if he reached the ascendant state with such a foundation. Su Ping made plans during his trip back to the Heaven Path Institute. Hardly had he returned when he saw that his appointed maid was actually waiting for him. "Mr. Su, you're finally back," said the maid in delight when she saw him. Su Ping asked, "What's the matter? Is there something amiss?" "Don't go out for now." The maid looked around. She was still cautious, even though nobody else was in Su Ping's palace. "The Rain Clan people are infuriated since you killed their prince in the arena. They came looking for you, but representatives of the Institute told them to leave since it had been a fair duel. However, the Institute cannot block them forever. The Rain Clan will surely come to you for trouble. After all, they cannot tolerate the fact that you killed their prince in public." Su Ping had at first thought that his mentor was looking for him and was quite disappointed by this. "Is that all? That's nothing. Their prince was just too useless and treacherous. I disposed of the garbage on behalf of his clan." The maid felt dazed for a moment but then burst into laughter. She soon realized it was inappropriate and stopped. After looking around nervously, she said, "Mr. Su, in any case, just be careful. The Rain Clan is a high-ranked one. Besides—" She didn't finish, but Su Ping understood the idea. Besides, he was but a mere human being. It was clear that he didn't have any powerful supporters in a territory of gods. Exactly at that moment, another maid snorted and walked out of the palace. "Humph! Surely you're bad-mouthing high-ranked gods behind their back. Aren't you afraid of your family suffering because of it?" Chapter 1161, Severed Arm. Shirley changed her expression and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? I didn't say anything. You must have misheard." "I misheard. Do you want me to replay what you said with the God-speaking technique?" said the maid coldly. Shirley looked crestfallen. She was just a maid. She wasn't really talented, even though she was from a mid-ranked clan. That was why she wasn't a student. She could only hold a spot as a maid. Her family would suffer if the Rain Clan were to punish her. She would suffer for sure. "Who are you?" Su Ping raised his eyebrows and asked the maid. "You just walked out of my palace. You must be one of the maids appointed to me by the Institute, right?" "I am, but not for long." The maid stared at Su Ping calmly and indifferently. "You, a mere human being, offended the Rain Clan and killed their prince in public. Maybe you'll still be able to rescue humankind if you go to the Rain Clan and kowtow to apologize." "Huh?" Su Ping narrowed his eyes and asked, "What do you mean?" "What do I mean? The Rain Clan has captured all the human beings on the Sea Moon continent and demanded that you show up within 3 days. They accused you of stealing their ultimate treasures, but their real purpose is for you to go to their territory, admit to your unscrupulous behavior in public and apologize. Maybe the clan will spare the humans if you behave," said the maid coldly. At first dazed, Su Ping then wore a grim expression. There seemed to be fire in his eyes. "I remember having warned the Rain Clan, telling them to come to me if they had a problem. To think that a high-ranked clan would threaten me with hostages instead of confronting me. Is this not disgusting?" said Su Ping to the maid, like a sharp blade that would slash at any moment. The maid's expression changed somewhat, feeling a chill under Su Ping's gaze. She then remembered that the guy was a genius junior who had killed a prince of the Rain Clan. He was definitely one of the strongest in his level, and could be included in the chaos list. It is pointless to say that to me. The Rain clan simply asked me to relay the message, and so I did. The maid turned around and quickly left, fearing that Su Ping would vent his fury on her. He wouldn't be punished, even if he wounded or killed her. Furthermore, Su Ping would soon be dead. She would die for nothing if he killed her in the meantime. Once the other maid left, Shirley quickly said to Su Ping, "Mr. Su, don't go there, it's a trap." "A trap?" Su Ping's eyes were peaceful. "Are you saying that the human beings living on the Sea Moon continent weren't arrested?" "Well," Shirley hesitated for a moment, then said, "that's not what I meant. I'm saying that the Rain clan set up such a scheme because they're wary about you becoming too strong in the future. They wanted to kill you in the Institute, but the elders in the Institute stopped them, since you killed their prince in a fair duel, and both of you had voluntarily participated. Besides, you've shown enough potential to earn the elders' respect. They intend to train you as a star student. As long as you cultivate hard, you will surely rise and attain an unparalleled level in the future. Very few people would be a threat to you unless the ancestral gods step in." Su Ping shook his head. "They did arrest all human beings. I must go there." Shirley felt dazed. She said anxiously, "But you'll die for nothing. Besides, even if you go there, they might not spare the humans. After all, publicly killing their prince was too humiliating for their clan." "That's why I'm going to rescue them," said Su Ping with indifferent eyes. Shirley opened her mouth, but befuddlement prevented her from finding words. "Rescue them? But you can hardly protect yourself." Su Ping stopped talking about the subject. He, too, knew it was difficult to rescue them from the formidable Rain clan. Even so, he was dead set on going there. He would never be able to do it if he didn't have the determination for it. The Rain clan. Su Ping clenched his fists, repressing the fury in his heart. He didn't stay. He bid Shirley goodbye and simply left the palace, then headed to the training grounds at the foot of the mountain. 2 princes of the Rain clan were there, cultivating their divine quality. They would be admitted by the Heaven Path Institute as official students when their divine quality met the standard. In terms of strength, the 2 princes and many others would qualify to enter, but their divine quality wasn't good enough. Su Ping hovered above the training grounds and roared, "Rain clan, come out." Everybody was instantly shocked, surprised to hear such exclamation and wondering who would be bold enough to speak so disrespectfully. "Who's causing trouble?" roared someone furiously. Then a figure rushed out of the training grounds and stopped in midair with unmasked fury and killing intent. But then he saw Su Ping's face. The fury on his face was replaced by bewilderment and even fright. The lunatic before him was none other than the guy who had killed Mo Feng. He was the human being who had been admitted by the Heaven Path Institute. "It's you. Why are you here?" said the young prince with both shock and fury, as he could guess that Su Ping was looking for trouble. He didn't think he could beat the guy, not after knowing that Mo Feng lost. That is, unless they weren't in an arena. Anywhere else he would be able to crush the brat using the ultimate treasures his family had given him. He didn't think that the human could have as many treasures as he did. "Isn't the Rain clan trying to seek justice for your dead prince? Lead the way," said Su Ping coldly. The young prince's expression changed. He had heard about his clan wanting to avenge Mo Feng. That was why he was scared to see Su Ping. He was afraid that the man would challenge him to a duel and kill one more member of the Rain clan before he went down. "You stole an ultimate treasure of the Rain clan. Of course we're looking for you. You'd better return it right now. Don't presume you'll be safe and sound while sheltered by the elders of the Institute," said the prince angrily. Su Ping sneered. "Are you that angry because I stole the ancestral item of the Rain clan? If you want me to go there, fine. Lead the way." "You!" The young prince burst into fury, then gave Su Ping a gloomy stare. Ancestral item. It was fine to say that to an ordinary person, but their clan's ancestor was an ancestral god who was still alive. The way the human referred to their ancestral god was an intolerable insult. Another roar burst out. "You're asking to be killed." A figure dashed over, precisely the other prince of the Rain clan training in the premises. He was glaring at Su Ping with bloodshot eyes, as if he were about to skin Su Ping and eat him alive. The ancestral god was almighty and sacred in the eyes of the whole Rain clan. He had planned to hide in the dark and let his cousin take care of everything. He would have had the chance to take advantage of them if Su Ping fought his fellow clan member and both got wounded. However, he couldn't stand to hear Su Ping insult their ancestral god. His fury got the better of him. There was only one thought in his heart, which was to have Su Ping pay the price with blood. Furthermore, all human beings would have to answer for what he said. Everybody must be taught a lesson. The ancestral god is not to be insulted. Is he crazy? Oh my god, he just said that he stole the Rain clan's ancestral item. That's insane. I heard that too. The Rain clan is probably just doing this to avenge their prince. But this guy, he's truly insane to say such a thing. Humankind is doomed, and so is this guy. The gods and their vassals present were so shocked they were all gasps after hearing what Su Ping said. They could not believe how crazy he was. Boom! All of a sudden, a dull thunder rumbled in the sky. A vortex appeared, and a cold and intimidating face emerged. You will die for insulting the Rain clan's ancestral god. A green hand came out from the void after those words were spoken, ready to catch Su Ping. Exactly at that moment, a frowning man dashed over and appeared in front of the giant hand, his own hands clasped behind his back. Emperor Yi, this is the Heaven Path Institute. Don't you think you're being impetuous? It was an old man with long, golden hair. His voice was aged but powerful. You heard what he said. He's a mere human being, and yet he speaks about the ancestral god with such contempt, thus violating the order of gods. Don't say that I'm disrespecting the Heaven Path Institute. I've shown you enough face by not dealing punishment for your student's crass mistake. The intimidating face became even somberer. There was a slight change in the golden-haired elder's expression, as he also knew that Su Ping was in the wrong. Disdaining ancestral gods was the greatest crime in the Archean divinity. Their dignity was above everything. He's just a junior. Don't be too hard on him, Emperor Yi. I think it was just a slip of the tongue. He didn't mean it. I'm willing to apologize on his behalf, said the golden-haired elder. The intimidating face snorted. Apologize? How are you going to apologize? How about I sever my own arm? I won't fix it for as long as I live, said the old man calmly. Such a proposal left Su Ping in a daze. That old man, whom he had never met before, was willing to take the blame for him. A permanently severed arm was too great a price for him to deserve. Senior Yu. Su Ping quickly tried to intervene and stop him. He didn't want any of his benefactors to get hurt. He didn't want good people to suffer any losses. As for the bad people, he would be 10 times more obnoxious than them. That was just who Su Ping was. Even if he died, he would still be able to resurrect. He could always try to sneak in later if he ended up being hunted in the Archean divinity and couldn't stay there longer. Besides, he didn't expect that his mockery would attract the ultimate expert of the Rain clan. The guy was unimaginably strong and could probably kill Celestials with ease. Even so, he wasn't regretful. His only concern was that the humans in the Archean divinity would be punished for his actions. The golden-haired elder shook his head and interrupted Su Ping. Kid, say no more. You are a disciple of the Heaven Path Institute. I will surely try my best to keep you safe. Su Ping's ears were ringing, and his heart was burning. Just because I'm a disciple of the Heaven Path Institute. The whole world fell silent at that moment. The intimidating face was quiet, as if considering. At ground level, the people who had gone there for true knowledge were all shocked. Is this the Heaven Path Institute? A big shot of the Institute was willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of a student. You are a disciple of the Heaven Path Institute. I will surely try my best to keep you safe. Such simple words carried a lot of weight. Su Ping couldn't even compare to one of the elder's fingers in the eyes of some. Such an elder was surely an unparalleled expert, as he was able to confront the intruder. Su Ping was then reminded of Joanna's recounting. Back when the catastrophe burst out in the Archean divinity, all the teachers and students of the Heaven Path Institute marched out and died in battle. They had such unity because of people like that elder. Their spirit had been passed on and was never lost. There was a long silence before the ominous face said, "This is none of your business. Why are you doing this? Is he worth it? This human brat will only cause more disasters. How many arms do you have? Count mine if his arms are not enough." Another old man with long purple-gold hair stepped out of the void. His back was hunched, but it seemed that he was standing at the center of the world. "What do you mean by not worth it? He's a student of the Heaven Path Institute, so we'll guide him," said the old man coldly. The face in the sky became colder and said, "Fine. In that case, don't blame me for not showing enough respect." "Say no more," the first old man said calmly, then raised his arm and lopped it off. There was a boom, golden blood, brilliant as starlight, was bursting out. Then the wound stopped bleeding and turned into a scar. He threw the severed arm toward the intimidating face. "Emperor Yi, it's time to go back." Emperor Yi narrowed his eyes and gazed at the severed arm. He picked it up and said after a moment of silence, "You have my admiration. However, this isn't over. He must return the ultimate treasure that he took from the Rain clan. I will also take him to be judged in our territory." "Do you have any evidence of such theft?" demanded the second old man coldly. "Of course." Emperor Yi seemed to be prepared. He sneered and waved a hand, displaying images in the void. They were the scenes when Su Ping visited the Rain clan earlier. These were extracted from the past. He visited the Rain clan and our ultimate treasure disappeared after he left. Does that count as evidence? Emperor Yi snorted. Both of the old men confronting him changed their expression, as they could tell that the scenes weren't fake. "Kid, have you really visited the Rain clan?" asked the one-armed elder. Su Ping clenched his fists, infuriated to see the missing arm. His chest was almost bursting, but he was still holding back. He nodded. "That's right, I was there, but I didn't steal any of their ultimate treasures." Chapter 1162, Shut Up. The old man stared at Su Ping and nodded. He turned around and said to Emperor Yi, "A lot of people have been to the Rain clan. Do you have definitive proof that he stole the ultimate treasure? Besides, what is the ultimate treasure anyway? Why wasn't it defended? How could a mere celestial god have stolen it?" Emperor Yi said casually, "The evidence is conclusive. Why are you still defending him? The lost treasure is the glass moonlight cup. I cannot tell you the details because of certain reasons, and I've already punished the guards who were responsible. Still, he's the one who stole it according to our investigation. Why else would he enter our clan uninvited? Do you think a high-ranked clan would invite a bottom-rung human as a guest?" The old man's expression changed a bit. He then snorted and said, "Despite all your talk, you don't have any evidence. You think he's the suspect because he was there. Doesn't that count as slander?" "Slander?" Emperor Yi narrowed his eyes. "Were you part of it too? Why else would you defend him so vehemently? Indeed, a mere celestial god like him is incapable of stealing the ultimate treasure without someone else's help. Your reaction is truly curious. Haha." The old man turned cold. "Whatever do you mean?" "Nothing. You asked me to produce evidence. Then I ask you the same. Do you have any evidence that he's not the thief?" replied Emperor Yi with a sneer. Both elders' faces showed different expressions. Naturally, they didn't have any evidence. They were merely defending Su Ping because he was a student of the Heaven Path Institute. Besides, they didn't think that the boy would steal anything, not after his divine quality had met the standard. Furthermore, the whole thing was just an excuse to retaliate against Su Ping. However, they were currently at a loss, since they didn't know how to follow up on Su Ping's defense. "You're from a notable high-ranked clan. Are you really giving a junior such a hard time?" said the old man coldly. Emperor Yi smiled and said, "Just hand him over if you can't present any evidence. Don't worry, we'll restore his reputation if he's not guilty, but please let us come with us to continue the investigation. The Rain clan is not to be insulted this easily. If you must take him away, I'll go with you, said the one-armed old man coldly. Be my guest. Emperor Yi snorted and looked down at Su Ping. Kid, how about I personally lead the way for you? Su Ping clenched his fists and took a deep breath. Enough with the crap. Emperor Yi narrowed his eyes, which quickly flashed with intense killing intent. His face didn't show anything else afterwards, as the young man was already a dead person to him anyway. He didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble there. He said coldly, "Let's go." Then a channel was formed in the void. His face dove right in and disappeared. The one-armed old man was about to step up, but then the purple-haired old man stopped him and shook his head. Let me. It's a dangerous trip. Ask the old ancestor to come out if anything happens. The Rain clan wouldn't dare. The one-armed old man widened his eyes in fury. The purple-haired elder gave a slight head shake in silence, then turned to look at Su Ping with a gentle expression. Kid, come on. This institute will always be on your side as long as you're innocent. Su Ping felt that a gentle force moved him closer to the elder. He didn't resist. He pursed his lips as he stared at the one-armed senior. Senior, I'll avenge you, for the arm you sacrificed for me. Dazed for a moment, the one-armed old man shook his head and chuckled. That's unnecessary. Everybody was young and reckless once, but try to be more careful in the future. It's a rule that the ancestral gods' names must not be mentioned. Su Ping was silent. He had wanted to say, "Can't I bring up their names even if they're enemies?" But he had already figured out the answer before he asked. He couldn't. That's right, not even if they were enemies, because he didn't have enough strength to do that just yet. One day I won't have to revere the ancestral gods, even if they're standing right in front of me. Su Ping swore to himself. Cultivators should be determined and relentless. However, sometimes you need to hide your edge. Your sword stabs will be more powerful when you hide its sharpness. You're quite talented if you make it back alive. The purple-haired old man looked at Su Ping and added thoughtfully, You must cultivate hard. You don't have a say until you're strong enough. Su Ping nodded solemnly. Although it was the first time meeting the two elders, he already respected them as masters. The next moment, the purple-haired elder dragged Su Ping into the void channel and disappeared. All the people remaining at the training grounds looked at each other in bewilderment. Some of them even had the urge of going to the Rain clan, hoping to find out what would happen to Su Ping. He would probably die since he had offended the Rain clan, even if he was in the company of elders from the Institute. I didn't expect that the people of the Heaven Path Institute would make such sacrifices for their disciples. No wonder my family told me that I must join the Institute no matter what. It's the only place where I can peacefully cultivate and grow, not worrying about an untimely death. A great battle is bound to happen in the Rain clan. Alas, we won't be there to watch it. There, inside the void channel, Su Ping and the purple-haired senior moved forward, surrounded by the hazy and chaotic void. That space-controlling method had already exceeded Void Walker. Once we arrive at their clan, don't admit to anything you haven't done, no matter how forceful, the purple-haired old man reminded Su Ping. Don't admit to anything, even if they threaten you with the lives of other human beings at stake. Don't ever think that you'll be forgiven if you plead guilty. You'll be killed if you do. Even I won't be able to rescue you. The Institute won't have the justification to act and rescue you either, and all the captured humans will be executed too. The purple-haired elder could picture the situation quite clearly. He was worried that Su Ping would cave in under the Rain clan's pressure. Su Ping nodded. He knew reconciliation was impossible for the Rain clan and him. Killing you would be unjustified as long as you stand firm on your innocence. If they do act, they will soon find out that the Heaven Path Institute is not meek at all, declared the purple-haired old man aggressively. Got it. They soon reached the end of the void channel, where they saw a magnificent mountain up ahead. It was none other than the Rain clan's headquarters. Countless splendid palaces had been built on the wall. They noticed how they had emerged right in the clan's heartland. They were then surrounded by young members of the Rain clan, who were standing on the surrounding hills. Emperor Yi is back. Is he the little bastard who killed Prince Mo Feng? A mere human actually killed our prince in public. He deserves to die. These foreign races should be banished from our world. We shouldn't have taken them in. All the gods were cold and aggressive. Mo Feng only belonged to one of the factions. It would have been fine had he died during an internal conflict. However, he had been killed in public by a human, which was total humiliation to the entire Rain clan. The situation had currently united them against a common foe. Big clans indeed were filled with flaws, but they would always unite in certain situations. Die! Die! Kill the thief! Overwhelming roars burst and swept out from all directions, as if ready to drown Su Ping. The purple-haired senior's expression had a slight change. He then released a protective layer to prevent Su Ping from embarrassing himself under the pressure. However, Su Ping seemed to be absolutely calm, his face impassive. Although the roars had been weakened by the Institute's elder, they still carried a great deal of pressure. Even so, it seemed that Su Ping had heard none of it. He simply looked around. It wasn't until he looked in a certain direction that he suddenly narrowed his eyes. A channel was opened in the void, showing dozens of brawny members of the Rain clan. They were half naked, with nothing but a golden belt strapped on their waist, making golden ripples with their dragon-engraved boots as they walked. Behind them were long chains binding lots of human beings. All the humans showed frustration and heavy injuries. It seemed that they had gone through torture. There were seniors, women, children, and adults among them. Their shoulders had been pierced through by chains, which were pulling them onward in the void. Some could even barely walk, the chains dragging them forward. Blood was constantly dripping as they walked. There were hundreds of thousands of them, maybe even more. Almost 1,000,000 human beings had been dragged out of the void with the chains. The accumulated blood spill was like a rain of blood as it continued to the ground. Su Ping stared at them, then clenched his fists so hard they were cracking. The purple-haired senior was too slightly angered by that. Still, he wasn't intimidated, as he had seen his own share of cruelties. However, he knew those people were undeserving of such harsh treatment and was rather angry. Kill them, kill them! Furious roars rose to the sky. Su Ping and the purple-haired old man were like two unremarkable ants on the empty field before the magnificent mountain. Thief, confess, how did you steal our clan's ultimate treasure? Emperor Yi slowly turned around and put on a smile while looking down at the human brat. Such a scene would have intimidated any celestial god. Not even the princes of the Rain clan would be able to bear it. He was condescendent and mocking as he looked down at such an ant. However, his smile gradually froze, as he didn't see the slightest bit of panic or anxiety on Su Ping's face. The man was calm and poised. The young man was like a piece of ice, frozen for eternity. His eyes were sharp and terrifying like silver stars. This human brat. Anger flashed across Emperor Yi's eyes. His aura gradually enshrouded Su Ping and was about to tear apart the elder's shield. You want to take advantage of the weak. The purple-haired senior coldly stepped up and stood in front of Su Ping. Emperor Yi snorted and replied, he's about to be tried and he will plead guilty. Of course, I won't kill him. He's too insignificant to do anything. However, protecting him is tantamount to making yourself an enemy of my clan. The man lashed out with considerable strength all of a sudden, ready to tear the shield apart. The purple-haired elder also used his own power. The gods present were too intimidating. Without the elder's protection, even a major god would have been crushed, let alone a celestial god. The two ultimate forces clashed in the void, neither of them willing to give in. Emperor Yi showed slight surprise, then narrowed his eyes. This old guy from the Heaven Path Institute is surprisingly strong. Exactly at that moment, another force emerged from the void and tipped the balance. The purple-haired elder grunted and the shield protecting Su Ping was torn. A guy had slowly stepped out of the void. He wore a golden robe, looking like a high and mighty god looking down at all creation. Rain Emperor. The purple-haired old man changed his expression, not expecting the master of the Rain clan to show up in person. "It's been a long time," said the powerhouse with a casual and solemn tone. "Since you're here as guests, I hope you'll behave accordingly. This young human stole an ultimate treasure of our clan. It is paramount that we investigate the matter and judge accordingly." The old man was gloomy. "You know exactly what happened." The Rain clan was slightly cold. "We certainly know what happened. Do you think we would lower ourselves to wrongly accuse a human?" The old man's expression changed a bit. He was out of options. After all, it was the clan master himself who had spoken. He was angry, but he didn't have enough evidence to prove Su Ping's innocence. "Remember, don't admit to anything." He could only speak to Su Ping telepathically. Su Ping didn't reply. He simply stared at the majestic man who had just walked out. His eyes stung because of it, but he didn't look away. "He's beyond the celestial state. But he's not an ancestral god." Su Ping's eyes were cold. Not even the ancestral god's illusion had made him bend. He certainly wouldn't fold at the moment. Now deprived of the elder's protection, the furious and deafening roars were immediately smashing against Su Ping like countless fists. That was both the pressure and the killing intent emitted by the gods. Su Ping stood alone, looking rather slim and helpless. His clothes fluttered in the cold wind. His body didn't shiver, though. He stood like a straight spear. Su Ping slowly raised his head, under the eyes of his concerned elder companion, plus the fierce Emperor Yi and the Rain Emperor. His eyes were as brilliant as the sun and as cold as ice. He slowly turned around. He stood majestically and proudly. Slowly he clenched his fists. He then took a deep breath. A force burst out of his chest as he suddenly raised his head and roared, "Shut the FCK up." Chapter 1163, Audacity. The roar thundered throughout the world. The waves of cold and intimidating sounds fell quiet for a moment, as if a boat were beating against the surging tides. Everybody widened their eyes with shock and fury. All the Rain clan gods glared at the young human, outraged since an inferior creature had been bold enough to yell at them. The purple-haired elder man was also shocked, as he had initially been concerned, thinking that Su Ping would be unable to withstand the Rain clan's pressure without his protection. Still, it turned out that he had worried over nothing, since the young man's mind was stronger than expected. No wonder the guy had dared to kill a prince publicly. How couldn't he be courageous enough if he was a special genius? "You're asking to be killed." Coldness darted out of Emperor Yi's eyes. He snorted, and his aura surged towards Su Ping like a landslide. The purple-haired senior became stern as he tried to block. However, the Rain Emperor suddenly unleashed a scorching aura that separated him from Su Ping. Although they still seemed to be right next to each other, they were actually hundreds of millions of kilometers apart. "Are you really going to take advantage of the weak?" demanded the purple-haired elder with an angry tone. There was no response. Emperor Yi simply stared at Su Ping coldly. Even the major gods would have trembled before such aura. "Is this what the high-ranked gods are capable of?" said Su Ping, looking back at his attacker with sharp eyes. He didn't budge in the slightest. The substantial pressure didn't make him lower his head. Shrieks of golden crows were vaguely echoing inside his body, while his deity aura circulated. His bones made cracking noises, but the pressure didn't make his body collapse. Emperor Yi's eyes were cold, obviously not expecting the brat to endure the bashing. He knew that Prince Mo Feng's killer was excellent on his level, but Su Ping's performance was still beyond what he had anticipated. "This brat must be killed. He shall be executed for insulting Emperor Yi. Slay him and burn his soul for 90,000 years. Let him repent for all of eternity. Make him go down on his knees. Kill him." All Rain clan members were enraged by Su Ping's arrogance. Their roars surrounded Su Ping like tides. The roars grew in intensity, but Su Ping remained unfazed. They were nothing but willow leaves brushing his face. Su Ping couldn't help but chuckle as he listened to their claims. "Didn't you say that I was an arrogant and rude thief? Who can be more arrogant than you?" Coldness burst out of Su Ping's eyes as he stared at the gods around him. "You're so condescending. You think I'm being rude because I won't speak to you while on my knees. Unfortunately for you, being the human being that I am, I will live and die standing. Gods are nothing but creatures born with slightly above-average strength. Even though you're born gods, so what? You'd be trampled under my feet if you're at my level. You cannot even compare to a mortal." Su Ping's voice was quite piercing. Everybody heard him clearly. In the distance, the chained humans floating in the void raised their heads and looked at the young man surrounded by gods. It seemed that flames burned on the young man's body and in their eyes. "You cannot even compare to a mortal." Such simple words struck into the gods' hearts like nails, and their expressions changed, including the purple-haired elder on Su Ping's side. He was a high-ranked god too. However, he wasn't enraged by that. Instead, he looked at the young man in shock, wondering what gave that youngster the courage to utter such words. A human being. Is he truly a human being? "You shall be executed by spouting nonsense and despising gods," the Rain Emperor announced coldly. His words were a dead sentence for Su Ping. They had planned to kill him under the pretext of a stolen ultimate treasure, but that was no longer necessary. Su Ping's claims were already punishable by death. The Archean divinity was a world dominated by gods anyway. How could such a lowly human be tolerated? Nobody objected to the Rain Emperor's decision. Furthermore, there were other gods watching outside the clan's territory. Those onlookers could only shake their heads, thinking that Su Ping was demented. "You call me a thief, but you don't have any evidence. You simply want to avenge your prince, don't you?" Su Ping wasn't surprised by such a verdict. He stared at the man coldly and continued, "You accuse me of despising gods, while I only look down on those of the Rain clan. Your prince was killed by me, and now you want to avenge him by twisting matters and calling me a thief. To think that even your clan master has taken part in a conflict of juniors. You captured that many humans as a means to make me show up. You are hilarious and pathetic. Am I wrong?" He bellowed loudly, his voice thundering across the world. Killing intent flashed across the Rain Emperor's eyes. He waved a hand, and an old man wearing a golden robe showed up and looked down at Su Ping coldly. "Human bastard, you shall be executed for despising high-ranked gods." Su Ping burst into fury. "Is your clan master too scared to argue with me?" The Rain Emperor said coldly, "You're simply too insignificant for me to make a move. You don't deserve an explanation either. You're nothing more than an ant. Your reckless remark has sealed your race's fate." Right after he spoke, the million humans in chains began to struggle, making the chains clatter. Many of them even cried. Some of them were angry. They knew that Su Ping hadn't really done anything wrong. They simply glared at the Rain Emperor and the other Rain clan experts with hatred. However, a lot of them were terrified by their impending deaths. Su Ping roared, "If you dare to touch them, I won't spare the Rain clan for the rest of my life." Hilarious. The golden-robed elder shook his head with both disdain and disgust. For a human who was merely in the celestial god state to humiliate the Rain clan time and again. They wouldn't be appeased even if he died 100,000 times. The void around Su Ping was collapsing as he raised his hand. The young man's life was about to be extinguished. "Is none of the juniors among you bold enough to challenge me? Ask your juniors to come here if they have the balls. I'm going to kill everybody who dares to fight me," roared Su Ping. "Stop," the purple-haired senior also roared. He was unleashing a purple aura as he tried to break free. Meanwhile, a few figures suddenly appeared in the void, crushing the pressure inflicted upon Su Ping. 3 more people approached the million prisoners. An astonishing sword aura burst out and almost cut the sky apart. The gods present had only seen the sword aura flashing, then the clattering chains. The chains tying up the million human beings had fallen to pieces. 3 people appeared next to the million humans. One of them was tall and handsome, carrying a black, ancient sword on his back. Even though humans cannot compare to the high-ranked gods, we are not to be insulted or killed by anyone, said the middle-aged man next to Su Ping with a casual tone. He wore a feather crown and a long robe, looking quite elegant and graceful. The Rain clan master seemed calm and unsurprised. He said indifferently, "Are you going to take those criminals away? Think carefully. All humans in this world will be banished and executed if you take them away." His voice was soft, but it was quite powerful. The feather-crowned senior said casually, "What are they guilty of? I'd like to hear it. As to this little brother, you claim that he stole your ultimate treasure. Do you have any proof?" "He should be executed for the single fact that he disrespected the high-ranked gods. It happened just now. Are you going to deny this too?" asked the Rain Emperor indifferently. The feather-crowned powerhouse replied, "Is telling the truth disrespectful? The Rain clan's prince was killed by him in a fair duel without need for surprises or trickery. He won fair and square. Is he to blame for your prince's weakness?" All the gods stomped in fury after hearing that. It was so maddening. The Rain clan had always considered itself superior to other clans, yet one of its vassal races had repeatedly claimed it was weak. That was unacceptable. Everybody's faces were cold. A human killing the Rain clan's prince was a humiliation, and they had been disdained several times that day. Besides, the man was quite famous and would surely tell others about it. A young man stepped up with fury written all over his face. "Telling the truth. This brat just said that he'll kill any of his peers should they dare to fight him, didn't he? Let me try him." Both the Rain Emperor and Emperor Yi were giving cold and silent gazes at the human experts who had just shown up. It was clear that they had given permission for the fights. The feather-crowned senior frowned and stared at the young god before he said coldly, "If I remember correctly, you're one of the strongest members of the Rain clan in your generation, right? You nearly made it to the Chaos Talents rank. Why are you scared?" The young person sneered and continued, "Do you really think there are no strong contenders in the Rain clan? I'm not a prince, just a regular clan member. I'll teach you a lesson today. The Archean divinity is a territory of gods." He simply strode towards Su Ping after making his loud claims. The middle-aged man with a feather crown had a grim face. He was about to say something, but Su Ping had already stepped in. "Good. The battle won't stop until one of us dies. Do you dare?" The middle-aged human gazed at Su Ping, knowing that the latter had slain a prince. However, while that contender wasn't a prince, he was certainly not ordinary. There could have been many reasons why he didn't become a prince, such as conflicts between factions or his own potential. Princes would have a greater potential. It was just that the slain prince hadn't fully activated his potential yet. The approaching god was different. He had indeed failed in becoming a prince, but he was no weaker than the princes who rose later on. To some extent, he could be referred to as a former prince. "You're truly asking to be killed." The young person laughed and revealed his aura. He then added, "Don't say that I'm taking advantage of you. I'm a level stronger than you, but you've grasped small worlds too. Such a level gap is not really important. I might even be forgiving if you kowtow 9,000 times, beg for mercy, and admit to your unscrupulous acts." "You won't be the first Star Lord that I've killed," said Su Ping coldly. "What?" The young person raised his eyebrows, confused by the Star Lord term used. Su Ping ignored the young god, then looked at the Rain Emperor, Emperor Yi, and the other gods present. "Are you sure you won't intervene even if I kill him?" The Rain clan gods were incensed by his taunt. Some even laughed in disdain. The Rain Emperor was indifferent, obviously uninterested in answering Su Ping's question. Emperor Yi was the same. They were too proud to talk to Su Ping. The golden-robed old man sneered and replied, "If you're asking to be killed, we'll naturally oblige. Anyone dares offer you help and they die." The feather-crowned senior snorted and ignored the threat. He then turned around and looked at Su Ping while frowning, not knowing why the latter was that confident. Still, it was pointless to talk further at that point. In any case, He had only gone there to rescue Su Ping, a rare genius among humans. Although he didn't find Su Ping's identity anywhere, he was still willing to rescue him. He would have to give up if Su Ping got himself killed, though, and focus his efforts on rescuing others. After all, there were 1 million cultivators and innocent civilians who had been confined by the Rain clan. "Come on, I'll crush your bones into pieces." The young man's eyes were scary. Golden divine power swept out of his body. 3 small worlds were manifested behind him. He had triple small worlds. "I heard that you displayed double small worlds when you killed Mo Feng. Alas, your doom is at hand, even if you have triple small worlds right now." The young man suddenly charged at Su Ping, boiling killing intent in his eyes. He moved as quickly as an illusion, making the best use of laws and his own strength. It was all thanks to his upbringing as a top genius in such a big clan. He had access to a lot of the top secret techniques his clan had collected over the years. Vast. The young man approached Su Ping like a flash. It was difficult to tear space apart and flash when fighting enemies on the same level. That was when one's control of physical strength mattered. Dazzling flames arose on the young man's hand, slashing brutally at Su Ping's neck like a saber, burning and twisting the void. The perfect law of fire was unimaginably powerful after being enhanced 3 times. Exactly at that moment, his body shook, then was suddenly flung back. He flew more than 100 meters, then exploded, turning into a rain of golden blood. Chapter 1164, Public Execution. The unexpected scene left everyone in shock. What happened? Many people didn't see it clearly. That was not what they had foreseen. Still, even the gods below the ascendant state figured out the reason soon after. 3 glamorous illusions gradually popped up behind Su Ping, turning out to be triple small worlds. Like a blossoming lotus flower, the brilliant world of stars, the gray world of illusions, and the mysterious world which contained countless secrets were revealed layer after layer. All the gods were shocked. They looked at the young human with disbelief. He is only a celestial god. He actually grasped triple small worlds. Most celestial gods weren't even capable of establishing a single small world. Only the best geniuses could achieve this. However, Su Ping had achieved this 3 times. He was too weak. What that the extent of his power? Indeed, he was just a regular member. Su Ping withdrew his fists, waving off the sticky golden blood splashed on his hand. He peacefully looked at the slightly surprised Rain clan master and Emperor Yi Duo. "Can't you send someone less ordinary? Don't you have other princes? Are you afraid that I'll kill them again?" Arrogant, outrageous. Everybody was shocked by Su Ping's words. Does this human know what he just said? It was like stinging their nerves with a needle. Why is he so arrogant? Does he really think he can leave this place alive? A furious roar burst out. The scattered golden blood in the void was quickly gathered by a pulling force, reconstructing the young god. He was so infuriated that he looked like an enraged god of fire. Scary veins were protruding all over his face. To be so heavily wounded while everybody was watching, it was utterly humiliating. "I will cut you into 1 million pieces," roared the young man. Golden flames burned all over his body, which changed while his bones cracked. He became taller, revealing himself as a majestic golden giant almost 10 meters tall. He clenched his fist, and a divine spear was materialized in the void. A golden cape also unfurled, covering his back and giving him an impressive image. "Do all gods prefer talking over fighting?" Su Ping looked at him peacefully, his expression unchanging. "Rot in hell!" the young man roared and charged with his spear. Dazzling brilliance burst out of the weapon as it aimed for the top of Su Ping's head like a sun ray, making the void collapse. Su Ping clenched his fist, and a divine sword appeared in his hand. It was one of the treasures obtained from Yi Chen's residence, of ascendant quality. Even though he couldn't fully harness the sword's ascendant power just yet, it was still hard and sharp enough as a handy weapon. Slay! Su Ping waved his sword and slashed, injecting the power of his triple small worlds. Silver light flashed in his eyes. It was an unparalleled sword aura. The sky executing move. Sword aura glittered like a rainbow, colliding with the enemy's attack like a comet. The clash was so breathtaking that the Rain Clan juniors below the Ascendant State were dumbfounded, almost unable to believe their eyes. Su Ping sliced the aftershock apart, then swung his sword again, ancient deity aura bursting out. It was the most original deity aura, which was even more powerful than divine power. Su Ping's sword aura was currently traversing thousands of meters and cutting the void apart. A man was forced out of the void, vomiting blood. He was none other than the young god with the spear. The onlookers were too shocked for words by such a scene. The young clan member was probably careless in the beginning, when his body blew up, but he was undoubtedly being suppressed at the moment. How is it possible? He's one of the prince candidates. The genius, most likely to rise in the future, has failed just like this. No way, I cannot accept this. How can this human be this strong? Both of them have triple small worlds. How did Aloes lose? Many of the young clan members were wrought with shock and conflicting feelings. The genius of their clan, one that everybody looked up to, had been publicly defeated by a human. The feeling was awful. Although many of them had been secretly jealous of the guy, they were currently standing before a common foe. The situation concerned the honor of their clan. Both of them have triple small worlds, but his small worlds are too powerful. The purple-haired old was also surprised when he found out the reason. Small worlds weren't equally powerful. It all depended on how powerful the laws used in their making were. Very few laws could exceed the 4 supreme laws. There were 3 tiers of laws below the supreme laws, namely the orderly, the rare, and the fundamental. Laws such as light, darkness, fire, and lightning were of the fundamental kind, which were the building blocks of a world. Even ordinary people could see the phenomena caused by those laws. Rare laws were unobservable by ordinary people, only existing in the hidden side of the world. One had to be extremely perceptive to grasp them. As for orderly laws, they were the top laws, which were very close to supreme laws. They were part of a world's core. The purple-haired elder had keen enough senses to realize he had never seen the aura given off by the laws in Su Ping's triple small worlds. They were esoteric and arcane. He even thought he had seen supreme laws. Did he construct the other 2 small worlds with orderly laws? The elder's heart shook upon thinking about it. He felt really excited, almost as if he were young again. Others might not know what this implied. However, given his work in the Heaven Path Institute over myriads of years, he couldn't have been more familiar with the structure of multiple small worlds. It was as difficult to grasp an orderly law as to rise to the next level. Many of the laws that the major god had created couldn't reach the orderly tier. Most of them were fundamental. Only a few geniuses could grasp rare laws, and only the ones who made it to the Chaos Talents rank could possibly understand orderly laws. This brat. The Rain Clan master became grim. They had all realized how terrifying Su Ping's small worlds were, not because of their quantity, but because of their quality. Did someone help him, or did he grasp them on his own? He's a terrifying genius if he did it unaided. He cannot remain alive. Many of the Rain Clan's elders were determined to kill Su Ping, even if they had to spare the other humans. Su Ping would surely cause great trouble to their clan in the future if he survived. Furthermore, they might have to ask for the ancestral god's help to take care of him. Ancestral god's shadow. Exactly at this moment, the young man regained his balance, eyes almost popping out because of fury. A majestic illusion emulating an ancient ancestral god appeared behind his back. The illusion seemed vague and vulnerable. However, everybody felt pressure, including experts like the Rain Emperor. That was the power of the ultimate ancestral god. Even a vague projection of his could produce tremendous pressure, making everybody give in. Heavenly Fire Constitution. The young man roared to activate his bodily power. It was a powerful constitution of their clan, which he had awakened when he was still a fetus. He was at the moment covered in white flames, becoming even more dazzling than the sun. Not even ordinary laws were able to restrict the heat. He charged in the middle of the flames while holding his spear. His moves made it seem he was commanding a troop to attack Su Ping. Coldness glittered in Su Ping's eyes. He waved his sword and slashed again. Yet again, it was the sky executing move. There was a boom. The sword aura swept over and extinguished the scorching heat. He then swung the sword again, removing the golden light in the sky. The sword aura appeared for a third time, cutting the young man like a wild dragon, darkening the divine spear. The fourth sword aura struck in the exact same spot, flinging the young man back and making him bleed. The fifth and sixth auras came in succession at that moment, one of them cutting the young man apart, while the other tore the void apart. He was about to be sucked into the hole. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Su Ping had swung his sword 6 times, still making it look as if he would have only attacked once. His outburst was truly terrifying. "You're asking to be killed." The Rain Clan's golden-robed old man suddenly took action with coldness in his eyes, given that Su Ping was about to kill the youngster. He was going to block the void power, or the young man would truly die. "Humph, be prepared to lose if you're willing to gamble. Are you sore losers?" said the feather-crowned man with a snort, while standing next to Su Ping. Another young man had been silent all this time. He suddenly took action and blocked the golden-robed elder. Emperor Yi was cold. Brutality flashed in his eyes, but he took no action. He had noticed that many seniors of other clans were watching at the moment. It would truly be a disgrace if he were to intervene. A scream burst out. The young man's body was caught in the void and completely obliterated, along with his soul. Su Ping was extremely ruthless, cutting time and space apart so that the guy couldn't even resurrect. He had erased this part of the timeline with the void path. It would be impossible for the guy to return, unless he possessed superior knowledge. The Rain Clan gods were shocked and infuriated after seeing their genius be killed. They were high-ranked gods. Were they really going to end up being humiliated by a mere human being? None of them were roaring at the moment. Being killed in a duel was truly frustrating. "Your prince was killed by me in exactly the same way. It was fair and square." Su Ping sneered and added, "Even though human beings don't have an ancestral god, we're always open and frank. You slandered me, saying I stole your ultimate treasure. You didn't deserve it if you didn't take good care of it anyway. Just come again if you're not happy. I will kill anyone who is on my level. Who's next?" All the gods in the clan were infuriated, eyes bloodshot. They were eager to tear Su Ping into shreds. "He's too arrogant." The purple-haired senior covered his forehead. Even though Su Ping was a shockingly talented student, he did have a sharp tongue. He truly didn't consider retreat as an option. If he had pissed someone off, he would continue with such a treatment. "Let me." A furious young man stepped up, unleashing a dazzling golden light. He was determined to kill Su Ping. The latter glanced back at him and sneered. "Don't embarrass yourself if you're just as weak as him. Let your princes come, or I won't have fun killing you." The young man almost vomited blood. Aloes had just claimed to be an ordinary member only to make a greater case and present the Rain Clan as a powerful faction after killing Su Ping, who didn't know that he was a top genius of the clan. However, Su Ping had referred to him as a weak, ordinary member time and again, regardless of what the truth was. If he were just an ordinary member, what should geniuses be like? The young man gnashed his teeth and said angrily, "If you're scared, just cut off your arm, drop on your knees and die. Otherwise, let's fight." "Hilarious," Su Ping laughed and said, "Come here if you're not scared of death." The young man couldn't hold back any longer. He was about to step up, but the golden-robed elder stopped him. The latter was grim-faced, knowing it was another of the top geniuses in his clan, and was even slightly stronger than Aloes. However, he wasn't strong enough to defeat Su Ping. Being in the celestial state, he had seen how Su Ping wasn't trying his best, even though he had indeed killed Aloes. "Maybe we'll have to ask Hemuk to come. whispered some of the clan's experts, all frowns. Other juniors below the major god state could hardly beat Su Ping at the moment. Reaching a tie would still be a humiliating sight. The other members of the Rain clan thought of the same person, Hemuk. That was the most talented genius among the clan's younger generation. He wasn't picked as a prince because of his weird temper. He was so devoted to cultivation that he would kill anyone who affected his training, even including family members. The clan had him tested. He didn't consider his clan a big deal, though. He was absolutely obsessed with cultivation, a cultivation lunatic even. He wasn't elected as prince due to lack of supporters. Hemuk isn't here. He must be cultivating again. Hemuk would surely die if he comes. The Rain clan gods whispered amongst themselves. Su Ping felt bored, seeing that the young man had stopped challenging him. He sneered upon hearing the whispers, then suddenly looked at Emperor Yi and the Rain Emperor. "I'll fight you if there's no one else capable, as long as you suppress your level. Do you dare to fight me?" His announcement stunned all the people present. The formerly whispering clan members looked at Su Ping in shock, as if they had just suffered a lightning strike. Did he just challenge two god emperors? Not just them, even the purple-haired senior, the feather-crowned middle-aged man and his shocked partners, who went to rescue the humans too. They gazed at Su Ping. Is this man out of his mind? He was but a mere celestial god, and yet he was bold enough to challenge god emperors. Chapter 1165, Shocking Four Worlds. The expressions of both Emperor Yi and the Rain Emperor changed, reflecting not only shock, but also exasperation. They felt insulted by Su Ping's behavior. "Don't waste time talking to that garbage, kill them all." Coldness manifested in Emperor Yi's eyes. He knew that other high-ranked gods were watching. He wouldn't kill Su Ping directly to preserve his clan's dignity. However, Su Ping had been leveraging that to his advantage, humiliating their clan non-stop. So might as well bury them all. "Close off the mountain and annihilate them," Emperor Yi said to the Rain Emperor. The latter replied gloomily, "Once the mountain closes, it will forever be a taint on our clan's reputation. None of them will leave today. However, we cannot kill them in a fit of rage. We'll kill those ignorant bastards fair and square, making everybody compliment us in the process." There was a slightly different expression on Emperor Yi's face. He asked, "Are you truly going to fight this brat? He's just an insignificant ant." He found it disgraceful to fight Su Ping directly, even while limiting his own cultivation. It was disgraceful for an emperor to compete with a beggar. "Why not?" The Rain Emperor, however, replied telepathically. There were once ancestral gods who sacrificed themselves to stop floods and made friends with inferior creatures. This human brat has arrogantly challenged us. It would be our gift to him if we accept his challenge instead of delivering punishment for his lack of respect. Even if we kill him, history will still be in our favor. Emperor Yi frowned, knowing that the other had a point. However, his anger was such that he wanted to kill everyone and end that bumming folly as soon as possible. "He's all yours," said the Rain Emperor. Emperor Yi was stunned. "Me? Aren't you fighting?" "I'm the clan master. How could I possibly fight him?" Emperor Yi was lost for words. "You've accepted the challenge, and yet you're asking me to take part in this embarrassing battle. That's truly—" He didn't say anything, knowing it was impossible for the Rain Emperor to actually fight. The latter represented the dignity of the Rain clan, and that human eyesore wasn't qualified to fight him. Emperor Yi stepped up and said indifferently, "Brat, you are one arrogant human being. I'll teach you a good lesson on behalf of your parents. Are you prepared to pay your tuition?" "I am not arrogant. All humans are kind-hearted and they keep a low profile. I'm just talking about this matter. By the way, you could have sent a more capable rival," Su Ping said calmly, diverting the blame aimed at him. He could leave the Archean divinity at any moment, but he couldn't let the local humans suffer because of him. Emperor Yi became cold. His determination to kill that seemingly sly little fellow grew. There were other things he could say, but it would be demeaning to say them. Being the god emperor that he was, It was unbefitting of him to argue with a piece of garbage. Since you wanted to challenge me, I'll give you an opportunity to experience real power. Emperor Yi snorted and strode towards Su Ping. He quickly suppressed his aura, lowering it until he was on par with Su Ping. Emperor Yi accepted his challenge. How merciful. If I were him, I would have snapped my fingers and killed that delusional son of a bitch. Emperor Yi surely wants him to die without raising complaints, as expected of an emperor of our clan. Other gods should learn from his lenience. All the Rain clan gods were shocked and excited, eager to see Emperor Yi tear Su Ping apart. The middle-aged man with a feather crown and his partner's expressions changed, not expecting Emperor Yi to actually accept Su Ping's rude challenge. We're screwed, damn it, we should have stopped him. The human elder and the others could only blame themselves. They thought that Su Ping was making such bold declarations only because he was young and reckless. Indeed, they were shocked by his talent, but that wasn't nearly enough to even compare to Emperor Yi. It wasn't just about the difference in relation to small worlds, but also about the understanding of power. When someone of a lower level used a tiny amount of power, it would be as vulnerable as a wisp of smoke. But when it came to emperors, they could wield the same amount of power like a sharp needle. Come here and prepare to die. Emperor Yi was standing still, looking down at Su Ping indifferently. The man sounded as if he were issuing a command or handing a gift. His expression ever calm, Su Ping said, "Let's not rush into anything. If I win this battle, you'll release all the humans you caught and never bother them again." Agreed. Huh? Emperor Yi sneered. So that's what you're up to. You want to save them all by yourself. You're rather bold. Unfortunately, you're just an unworthy ant. Beings of your sort don't get to negotiate with me. Unworthy me. It's more like you don't dare to accept, said the indifferent Su Ping outright. All of them are suffering because of me. It is only natural that I should rescue them. Aren't you trying to avenge that prince of yours I killed? The previous battle surely made it obvious that I killed him fair and square. I killed him in the Heaven Path Institute's arena while everyone was watching. Not once did I cheat. He deserved death, and yet you try to avenge him. Aren't these the actions of sore losers? Emperor Yi snorted. Cut the crap. I'm being merciful enough by giving you an opportunity to attack. The chance will be gone if you waste more time talking. Su Ping's face became even colder. He said, "You don't dare respond to what I said. Let me ask you. If I beat you, can you or can't you release them? Just look for me if you have a problem with me. Don't you have any balls?" There was a slight change in Emperor Yi's expression. The Rain clan gods were similarly shocked and infuriated. Their understanding about arrogance was increasingly improved thanks to Su Ping's words. This brat should be killed 1,000,000 times over. Emperor Yi's eyes were tearing Su Ping apart like cold nails. He said, "All right, search our NWNOL. RG, I accept your terms. I won't punish you for stealing our ultimate treasure if you win. Everyone shall be released. However, if you lose," he put on a bloodthirsty smile, "everybody will pay the price for your arrogance and impudence." How will the winner be decided? Su Ping asked back. When the other party dies, how else can you know if the utmost effort was applied? Emperor Yi sneered. Su Ping nodded. All right, the battle will be over until one party is completely dead. In the case of a tie, are we going to keep fighting forever? Emperor Yi said impatiently, "Why are you so talkative? A tie? You're overthinking. I'll make sure that you instantly experience real power. There won't be room for a tie. Anything can happen. For instance, the prince of a high-ranked clan was killed by a human in the celestial god state," said Su Ping indifferently. "Better not be too confident there." Emperor Yi almost wanted to shred Su Ping's mouth. The guy had been challenging his patience time and again by mentioning the prince's death. He was obviously provoking the god to act irrationally. "You'll win if you're still alive 2 hours from now," said Emperor Yi coldly, "on the premise that neither party uses any external help or weapons." Su Ping nodded. "I like that. However, I expected a shorter amount of time. so even a god warrior still needs 2 hours to finish me off. There was a booming sound. The void around Emperor Yi cracked. A tiny fraction of his power was leaked, making the void shake. Brat, don't try my patience. I'm already being extremely merciful by accepting your challenge, said Emperor Yi coldly. Su Ping knew the man was about to lose it just by looking at his scary face. He stopped taunting him and said, "All right, bring it on." "Wait," the feather-crowned man next to Su Ping said. "If it's a duel, it should be done in a fair manner. Don't you agree, Emperor Yi?" Emperor Yi offered a cold reply. "What are you getting at? Even though you've suppressed your level to match his, you still have the body of a god warrior. You can destroy him 1 billion times over with physical strength alone. In the spirit of fairness, it would be better to create a celestial god state clone before you fight him," proposed the feather-crowned senior. Emperor Yi snorted. "That's unnecessary. What's the point? He'll be instantly killed by me anyway." The human leader shook his head in silence while wearing a smile. Emperor Yi didn't bother talking any longer. He restored his majestic aura and condensed divine light in his hand. Soon after, a celestial god state figure with a face resembling him was constructed in the void. Creating a life out of nothing was simpler than eating and drinking for god emperors. "Are we good now?" asked Emperor Yi grimly. The feather-crowned senior gave him a slight nod, then looked at everybody else in silence. They had realized Su Ping's intention, but they didn't think the latter could possibly defeat an emperor. They were aiming to find an opportunity to rescue all the imprisoned humans while Su Ping fought the emperor. It would indeed be a violation based on what the fighters had agreed upon, but it was important to save all those lives. They could make amends later. What a shame! To think a great talent such as him would emerge amongst our race. Too bad he's going to die young. All shooting stars are short-lived. That's why they're beautiful. He's too bold and reckless. He would have surely become an emperor too if he could have hidden his edge and kept a low profile. What a shame. All the human experts heaved regretful sighs. They didn't blame Su Ping, though. The latter had indeed caused the situation, but he had killed the clan's prince in a consensual duel. Nobody could really blame him. They could only blame the Rain clan for being petty, as they retaliated against humanity as a whole. This is exactly what major clans of this world do. The feather-crowned senior shook his head with glittering eyes. What a waste of time. You proposed the challenge, and yet you've added all those rules. Don't worry, it won't take 2 hours. You won't even feel much pain. The celestial god clone walked towards Su Ping with a cold smile. His every step was intimidating, seemingly moving in the void. His route became unpredictable. He was walking slowly, one step after the other. However, hundreds of people were gradually emerging from the void around him. Those were not his other clones. He had simply summoned himself from different points in time by using a mysterious technique. Su Ping was alarmed. Emperor-level experts were indeed not to be underestimated. It was the first time for him to fight such a formidable being. He had seen people just as powerful, but actually fighting them had yet to happen. He would have been killed instantly if the situation came to pass, not even realizing how he died in the end. Even though the two were currently on the same level, Su Ping was still unsure about winning. That was why he had set up that many rules and restrictions. He had to survive for 2 hours. Let's find the gap between me and an emperor when we're on the same level. How much more strength inside me can I dig out? Su Ping took a deep breath and adjusted himself to be at his peak status. The 4 supreme laws circulated inside his body endlessly. He was permanently kept in his best status. Abundant, ancient deity aura was being radiated by his body. His body changed gradually. His hair became white like silver threads, with a sheen of deity aura. His eyebrows had also turned white, and his pupils silver. He was bearing an old and distant aura. Su Ping showed his real capabilities while facing Emperor Yi. He revealed the ancient deity constitution he had just cultivated. A scorching aura was gathered behind his back, forming the wings of a golden crow. The primordial aura, made all the Rain Clan gods narrow their eyes. The Feather-Crowned Senior and the others were just as surprised. Is it the extinct bloodline of gods and devils? Humph! Emperor Yi narrowed his eyes, realizing that Su Ping didn't try his best in the last battle. There was indeed something. But that wasn't nearly good enough. I cultivated 5 small worlds when I was a god warrior. Let me show you what the real power of worlds is like. An illusion emerged behind Emperor Yi's back, just like a blooming lotus flower. It had many layers of brilliant and magnificent small worlds. The sight was breathtaking. 5 overlapping small worlds. Such a wonder bedazzled all the Rain Clan gods. Is that what their Emperor Yi was capable of? 5 small worlds. The Feather-Crowned Senior and the others had barely perceptible changes of expressions. Emperor Yi was almost cheating. His level and body were in the celestial god state. He used the 5 small worlds he didn't grasp until he became a god warrior. The gap between him and Su Ping was too massive. Su Ping's expression changed a bit. He had known that every emperor had to be an unparalleled genius, but seeing one with their own eyes was still shocking. He clenched his sword and infused it with all his power. At the same time, the power inside his body rose and reached the maximum. A brand new silver-colored illusion came out from the mist, back on the top of triple small worlds. It was none other than the small deity world, his 4th small world. Chapter 1166, The Chaos Divine Reign Constitution. Wow! The gods who had been shocked by Emperor Yi's 5 small worlds were astounded, as the 4th small world was condensed. All of them were momentarily lost for words as they looked at the brilliant, silver-colored small deity world. 4. A mere celestial god established a 4th small world. Not only the clan's gods were affected, the Feather-Crowned Senior man and the purple-haired elder were also astonished. 4 small worlds. The elder from the Institute couldn't have been more astounded. Nobody knew it better than him about the difficulty of establishing a 4th small world, especially for a celestial god. The lad was already as remarkable as the ancestral gods when they were young. He had potential to become an ancestral god. This is impossible. Both Emperor Yi and the Rain Clan Master changed their expressions. They already found Su Ping to be intimidating when he had displayed triple small worlds, deeming him a future threat they had to get rid of. However, they then realized that Su Ping was not just a genius. They had only heard that some ancestral gods had been capable of such a feat when they were young. Oh no! The Feather-Crowned Senior and the other human experts snapped out of their stupor, overcome with regret. They would have escorted Su Ping to safety had they known of his potential, even if they had to be insulted. An unparalleled genius with ancestral god potential has been born in our race. Alas, we barely found out today. What a shame. The Feather-Crowned man's heart was bleeding. His mind was racing. No matter what, he had decided to ensure Su Ping's safety, even if all the rest of them died. He was well aware that high-ranked clans were superior, only because they were protected by ancestral gods. Every ancestral god was synonymous with the rise of a clan. Nobody would dare to attack again. They would be standing at the top of the jungle-like world known as the Archean divinity. The feather-crowned human and his partners looked at each other, noticing their mutual determination and reaching the same decision. They would rescue Su Ping at all costs. Meanwhile, the clones they had left elsewhere were swift, quickly making a move to inform the human emperor. Everybody recovered after a moment of silence. The Rain Clan gods were shocked. Nobody expected that such a human brat would be so unbelievably talented. It took a while for their mockery to come out, as it was somehow stuck in their mouths. How could this happen to someone with such a humble bloodline? The clan's gods were confused. Emperor Yi and the Rain Emperor looked at each other, both realizing the other man's thoughts. Emperor Yi's clone strode towards Su Ping and said, "Is this your trump card? Unfortunately, you shouldn't have been this arrogant while still immature, since your success would come given enough time. It is your honor to be killed by me today." He had thought at first that fighting Su Ping was a disgrace. However, it now seemed rather delightful to brutalize and kill such an unusual genius. Rod in hell. Emperor Yi raised his hand and pointed. His movement seemed simple, but it contained abundant laws, perfectly melted with unique traits. They gathered and formed a golden raindrop that darted towards Su Ping. The latter's expression changed somewhat. He found the seemingly unremarkable raindrop to be potentially lethal. The raindrop, like a spot of light, traveled through the void and pierced through everything. It contained laws such as chaos, time, destruction, and others. Traits of the four perfect supreme laws had also been imbued into the raindrop too. Is this how the beings beyond the celestial state fight? Dazzling light burst out of Su Ping's eyes. He wasn't at all scared. He was simply thrilled, shaking with emotion. He had always ended up dying in an instant when facing celestial creatures before, not to mention the creatures beyond that level. He was never able to see how they attacked him. However, he was currently able to see how his enemy was using his power since the latter had suppressed his level. That method was quite creative. Ha ha. Su Ping could not help but laugh aloud. He then suddenly drew his sword and launched a sword aura that dazzled the gods. They could only watch the sharp sword aura rise to the sky, fearless and unstoppable. A mere human being performed such a shocking sword technique. Is he really a human? Isn't humankind just a vassal race? How can he be so strong? All the Rain Clan gods were shocked. Su Ping's performance was a great eye-opener to them. Bang! The sword aura and the golden raindrop instantly collided. The entire world trembled for a moment, then fell quiet. However, two terrifying cracks appeared in the void, stretching into deep spaces that most Star Lords were never capable of reaching. Emperor Yi was rather grim-faced. He had tried to kill Su Ping with a single attack, all to avoid giving the other humans a chance to rescue him. However, the result was surprising. You only have 4 small worlds, and yet they're so powerful. Emperor Yi's eyes were cold. He raised his hands again, this time sparing no mercy, determined to get rid of his enemy as quickly as possible. A golden spear was condensed in his hand, made with plenty of laws. He was covered in golden flames. A vast forest full of golden trees was evident behind him. The scene was caused by the activation of his constitution. It's the Chaos Divine Rain Constitution. That's the best constitution of our clan. It's said that our ancestors used to live in the forest, back in primordial times. They gained the bloodline after earning the approval of a mighty being in the woods. As expected of Emperor Yi, he summoned the best constitution so easily. All the clan gods were excited, thinking about the long-gone mysterious land. Emperor Yi became a lot more intimidating with the use of his constitution. His height almost reached a height of 5 meters. He charged at Su Ping like a glowing god. The space in front of the mountain somehow warped when he swung his spear. His spear seemed to be about to shatter the entire world. The aura leaking due to his power was already blood-curdling. Normal Star Lords could have hardly resisted the aura. Su Ping's expression changed a bit. He then took a deep breath. He fully activated the 4 supreme laws, which were enhanced by the 4 small worlds and concentrated on the Sword of Laws. Illusion and Source Construct. Deity aura surged out of Su Ping's body like a river. By using God's arrival, he unleashed all his power in an instant and waved his sword again. He then released the full power of the Sky Execution technique, almost approaching the next level. This time, Su Ping pushed out his own small world towards Emperor Yi as he swung the sword. You're asking to be killed. Emperor Yi didn't expect Su Ping to be as crazy, directly attacking with his actual small worlds, especially after being aware that he had 5 small worlds. Su Ping would surely die in that clash of small worlds. After all, an extra small world would mean more than twice the power. Emperor Yi launched the 5 small worlds behind his back without further thought. They weren't illusions, they were real, just like Su Ping's. The auras of their weapons and their small worlds collided in an instant. The resulting energy completely drowned them. They seemed to have been reduced to ashes, disappearing from everyone's sights. However, the strongest experts present had shocked expressions. Star Lords and Ascendants were unable to detect the things happening inside the terrifying energy. However, the golden-robed elder and the others were able to even see the hairs of each contender. That was exactly why their expressions changed. The outcome of such a collision was a tie. Emperor Yi, with 5 small worlds, was unable to crush Su Ping. Su Ping's small world seemed to be more solid, giving him a slim edge. His 4 small worlds collided against 5 small worlds and slightly came on top. That was unbelievable. What tier of laws did the guy create his small worlds with? Were they all on the orderly tier? This is impossible. The formerly calm Emperor Yi changed his expression. He was even more shocked than when he saw Su Ping's 4 small worlds. He knew fully well that his clones' 5 small worlds were founded on orderly laws. However, he had failed. There was only one explanation. Su Ping's 4 small worlds were founded on supreme laws. Still, the 4 supreme laws had existed for a long time. How could Su Ping have possibly found 3 laws comparable to supreme laws? There was an ancestral god who did it, but he only found 2. This kid, Emperor Yi, was astounded if not terrified. But then he was filled with a killing desire. This kid must die. I must exterminate this monster. Boom! The resulting energy of their clash finally began to spread out. They charged at each other again in the midst of the chaotic energy, while activating all sorts of supreme laws, soon returned to their peak state. They would always be at their peak status, unless they were killed with a single strike. People as strong as them would be hardly killable, even by ascendants who were a level stronger than them. Die, 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 Emperor Yi roared and stabbed with his spear. Each stab could have easily killed a prince. He was far stronger than normal Star Lords and was making perfect use of the power of laws. Concurrently, Su Ping was also stabbing and slashing in a crazy manner. They continued their onslaught, tearing the void apart and causing earthquakes. Those who had yet to reach the ascendant state couldn't even see them clearly. They were only able to see the traces they left behind. Corrupt, destroy. Emperor Yi harnessed his laws and continuously weakened Su Ping, realizing what a tricky opponent he was facing. Even though Su Ping's vitality law wasn't perfect, it still made him extra sturdy after being enhanced by 4 small worlds. Bang bang. Emperor Yi kept on attacking, suppressing Su Ping completely, but he couldn't kill him just yet. The latter kept on defending. The longer he fought, the tougher he became. He was like a reef that couldn't be knocked down by the surging tides. Emperor Yi made use of the laws of time and space, transferred the 2 of them to another point in time where the flow of time was under his control. Su Ping was less adept in the use of time. Damn it! The longer Emperor Yi fought, the more agitated he became, originally thinking he would easily kill Su Ping, but the latter's 4 small worlds were exceptionally tough. The potential scenario came to pass. They reached a tie like Su Ping said. Did the kid plan the whole thing? The god became even angrier. However, his attacks were still calm and brutal, without the slightest mistake. His energy will dwindle, given the continuous weakening. The energy in the surrounding time and space is being constantly broken. Even if it's restored by laws, there would still be a waste. This is how the world works. The attrition is eternal. The knowledge he had picked up as a god emperor was put to good use. Even though he kept himself in peak status with the path of vitality, it was consuming the power of time and space. In a way, the entire world was constantly being debilitated. Yes, that world only had limited life. Ordinary people wouldn't have sensed that, but strong enough people could easily notice that the edge of the world was constantly collapsing, and the energy inside the world was decaying naturally. That was the conundrum faced by ancestral gods. If the world died, they would die too. However, considering the current perspective, there was still a long time away until the world perished. It was so far away they didn't even consider it just yet. That was the only way for Emperor Yi to beat Su Ping. He had to wage a war of attrition against him. The vitality law wasn't invincible. However, it would take a tremendous amount of time for him to kill Su Ping in such a way. Damn it, 2 hours are probably not going to be enough. Emperor Yi was doing calculations while fighting Su Ping. While observing from his original self, he discovered Su Ping's flaws and immature attacks, then profited by seizing the chances to counterattack. That was cheating in a way, but nobody could do anything about that. Anyone who challenged him had to accept that subtle trick. Time flew. Emperor Yi and Su Ping had fought for days in a different time and space. An hour had passed back in the time, in space where the Rain clan was. The Rain clan gods became worried. Is it really possible that Emperor Yi is unable to kill that human? If the fight lasted more than 2 hours, they couldn't imagine what the result would be. Such a hit would be too much for them to endure. How unscrupulous. The middle-aged human with the feather crown and others watched Su Ping and Emperor Yi reach an impasse. They had already fought for days, not just 2 hours. However, fighting in another time and space was within their capabilities. It wasn't a violation of the rules. But the guy was a god emperor anyway. Could he be any more shameless? Chapter 1167, Slaying Emperor Yi. Bang, bang, bang. Su Ping collided with Emperor Yi intensely while in the void, their bodies shattering and reforming again and again. Neither was able to kill the other easily. Damn it, this kid is learning from me. Emperor Yi's expression soured even more. Although Su Ping's energy had been mostly worn out in such a war of attrition, he was becoming increasingly skillful, learning about his opponent's usage of laws, thus making fiercer attacks. I won't be able to kill him in 2 hours if things go on like this. Emperor Yi was infuriated. When have I ever been pushed to such an extent by a celestial god? No more tricks. Su Ping forced Emperor Yi to retreat with one strike, to then fuse the power of the Fist of Exorcist into his arm, then slashing with his sword. It was an extremely powerful move. That was one of the combination skills he had figured out over those days. Fighting against Emperor Yi had been a rewarding experience. He knew he had been strengthened after cultivating 4 small worlds, but he didn't know his limits. That battle had allowed him to exceed his limits and learn many more things. Shut up. Emperor Yi was grim, unwilling to waste time talking to that human. He kept attacking, thinking about how to finish Su Ping off. However, even a knowledgeable god emperor like himself was clueless at the moment. He had seen many more things than Su Ping had, but he didn't have many cards. Besides, Su Ping wasn't a fool. He had abundant battle experience as a Star Lord. The Rain Emperor watched in silence, not expecting Emperor Yi to be caught in such an impasse, which was embarrassing. However, the situation wouldn't have been that different had he fought Su Ping instead. After all, Emperor Yi's performance was already remarkable when dealing with the celestial god Brat. Still, he was unable to kill Su Ping easily. The Brat's 4 small worlds were unbelievably powerful. Emperor Yi, there's no time to waste, said the Rain Emperor to Emperor Yi via telepathy. Emperor Yi was angry and frustrated. However, he also knew that even beings on par with Celestials could tell that the battle would last longer than 2 hours. Both parties were very strong. Neither of them could kill the other. He could have dealt with Su Ping with a single strike if the latter only had 3 small worlds. However, the revelation of a 4th small world balanced them again. Su Ping even seemed to be slightly stronger. Emperor Yi would have lost if he wasn't as seasoned in battle. I will vent this fury by killing all those bloody humans today. Emperor Yi angrily swore to himself. His clone paused, then glowed like a scorching sun the next moment. The 5 small worlds behind him also became brilliant and dazzling. Oh no, he's going to detonate his small worlds. Damn it, is Emperor Yi really that shameless, trying to die together with his opponent for the sake of victory? This human has pushed Emperor Yi to such an extent. The experts on the human side were shocked and infuriated. The Rain clan gods were just as astonished. not expecting that Emperor Yi would be unable to kill that human within the 2-hour limit. The man was just a celestial god, and yet he was able to fight against a god emperor's clone on equal terms. Many members of the Rain clan had conflicting feelings. Nobody underestimated that annoying human from that point onwards. His talent and power left them in awe, even though he was their enemy. Never did they think that high-ranked gods would be intimidated by a lesser being from one of their vassal races. "You want to die with me?" Su Ping narrowed his eyes as he noticed what Emperor Yi was up to. He didn't panic, even though both parties would die if one of them blew themselves up. Death would be certain, that is, unless one of them was significantly stronger than the other. If Emperor Yi chose to blow himself up, Su Ping would probably be unable to resist. Luckily, I've been prepared for this. At first I thought I would have a hard time fighting a god emperor's clone for 2 hours, but I overestimated him. It won't be humiliating to die by self-explosion, Su Ping thought. The 4 small worlds behind his back dazzled as brilliantly as Emperor Yi's. Everyone witnessing the fight was dumbfounded by his resolution. Has he completely lost his mind? He's going to die together with Emperor Yi's clone. Even though he's a human being, I have to admit that his talent is unparalleled. Unfortunately, his arrogance is just as unparalleled. He was bound to die young. It will be his honor to die together with Emperor Yi's clone. After all, only one god emperor is born in 1,000,000 years. Everybody had mixed feelings. Some of the Rain clan gods still loathed Su Ping, while others felt sorry for his demise. They simply grieved over the loss of such a talent, even though he was from a different race. Search RNWN0L. RG. The sentiment was similar to them appreciating a brilliant shooting star or a beautiful flower that would be gone in a moment. In the midst of the violent and abundant energy, Emperor Yi calmed down and gazed at Su Ping. "Brat, you have my admiration. Unfortunately, you'll be completely obliterated without a chance of being reborn. You'll never come back to this world again." All his killing intent and fury had left his eyes because the outcome had already been settled. He only felt a slight regret that such a genius hadn't been born in the Rain clan. Otherwise, if properly groomed, he could someday become another ancestral god. "Nothing is certain. It's still hard to say who will die," replied Su Ping. His eyes were cold, his sword aura more dazzling than ever. At that moment, he suddenly attained a deeper understanding of the sky execution technique. "When I slay the sky, the earth, and the gods, I'm just slaying the weakness and fear in my heart. I'll be unstoppable and fearless if I'm determined and focused. I won't turn back even if I'm about to be shattered to pieces," Su Ping mumbled, then took a deep breath. The sword he was holding glowed brilliantly. His 4 small worlds fell apart in an instant, just like glass eggshells, turning into an indescribable and terrifying power that caused a storm in the world. Eventually, the storm was concentrated on the sword he held. The last strike. "Bring it on." Ruthlessness appeared in Emperor Yi's eyes too. He felt excited. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed a battle after becoming an emperor. The 2 terrifying storms collided in the void like 1,000 exploding suns, ready to destroy the world. Nuclear explosions were as gentle as candles in the presence of such power. The destructive power was swept across the void. The golden-robed elder raised a hand, and a streak of golden light arose from outside of the void to cover the place and protect his juniors. Such a terrifying power was as vulnerable as a baby before a celestial, and was resisted with ease. "It's over." The scorching energy made it impossible for many to keep their eyes open. However, experts such as the Rain Emperor were staring at the center of that destructive blast, where the result had already been decided. Emperor Yi had won. Su Ping's body had been completely destroyed. The time and space around him had fallen into pieces like glass. It was impossible for him to resurrect in a different time and space. On the other side, a forest with divine trees was shaking due to the blast, seemingly about to fade away, but still existed. That was the strange phenomena caused when Emperor Yi's constitution was fully activated. Such an effect was still visible, which meant that Emperor Yi was still alive. Once they saw that, the human contingent was aggrieved, their faces looking awful, not expecting that such an exceptional genius would be killed, just like that. Damn it! The feather-crowned senior clenched his fist. He had even had the urge of breaching the pact and taking Su Ping away. However, the Rain Emperor seemed to have noticed his intentions and had focused his attention on him, ready to suppress him if he were to do anything. Once the energy settled and faded, the illusory woods were revealed to everybody. The Rain clan gods were dazed for a moment, and then all exclaimed in joy. Emperor Yi's clone is still alive. Emperor Yi won. He blew up 5 small worlds and survived. Heavens! Unbelievable. No wonder Emperor Yi chose to blow up his small worlds. He wasn't trying to die together with that brat. It was just his battle strategy. Just like I said, how could Emperor Yi blow himself up just to die together with a mere human? The outcome would have been questionable. The clan's gods were thrilled and greatly relieved. They had forgotten their initial nonplussed attitude when they thought that it would be easy for Emperor Yi to kill Su Ping. Exactly at that moment, one of the trees of that mysterious forest fell apart. Then, Emperor Yi's clone was revealed, coming out of the collapsed tree. His clone looked pale and enfeebled. However, he turned from illusory to real as he staggered out of the woods. It was like him walking out from a dream state, back to reality. That's the Rain clan's Chaos Divine Rain Constitution. What a great life-saving method. It's said that our ancestors once lived in that mysterious forest. What kind of place was that, to endow them with such bloodline and power? Amazing place, amazing constitution. The feather-crowned human and the others were shocked, thinking that the emperor would only survive as a sole remnant. However, the guy came back to life thanks to the unusual phenomena caused by his constitution, exceeding their understanding of constitutions. Prepare to catch those humans who trespassed our territory. Kill whoever resists. The Rain Emperor's voice, cold and intimidating, resounded and dragged everybody back to reality. The clan's gods looked at the feather-crowned human with anger. The human leader had a slight change of expression. He said, "I've just contacted the dragon tamers. They're on their way, try to hold up." The dragon tamers were also high-ranked gods in the Archean divinity and were counted as allies to humanity. They were quite close. Emperor Yi sneered and waved a hand, "Kill them all." A solemn and brutal vibe was instantly swept out. "Wait," interjected a lone shout all of a sudden. The world with surging undercurrents seemed to have been paused. Everyone immediately fixed their eyes upon a certain part in the void. There a man was standing proudly, none other than Su Ping. Everybody fell into a daze after a quick glance. The Rain Emperor, Emperor Yi and the feather-crowned human were wide-eyed, unable to process this. Being emperors, they wouldn't have lost their cool even if an earthquake were to happen. However, they couldn't control their expressions at that moment. They stared at Su Ping as if he were a ghost. Alive? He is still alive. How is that possible? Emperor Yi's eyes widened like bronze balls. He was stunned for a long time before he finally asked, "Why didn't you die?" "Because your attack wasn't powerful, of course," replied Su Ping matter-of-factly. His voice, attitude, and all other signals were informing everyone that he was very much alive. He wasn't just an illusion. Emperor Yi was dazed. The Rain Emperor also lost his cool, but he soon turned grim-faced. "We're close to the 2-hour mark. I'm still alive, so I believe that your defeat is certain," said Su Ping with a casual tone. "Also, you blew up your 5 small worlds which cannot be restored by any laws. However, I'm different." Small worlds blossomed behind him like lotus flowers while he spoke, one after the other, just as brilliant as before. They were the 4 small worlds. There wasn't the slightest crack on them. They were just as perfect as before. Emperor Yi was astounded by what he saw. Everyone's jaws almost reached the ground. They were overwhelmed with disbelief. The whole thing was beyond their understanding. Could small worlds be restored after being blown up? Did Su Ping merely blow up their projections, not the small worlds themselves? However, many people had been watching. It was clear that his small worlds had exploded. Projections wouldn't have been as powerful, and they would have been crushed by Emperor Yi. Rot in hell. With his 4 small worlds in full force, Su Ping charged at Emperor Yi almost as fast as a flash movement. His sword aura was launched again, just as brilliant and scorching as before. However, Emperor Yi's clone was much weaker than before, having lost its 5 small worlds and was killed instantly. Emperor Yi's clone was completely obliterated by the attack, which was enhanced by all the laws and the small worlds combined. It is you who failed to endure for 2 hours. The sword in Su Ping's hand was gone, disappearing into the void. He indifferently looked at Emperor Yi's original self. Will you still honor your promise? Chapter 1168, Reinforcements. Emperor Yi couldn't have looked more awful as he watched his clone be executed. He knew that his clone couldn't be any more dead. The battle had ended with him being on the losing end. Emperor Yi has lost. How is it possible? It can't be true. Am I hallucinating? The Rain clan gods were confused, as the result was too surprising. Su Ping was the one who survived in the end. He fought an emperor's clone while being a celestial god himself, and won. Emperor Yi lost. The clan's experts sighed, overwhelmed by conflicting feelings. They knew that Emperor Yi had lost when he chose to kill Su Ping by blowing up his small worlds. After all, it was just a clone. It wouldn't matter even if the clone died, let alone the explosion of his small worlds. He couldn't have done that if he would have been fighting for real. Besides, his enemy could still run away. If Su Ping were determined to run away, considering how capable he was, the Emperor's clone wouldn't have caught him in 2 hours. The clan's gods were silent after seeing the final result of the battle. They all seemed to have been hammered. Some were even hopping to see Emperor Yi's clone walk out of the void again. But this time the clone was truly dead. The mysterious forest in the void had also vanished after the clone was executed. What happened today will be remembered by all gods even 1,000,000 years from now. The feather-crowned senior and the others snapped out of their daze, now feeling excited. Who would have thought that a high-ranked god would be defeated by a young celestial god? One person overpowered an entire clan. Even the emperor had been defeated by Su Ping when they were on the same level. Who else in the Rain clan could fight him? "Get ready," said the feather-crowned human to his colleagues, while trying to hold back his excitement. He gazed at the gloomy Rain emperor. The Rain clan is a high-ranked and trustworthy clan. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? The latter looked at Su Ping thoughtfully, then glanced at the human leader. "Don't worry, we won't go back on our word." The feather-crowned man was greatly relieved. The Rain emperor said indifferently, "Let's call it a day. Goodbye." "Thank you," the feather-crowned human quickly replied. Emperor Yi wore a troubled expression. His failure in battle made him realize that the human brat was even stronger than him when he was young. He had been incapable of such feats back then, and was too inexperienced. He would have been long defeated by Su Ping had they met in the past. Unfortunately, the result is all that matters. Emperor Yi refocused his attention. Coldness flashed in his eyes as he said to the crowned middle-aged man, "You've all come from afar. We will see you out. Let's go." He waved his sleeve once he said that, and the entire sky changed. Su Ping, the crowned senior, and the 1,000,000 humans were dragged into a dark space. The feather-crowned human changed his expression and asked, "Emperor Yi, what are you doing?" "Seeing you off, of course." Emperor Yi sneered and said, "My clan is not a place for barbarians such as you to trespass. None of the human scumbags are getting away today." "How shameless." The feather-crowned human was infuriated, not expecting him to break the pact that easily. Furthermore, they had been separated from the other gods of the Rain clan. Their juniors would imply that Emperor Yi had indeed taken them away. "You're acting shamelessly, and yet you don't want your fellow clansmen to see. What a hypocrite," shouted a human expert. "Just keep yelling. You're going to die anyway. Go ahead and talk while you still can," said Emperor Yi with a sneer. Golden light was radiated by his whole body, the intimidating emperor aura filling up the void. Some amongst the million humans instantly started to scream. There were even those who wet themselves in fear. Others screamed as if they had seen something horrible. "Shelter them," quickly said the feather-crowned man. A human expert instantly took action and released his world, absorbing the million humans. The feather-crowned senior then flashed towards Su Ping and said, "Come with me." Su Ping was infuriated too, not expecting the guy to truly go back on his word, or that he would try to shamelessly kill everyone in secret. There wouldn't be any evidence, even if someone were to find out later. All the filth and dirt would be buried in the darkness. "Just run away if you can. Don't bother me," was Su Ping's quick response to the nearby feather-crowned human. He knew it was pointless for him to stay alone. Resistance, distraction, all of it would be pointless. Emperor Yi could kill him with a glance without the feather-crowned human protecting him. He couldn't turn into a distraction. Even though he could resurrect an infinite amount of times, it would only be a waste of energy. "You are mankind's hope. We will get you out of here even if the rest of us must die," said the crowned senior. Meanwhile, he unleashed his strength and fought to tear the void apart along with everybody else as they tried to break free. Another person showed up at that moment. He was one of the Rain clan's experts wearing a golden armor. He was apparently also an emperor. He also gave support in blocking all the humans. "The Rain Emperor is here too," roared the feather-crowned human with widened eyes. "The Rain Emperor doesn't need to kill losers like you in person," said the golden-armored expert with indifference. "Just go, we'll cover the rear," a human expert said. He ignited his constitution right after the charge at the golden-armored expert like a furnace. The golden-armored expert laughed in disdain, apparently still passive. Still, the human expert came to a sudden halt and then exploded. A hazy, chaotic void appeared in the explosion, destroying his body completely, making it impossible for him to resurrect. "None of you is leaving today," Emperor Yi said with a hideous grin. "Is that so?" said someone all of a sudden. "Isn't the Rain clan embarrassing all high-ranked clans by doing this? You should acknowledge your failures if you lose. You were actually defeated by a young human. How can you still shout left and right?" A white-robed young man with golden hair revealed himself. He was holding a sword and carrying a saber on his back. Emperor Wushwang of the Dragon Tamers. Once he saw him, Emperor Yi narrowed his eyes and turned cold. Are the Dragon Tamers going to join this mess too? That's an interesting way of putting it. The white-robed young man smiled casually and continued, "You're giving the Dragon Tamers vassals a hard time. Isn't it natural for me to support them? Besides, this mess was caused by the Rain clan. Are you really such sore losers?" "Enough with the crap." Emperor Yi wore an awful expression because of the mockery. He roared, "I've long heard that your saber and sword are invincible. Let me see how powerful they are." "I don't mind giving you a lesson," replied the white-robed young man casually. Emperor Yi was momentarily lost for words. He then said angrily, "Your tongue is just as sharp as those of the inferior humans. You must have taught those little bastards. They have no respect. Only the strong deserve respect. You just lost to a young man. Why should they respect you?" The white-robed young man chuckled. Emperor Yi blushed, knowing he would only be humiliated further if they kept on talking, as the newcomer would not hesitate to slight him. He roared, "Take the rest of them. He's mine." That was said to his fellow clansman, the golden-armored expert. Once he did, he ruthlessly charged at the white-robed young man. The latter smiled casually, suddenly looking at Su Ping, who was next to the feather-crowned human. "Young man, your sword technique wasn't bad. It seems that you haven't fully cultivated it yet, but it's already shocking enough. Watch my demonstration carefully. How much you learn will be completely up to you." "You're asking to be killed." Emperor Yi was enraged. "Is the guy trying to use me as a teaching tool? How utterly disrespectful." "Heavenly sound." The white-robed young man suddenly slashed, instantly illuminating the enclosed dark world. Everybody felt that their eyes had just been cut, eyeballs stinging. That was an indescribable sword aura, which moved in an instant and seemed able to linger eternally. The sound of someone crying began to spread out in the void. The heavenly sound sword, more like the heavenly crying sword. The middle-aged crowned human heaved a sigh after witnessing the attack. That sword technique had once slain the heavens. The void was torn apart, and both the white-robed young man and Emperor Yi vanished from Su Ping's view. The energy spread due to their attacks shattered the void and pushed them into deeper, more stable spaces. Even though they were gone, Su Ping could still see the attack that the young man had just performed. What a powerful and proud sword aura, Su Ping mumbled to himself. Just then, the feather-crowned human reduced Su Ping's size and placed him in one of his ears. While protecting Su Ping with his energy, he charged at the golden-armored god along with other human experts. The crowned senior was the only emperor among them. All the rest had a celestial state cultivation. They were actually top experts in their level. Nevertheless, the gap between them and an emperor was too wide. "The Rain clan is just as furtive as they used to be," said a cute and pleasant voice all of a sudden. It came from the void while the feather-crowned senior was going all out. The sound of it was so charming that anyone who heard it would feel as if their bones were softening. A woman wearing a purple-gold robe emerged from the void, along with a plain-looking middle-aged man who had a numbed expression, as if he were made of stone. "The Divine Wind Clan." The golden-armored expert changed his expression in shock and fury. "What are you doing here? Humankind is not your vassal race." "So what, can't I like them?" the woman chuckled. Her face was so breathtaking no one who laid eyes on her could look away. She seemed to be no older than 30, pretty and mature, but she was also a famous emperor. The golden-armored expert wore an awful expression. They had had their encounters with the Rain clan in the past, so their visit could only spell trouble. "Come here," the woman waved at the feather-crowned senior. "Thank you for your help." The crowned human quickly offered thanks as he approached her. He knew of the grievances between the Rain clan and the Divine Wind clan. They had probably made the trip to help all because of Su Ping. Even though Su Ping was only a celestial god, they had good reasons to help him. The young man had shown great potential, and the Divine Wind clan wanted to rescue him because he was at loggerheads with the Rain clan. Helping their enemy's enemy was actually helping themselves. "Young man, I'll get you out of here safely. Don't worry," said the woman in a cute voice as she winked at the currently miniaturized Su Ping, who was sitting on the feather-crowned man's ear. Su Ping was rather flattered, not expecting an emperor to act that politely toward him. He quickly said, "Thank you for your help, senior." "Do I look that old to you? Senior sounds awful. I'm your sister and my name is Mo Yanlin. Remember that," said the woman jokingly. Su Ping recited the name and nodded. "I will." Mo Yanlin smiled and looked at the golden-armored expert. "Do you want to continue? However, it's impossible for you to keep them here. If we fight, I'll just tear his space apart and let all the races see what kind of people form the Rain clan." The golden-armored expert stopped coldly, knowing she was right. He could hardly kill Su Ping now without causing alarm, since the Divine Wind clan was there. Although the Rain clan had an ancestral god, he was always asleep. He would be absent-minded for 10,000 years every time he woke up and wouldn't pay attention to such trivia. Besides, the Divine Wind clan was a high-ranked clan that had an ancestral god too. Exactly at that moment the Rain Emperor revealed himself in the void. "Say no more. This man cannot live another day. He has to die." He had noticed the situation and made his way over. 3 more people showed up next to him, also emperors. Mo Yanlin's expression changed somewhat upon seeing their arrival. She didn't expect the Rain clan to be wary of Su Ping to a point that they no longer bothered about shame. She narrowed her eyes. "Rain Emperor, aren't you afraid of being the laughingstock of the world?" "Everyone in the world is mocked, whether strong or weak," said the Rain Emperor indifferently. "The only difference is that the weak are taunted right before their very faces, unlike what happens with the strong." Mo Yanlin showed an awful expression. Once she saw their determination, she immediately said to the feather-crowned human, "Go, we'll hold them back. Return to the dragon tamer's territory as soon as possible." Only dazed for a moment, the crowned human said solemnly, "Humankind is eternally in your debt." Mo Yanlin waved her hand in silence. Without further ado, the feather-crowned senior quickly led his group to another direction. "Where do you think you're going?" The golden-armored expert dashed towards them. Mo Yanlin quickly took action, flashing a streak of purple light which drove away the darkness in the void. They were back in the outside world. However, they were no longer on the Rain Clan's mountain. It was in the middle of nowhere. Still, they were on the continent where the Rain Clan was based. Chapter 1169, Protection of the Emperors. Humph! The Rain Emperor suddenly took action, turning the world upside down and making it impossible to send any message out of their area of influence. The aftermath of a battle between emperors was enough to shake an entire continent. "You dared to interfere with the Rain Clan's business. None of you is getting away," said an emperor, followed by a snort. The man stood next to the Rain Emperor, wearing a blood-colored robe. He suddenly dashed forward and fought to dispel Mo Yanlin's purple light. The entire sky was filled up by the light of laws and divine power. It was dazzling. The other two emperors from the Rain Clan also charged at the emperors, fighting alongside Mo Yanlin. The golden-armored expert charged straight for Su Ping and the others, completely unimpeded. "We'll stop him, just go." Some of the human experts made a sudden stop and returned, unleashing intimidating auras in an attempt to buy time. "Humph, stupid." The golden-armored expert was cold and cruel. "You'll die without a chance to resurrect if you face me. You honestly think you can stop me?" "We have to even if we can't," said a human expert, enshrouded in his burning vitality, making his figure difficult to be seen clearly. However, his voice remained unwavering. "Humans have been struggling to survive for years on end. Now that we can finally hope, we must protect this chance even if we must die. We will be remembered on the monument of humankind in the future." "Exactly. They will surely avenge us as long as an ancestral god emerges in our race. We're not fighting for the present, but for the future." Die. Their killing intent rose to the sky. All of them hailed from big families with lots of descendants of their own. Even so, they were willing to sacrifice themselves for Su Ping. It was their first time meeting Su Ping. They had only taken such actions because Su Ping had shown them hope for the rise of humanity. Humans had been humiliated for far too long. There was no way they would waste the opportunity. "Charge!" All the humans charged forward, shattering the void and revering the time. They were unleashing infinite light and power like dazzling suns. The golden-armored expert coldly swung his spear, instantly restoring the shattered time and space and forcing the human experts to reveal themselves. Still, the feather-crowned human had already vanished from sight by then. "Humankind will remember you. I will remember you." The feather-crowned senior gritted his teeth and moved at full speed with hot tears in his eyes. In any case, he had to protect Su Ping's safety and help him grow. He had just been a young cultivator when humanity was at rock bottom, and had seen countless injustices and cruelties. The high and mighty god clans would loot all the resources they wanted. The other races could only struggle, unable to keep their dignity. Their family members and masters could easily be killed and humiliated. There had been no one to stand up for them. That had been their life all along. Justice was only enforced with fists and blades. Humans knew that being weak would entail beatings. All vassal races were aware of that. Alas, no one had been able to change that. They knew they were being humiliated, but there was nothing they could do. They could only act peacefully while always being desperate. Bang! All of a sudden, a huge force lashed at the human emperor. The latter changed his expression. The laws in the void were twisted before his eyes, and an enormous golden blade seemed to be cutting the earth apart. The feather-crowned senior waved his fist and flipped his hand, cutting the golden blade. His hand turned out to be even harder than the blade. It wasn't easy for an emperor such as yourself to be born in the human race. Reading on N.W.Nov.L. Getting yourself killed is truly stupid. A young man with a long saber on his back casually looked at the feather-crowned human. Get lost. The human emperor didn't waste any time talking, simply attacking again. Any more time spent talking would be an insult to the humans who remained and tried to buy him some time. He unleashed all his divine power like a furnace. Su Ping, whom he was carrying, felt as if he were in the middle of a vast, golden ocean, which was violent to the enemy but gentle toward him. Su Ping was excited by the chance to personally experience an emperor-level battle. Senior, just abandon me and go if needed. They cannot kill me. I have my own escaping methods, said Su Ping telepathically. He didn't want the man to die for nothing like the others. The feather-crowned human didn't respond, simply fighting the young god emperor with full strength. He considered Su Ping's offer only an attempt to not be a liability. Although Emperor Yi's clone had failed to kill the boy, he would have dug out all of Su Ping's secrets if he were to take action. Besides, the guy could always imprison him even if he couldn't kill him. Su Ping realized what the middle-aged man was thinking and could only heave a sigh. He knew it would be pointless even if he explained further. The whole thing had to end. Another person rushed over during their fierce battle. It was the golden-armored expert. His armor was stained with blood, which didn't belong to him. Humph, it's been a long time since I've killed an emperor. I'm going to enjoy it. The golden-armored expert sneered and ruthlessly joined the battle. The feather-crowned human had an awful expression. He tried to break free, not wanting to fight them the hard way. The human emperor was repeatedly wounded during their battle, as he was now fighting against two emperors. The gods' physical attributes were better than those of humans. That was also why gods were at the peak. Even the wealthier humans tended to be arrogant. It was only natural that gods would feel superior because of their bloodlines. Bang! The feather-crowned emperor received severe slashes and bled profusely, but he was soon healed. I underestimated you when I said you were just an emperor that happened to emerge from the human race. The two emperors of the Rain clan had dropped their arrogance, no longer thinking that they could beat him in one-on-one battles. They were reminded of how Su Ping had continuously slapped their faces, so they started to treat their species with more respect. The feather-crowned human roared and charged at them. Bang! All of a sudden, the golden-armored expert who was just about to stop him shook and exploded. A dragon roar came from the void, making the world shake. Next, several dragons akin to mountains emerged in the void. Some had fully revealed themselves, and some remained hidden in the void. They were unimaginably massive. There were two gray-haired men amongst the dragons. One of them withdrew his spear. Dragon tamers. It's you. The golden-armored expert walked out from a different point in space. He was safe and sound, but his face was utterly grim. That ambush had allowed the feather-crowned emperor to reach the two emperors of the dragon tamer faction. They were surrounded by several dragons. The creatures were terrifying, clearly emperors too. They were the famous dragon emperors raised by the dragon tamers. Sorry for the late arrival, said a gray-haired young man in a low voice as he picked up the human emperor. He then glanced at Su Ping, who was still seated in the crowned man's ear. Su Ping saw him too and quickly said, "Thank you very much, Senior." The young man nodded and then looked at the golden-armored expert and his companion. Being among those of high ranking, the Rain clan shouldn't have done something this shameless, don't you think? The dragon tamers will remember this. Humph, the golden-armored expert said with an awful expression. Your vassals insulted my clan. Are you here to apologize? I suggest you put them down, lest it would count as a war declaration against the Rain clan. War? The gray-haired young man couldn't help but chuckle. Even if we start a war, so what? It's not your place to decide. From this day forth, the Rain clan will be our archenemy. I believe the Divine Wind clan will be happy to lend a hand. You're asking to be killed, the golden-armored expert shouted furiously. Roar! A roar completely interrupted and suppressed him, making everybody's ears ring. One of the dragons had interjected. In terms of voice, who could be louder than dragons? The golden-armored expert looked both angry and frustrated, not expecting the dragon tamers to be so determined. They had clearly noticed Su Ping's potential too. They wouldn't have challenged the Rain clan for the sake of some human beings. After all, even though the dragon tamers were also high-ranked, they didn't have a long history like they did. Emperors were only the strongest when ancestral gods secluded themselves, and the tamed dragon emperors weren't as strong. "Let's go," said a spear-bearing expert to the human emperor. A dragon immediately dashed over and allowed him to land on its head. Then, the dragon took off. The golden-armored expert tried to stop them, but was blocked by two dragons. Damn it! The godly expert couldn't have felt more infuriated. He wasn't afraid of the dragon tamers trespassing his territory, but the other emperors of his clan were occupied and couldn't help out. If Su Ping and the other humans did get away, they would rouse the attention of other clans and make them raise their vigilance. After all, they had sent too few emperors. Bloody bastard! The golden-armored expert wanted to kill Su Ping 1,000,000,000 times over. Who would have thought that their plan to execute the human brat who had dared to kill their prince would escalate to such proportions? The emperors had to step up, and even they had failed to capture him. They even exposed the current capabilities of the Rain clan's emperors. Die! The golden-armored expert ruthlessly charged, determined not to let them go that easily. Two dragons roared and attacked them. One of the emperors of the dragon tamers stayed, and the gray-haired young man followed the human emperor to protect him. They rode the dragons and quickly left the Rain clan's territory. They started teleporting after leaving enemy lands, but the Rain emperor caught up to them soon after. The gray-haired young man's expression changed somewhat, but then decided to stay, asking Su Ping and the others to proceed. The dragon was ambushed by the Rain emperor and cut apart. It was soon healed, leaving a scar on its body. The Rain emperor inflicted such a grave wound with a single strike. He was truly strong. The Rain clan is truly determined to kill him, thought the feather-crowned human, feeling cold and angry at the same time. His determination to protect Su Ping grew and was ready to sacrifice himself if necessary. It was very difficult to raise an emperor. Although there were thousands of princes in the Rain clan, it would be a true miracle if one or two of them became emperors. It would be impossible for an emperor to willingly sacrifice themselves to protect a prince. After all, no matter how strong princes were, they could only grow into god-emperors at best. As for the higher ancestral gods, they would always be shocking geniuses that would startle all gods. In fact, Su Ping had challenged them while being a mere celestial god and even killed an emperor's clone in public. He had already shocked all gods. The high-ranked gods who observed the battle from afar had committed his look and name to memory. Humans would have to be treated differently as long as Su Ping didn't die. Su Ping and the others encountered another chaser after crossing over to another continent, this time being an emperor of the Rain clan's vassal races. The dragon roared and fought the enemy, then asked the feather-crowned senior to proceed. The human emperor silently conceded, simply leading Su Ping onward. The escort that traversed continents would soon shock all races in the world. He knew they wouldn't be safe until they reached the dragon tamer's territory. Fortunately, he was extremely fast even for an emperor, crossing continents as if they were rivers. He soon reached the dragon tamer's territory. Good thing the dragon tamer's territory wasn't that far off. The human emperor only felt relief when they reached friendly grounds. His not far off was completely different to what others would consider. The journey would have taken months to an ascendant and 2 weeks to a celestial. It was almost like crossing half of the universe. They were greeted by some human experts and their hosts, the dragon tamer's leaders. "You're finally back. I've heard everything." The human experts were thrilled to see that both the human emperor and Su Ping had reached safety. The experts of the dragon tamers were also relieved. "Congratulations, There's hope for humanity now. We'll inform the emperors so they can stop fighting and return." "Okay." The feather-crowned man nodded solemnly. "We will forever remember your favor." The dragon tamer experts smiled. One of them said, "We are still at the border. Let's go back to our clan's mountain. There's nothing the ancestral god of the Rain clan can do even if he comes once we get there. You must be Su Ping, right? Come on, I'll take you there." "Okay," the feather-crowned human nodded. Su Ping quickly thanked him too. He was still feeling sad because of the humans who had died defending him. He didn't know whether or not it was possible for ancestral gods to bring them back to life. Chapter 1170, Strong Faith. Su Ping was determined to avenge all the lives taken by the Rain clan. Both him and the human emperor followed the dragon tamer experts to the mountains where they were based. Bang! Exactly at this moment, a force suddenly burst out. One of the dragon tamer experts escorting them attacked and destroyed Su Ping with violent force. What he did had left everyone in shock. All those present looked at him with disbelief. The scene was too abrupt and unexpected. They snapped out of their daze after the blast of energy was spread out. They examined carefully, only to find that humanity's special genius had died. Nothing was left of him. An attack of such a strong expert was lethal for a celestial god, as the gap between them was massive. He could have killed Su Ping with a glance, not to mention that he had attacked with full strength. "Quang Han, what have you done?" Another dragon tamer expert roared, looking at the guy with a mix of shock and fury. His neck reddened. "Sorry, he was troublesome and couldn't be left alive." That expert seemed to have changed into another person. The enthusiasm on his face was gone, replaced by utmost indifference. He said his piece, then dashed and tore the void apart while covered by his weapon, making his escape in the blink of an eye. Everything happened all too fast. All of them realized what had happened when the guy made his escape after ambushing Su Ping, but it was too late to chase him down. It was clear that the guy had everything planned out, escaping right after the attack. He probably had all of it planned out. Everybody looked at the dissipating energy in the void. Su Ping was nowhere to be seen. He had been erased both in past and the future. He was as dead as anyone could be. The feather-crowned senior couldn't have looked more awful. He clenched his fists so hard they made cracking noises. He didn't expect that this would happen right at the end of the escorting operation. He could not help but lose his cool and shout. The other humans present were also crestfallen and felt like shouting. The dragon tamer experts had contorted faces. One of them gritted his teeth and said, "That traitor, he must have been conspiring with the Rain clan. He hid himself really well. Rain clan, we will not rest until you are destroyed." The dragon tamer experts were also furious, as they had sent emperors to protect Su Ping at the cost of offending the Rain clan. However, Su Ping had been obliterated. The Rain clan had a spy in their clan, one with quite the high status. That was truly shocking. A figure was solidified in the void while everybody was desperate to vent their fury. Then Su Ping's voice sounded again. "Seniors, no need for mourning. I'm still alive." Everybody's eyes widened as if struck by lightning. All of them were top experts who would rarely become emotional. Still, they were absolutely stunned at the moment. Su Ping's reappearance was even more unbelievable than seeing him be attacked. "Why, you're still alive?" one of the dragon tamers couldn't help but ask in shock. Taking his senses and judgment into account, there was no way that Su Ping could have survived. Besides, the human emperor was also grieving just then, which suggested that there was nothing an emperor-level expert could have done. The human experts were utterly dumbfounded, just like having run into ghosts. "You?" The feather-crowned human looked at Su Ping, still overcome with shock. He suddenly remembered the battle between Emperor Yi and Su Ping, where Su Ping had actually died and miraculously returned to the living. He had no time to ponder about it back then. It seemed that the same miracle had happened again. Could it be that Su Ping was being protected by an ancestral god? He couldn't find any explanation other than this one. He thought it was absolutely impossible for Su Ping to resurrect with his own means. Only the ancestral gods were capable of such things, as their capabilities were beyond his imagination. If Su Ping was backed by an ancestral god, who might that formidable expert be? It couldn't be the dragon tamer's ancestral god. After all, he had been brought back to life once, back when he was still in the Rain clan. Could it be the Heaven Path Institute, or maybe? The feather-crowned human continued to ponder, thinking about a million possibilities in 1 second. He then calmed down and said to Su Ping, "I'm glad that you're fine." Su Ping smiled with mixed feelings. It's truly hard for a genius to survive. Indeed it was. He would have died if it weren't for the system. Too many unparalleled geniuses in history had died prematurely. However, he wouldn't have acted so arrogantly if he weren't capable of resurrecting. He would always keep a low profile in the outside world. "How did you survive? He clearly killed you just now," remarked one of the dragon tamer experts. Others glanced at the latter suspiciously before Su Ping even answered the question. The assassin who had tried to kill Su Ping was secretly working for the Rain clan, who knew whether or not there were more traitors lurking about. The expert realized how inappropriate he had been. He awkwardly shook his head and said, "Forget it, don't tell me the answer. Let's wait until we return to Dragon Mountain. It's no big deal. I once received a gift from a strong expert that can prevent me from dying 3 times. I've used it twice, so I only have one chance left," said Su Ping frankly. Everybody was enlightened by the answer. It was just as they had guessed. Even though Su Ping never mentioned the expert's level, it was probably an ancestral god. He couldn't have grown to have such strength without the training of a real expert. Not every genius can become that strong. "I see." Everybody found the answer they were looking for and stopped asking. They began to treat Su Ping with more seriousness and respect. The human emperor said, "Let's go back to Dragon Mountain. Su Ping, come with me." "Okay." Su Ping approached the ladder. The dragon tamer experts saw this but didn't comment on it. After all, the assassin who had just tried to kill Su Ping was one of the dragon tamers. None of them dared to claim that there was only one traitor amongst them. They soon reached their destination. The Dragon Mountain was right at the center of the dragon tamer's territory. It stretched infinitely and was home to dragons. Many dragons could be seen flying and traveling nearby. Some of them were playing with the dragon tamers. According to Su Ping's protectors, they were herding the dragons at the moment. Su Ping had mixed feelings as he saw the dragons whose scales were of various colors. He enjoyed himself, feeling he had just entered a cultivation site specialized in dragons. It didn't take them long for them to travel across the void and reach the main peak. All the dragon tamers and the humans who had been waiting for a long time finally gathered once they arrived. A white-haired old man with a crutch sized Su Ping up and said, "I'm so glad to see you. We've been informed of the assassination attempt. We will give you an explanation for this." The feather-crowned senior quickly said, "Elder Yu, you're being too kind. That was just an accident. We're all grateful to the dragon tamers for sending your emperors to protect us. We only did what we should. You're under our protection. Slaughtering your people for no reason was a provocation to my clan. We might not be as strong as the Rain clan, but we won't stand idle after such an insult." Coldness flashed in Elder Yu's eyes, making his gentle face look daunting. "I didn't expect Quang Han to be a traitor. Damn it. We just looked into his past. There's a chance he's been conspiring with the Rain clan for some time. An accident happened to him while he was traveling, but he survived. The Rain clan probably helped him and then controlled him somehow. This is a warning to all of us. We must investigate the matter thoroughly." All the other dragon tamers were filled with indignity. The human emperor nodded. He knew the dragon tamer's overall character and was certain that the assassination was an accident. "It is so great to see you reach safety. I watched the battles, haha. I never expected that the battle of a mere celestial god could be so exciting," said a human expert and laughed. They were all shocked and infuriated when Su Ping was attacked at the border, but then were once again thrilled after seeing him survive. I didn't know that such a genius had been born from our race. They all mock the inferiority of humankind, claiming that the best descendants we can have are emperors. This is a slap on their faces. It'll be a true joy to look at the faces of the Rain clan members. From today on, we will train him with all the resources we have. It's going to be a wild gamble. All the human experts were excited, as they saw the hope of rising with the coming of Su Ping. Humans had been oppressed for too long. All of them dreamed of standing with their heads held high one day. They wanted to see a prosperous humanity, able to dodge the slaps aimed at their faces and fight back when met with injustice. Congratulations on finding such a great talent. He's already made it to the Chaos Talents rank. Indeed, his name just appeared on the Chaos Monument. He's the second best celestial god, haha. He took down Emperor Yi's clone. This is enough for him to feel proud for the rest of his life. The dragon tamers were generous with enthusiastic praise. The emergence of a human ancestral god would turn them into a high-ranked clan. Considering their close ties, they would become great allies to the dragon tamers. That was also the reason why dragon tamers were willing to help them, even though they had to declare war against the Rain clan. The feather-crowned human led Su Ping and thanked each and every one of them. Another person arrived soon after. He was an emperor-level human known as Emperor Zin. The feather-crowned emperor introduced Su Ping to Emperor Zin and said to the former, "You've never lived in the headquarters of our race. The Rain clan won't stop until they kill you, considering your demonstration today. Do not leave the headquarters until you reach higher levels. It's for your own safety. I hope you'll understand." Su Ping put on a bitter smile. He had just offended a celestial expert in the outside world and wouldn't dare leave the store until he reached the ascendant state. Now he pissed off the Rain clan yet again and couldn't leave the continent until he reached the celestial state. Fortunately, he wouldn't really die even if he left the headquarters. You can't even travel freely if you're too weak. Su Ping sighed in his heart, but he wasn't truly reluctant. He actually liked staying at home. You've been studying in the Heaven Path Institute. We'll talk to them and see how you can continue your studies. Given your potential, I'm sure they'd be willing to send an elder to teach you personally, said Emperor Zin with a smile, as if having planned everything out. Thank you, sir, said Su Ping. No need to thank me. Let's go. Emperor Zin chuckled. He then said goodbye to the others and flashed away with Su Ping in tow. While traveling in the void, Su Ping asked Emperor Zin, Senior, how many human emperors are there? Emperor Zin looked like a handsome middle-aged man, with a flame tattoo between his eyebrows that gave him a sacred image. He chuckled and replied, 5, including Emperor Yu who rescued me, and 3 others who didn't make it there. We thought Emperor Yu would be enough to rescue the captured humans, and neither did we expect that you would cause such a mess. I would have joined in had I known this. Su Ping nodded to show he understood. Are you angry since the rest didn't help? Asked Emperor Zin with a smile. Su Ping shook his head. I wouldn't dare. You wouldn't dare, but you're angry. Emperor Zin dropped his smile and heaved a sigh. The 5 human emperors have emerged over countless years. Any of them dying would be a grave loss that would result in billions more being oppressed and killed. 2 emperors making the trip would have indeed raised their winning odds, but the consequences would have been too costly to bear if they died. Even more humans would be killed. There are things we want to do, but we simply can't do them. Su Ping felt dazed for a moment, then said after a moment of silence, I understand. Emperor Zin glanced at Su Ping and nodded. Your performance has given hope to all humanity. You might not know this, but from today on, countless humans will hear of your name and remember your great feat. You'll become their hope and source of faith that motivates them to endure their humiliations and sufferings. There are still countless humans living on other continents beyond our reach. All of them are being oppressed as slaves, pets even. They're seen no better than livestock. However, your existence will bring them hope in their dark lives. I know this puts a lot of pressure on your shoulders, but I'm sure that someone brave enough to challenge an emperor can handle it. You must work hard and exceed the old ones like us. Humans won't be able to stand with our backs straight until then. The day will come when they won't dare to take advantage of us or kill us when they see us. Su Ping hadn't stayed there for long and had never seen the way humans lived in that world. However, he could picture it clearly, based on what Emperor Zin said. All the gods, such as those of the Rain clan, would treat other lives like ants. Humans were no exception. The other races were probably living miserable lives too. Chapter 1171, Ascension into Godhood. Su Ping silently followed Emperor Zin. The latter turned to glance at Su Ping. Although he didn't hear a reply, he could feel that there was a scorching fire in the young man's heart, one that would never burn out. He withdrew his gaze and led Su Ping to a certain place. Humans are among the dragon tamer's vassal species, and we live on their continent. This is the yellow region where we live. Emperor Zin added, the dragon tamer's continent is extremely vast and is made of 9 regions. Humans live in one of them. Our position is high among all vassal species because we're close to them. This place is absolutely safe. You may cultivate here without a worry. I heard about the assassination attempt at the border, and the clan is investigating the matter. Nobody will approach you, except the core members who have passed the test. Su Ping nodded, not expecting Emperor Zin to be that fast. He asked, do you know about the source of all divine power, Senior? The source? Emperor Zin was dazed for a moment. I'm planning to peer into the source of divine power and obtain the ultimate knowledge, said Su Ping outright. That was the purpose of his trip, and Emperor Zin was absolutely trustworthy. There was no need for him to hide anything. The latter was stunned for a moment, then stared at Su Ping while remarking with a smile, as expected of the guy who managed to kill Emperor Yi's clone, you're more ambitious than normal people hundreds of times over. You're so unusual. Are you complimenting me or mocking me? Su Ping was lost for words. No wonder you're so astonishingly strong. Every consequence has a cause in this world. The strong didn't become that way for no reason, and the weak are weak for good reasons too. Good. Emperor Zin praised him and continued, however, while your idea is great, the task is too much for you right now. The higher-level experts can hardly approach the source of divine power. Even if I were to escort you there with special secret techniques, you'd only be able to see the illusion of the source. You wouldn't be feeling the real thing. You would actually be destroyed the moment you felt it. Looking at the illusion is pointless. That's also the reason why the experts of every clan haven't used such a method to train their young. Emperor Zin sighed and ended by saying, if only there were an ancestral god in our clan, we could have asked them to protect you. Unfortunately. Su Ping shook his head and said, that's fine. I simply hope to take a look and experience it in person. Emperor Zin quickly shook his head. That's not an option. I know you're extremely gifted and as strong as Emperor Yi's clone, but you'll be destroyed even before you approach that place. The source of divine power is protected by the structures of the ancestral god's willpower. Even we wouldn't dare to approach it recklessly. Best give up on the idea. Su Ping frowned. He knew it was for his own sake, but he still wanted to try it. We've arrived. Emperor Zin led Su Ping to a magnificent city, with buildings scattered on the earth like tiny boxes, making the perimeter walls seem even greater. Beyond the settlement were boundless grasslands and rivers. Su Ping didn't say anything else, knowing it was impossible for him to persuade the guy. He would have to sneak out at some point. Whoosh whoosh. Many people dashed over. They were all the top experts of humanity. The whole group was relieved to see Su Ping and Emperor Zin. One of the middle-aged men chuckled and said, it's great that you've brought him to safety, Emperor Zin. We'll take it from here. Is everything prepared? All the treasuries of our clan, the 103,000 Class A and the 1,210,000 Class B ultimate techniques will be accessible to him without reservation. All the top medicines will be provided to him, and he may choose any divine weapon he wants. You will accompany him and answer his questions." Emperor Zin spoke in a calm and intimidating manner. Everybody accepted the task. "This is Ember City. You'll be cultivating down there in the Ember Palace. Whatever you need, just tell us, and we'll try our best to meet your demands. All you have to do is cultivate," said Emperor Zin after patting Su Ping's shoulder. Su Ping was slightly shocked. He knew he would be valued, but not to such a degree. Were they going to train him with all the resources available? Emperor Zin faded away into the void. The other experts glanced at each other. One of them stepped out and led Su Ping to the Ember Palace. They introduced Su Ping to the environment and told him about the rules to follow in the city. Still, none of the rules applied to him. Rules were for other people. Su Ping enjoyed the privilege, which he hadn't received even when he became Shen Huang's disciple. "It's not like I'm a little prince, but I do like the feeling of being pampered." Su Ping mumbled and returned to the Ember Palace after taking a tour. While touring, he saw that many people came out to watch him. Some of them were experts and geniuses. It was as if they were watching a gorilla in the zoo, while exclaiming and pointing fingers. They seemed surprised to see that the genius who had slain Emperor Yi's clone walked in exactly the same way as they did. "It's a shame I can't open my store here, or else I would have ripped all of them off." Su Ping regretfully returned to the Ember Palace. He looked at the mountain of treasures that had been delivered to him, feeling that all his cells were being stretched out. There was a hidden cultivation array in the palace, constantly transmitting purified divine power into Su Ping's body. Even if he were just a stone incapable of cultivating, he would have turned into a divine stone there. It's true that resources are the most indispensable things in the world. Whoever has resources is the boss. Su Ping clicked his tongue and activated the Chaos Star Chart, then absorbed the divine power to fill the 8th astral painting. That painting had yet to be perfected, and that was a good time to work on it. "This is the purple crystal dragon's blood. This is the ancient demon bird's blood. This is the chaos river beast's blood, and these are the blood-eyed, eight-armed lion's eyes." One of the experts introduced the materials to Su Ping, one by one. All of them were top, rare ingredients. Other experts would shiver a bit when each name was mentioned. Even experts like them were rather shocked to see all those rare materials. They had been collected over countless years. Some of the materials had been consumed or given to geniuses of their clan, but the rest of them could still be used for 100,000 years. And yet, all of them had been allocated to Su Ping just then. Well, Su Ping looked at the glittering materials before him. Many were even more valuable than the dragon and phoenix blood he had acquired from Old Monster Yi's stash of relics. "Had I known I would get here, I certainly wouldn't have needed to go to that relic." Su Ping couldn't help but say inwardly, almost wanting to slap himself. Wouldn't it have been much better to just stay home? He had all the materials he needed right then and there. Su Ping quickly took action and absorbed all the materials. Then, following the recommendation of one of the experts, he found a huge cauldron amongst the artifacts. It was an emperor-level cauldron that was even better than the cauldron woman. While holding plenty of materials, Su Ping hopped into the cauldron and began his absorption and refining process. The nearby experts didn't expect Su Ping to act as wildly and absorb that many materials in one go. They wanted to persuade him but eventually gave up, and could only help Su Ping control the cauldron so that his body wouldn't explode due to overconsumption. Su Ping continued absorbing all the materials, and mist popped up from within the cauldron, where materials were gradually processed and sucked into Su Ping's body. He enjoyed taking all those materials. He felt that the absorption rate was too slow, so he wandered inside the cauldron, only to be tripped over by something. All of a sudden, flames started rising from the cauldron's bottom. They seemed illusory, but they caused him excruciating pain. He couldn't help but roar. While in the midst of flames, the materials eaten by Su Ping were melted, quickly circulating inside his body. The effects of the materials soon took effect. All of it was amazing. Crap, he just kicked away the lid that blocked the fire. He's just a celestial god. How can he endure the heavenly fire, block the flames already? Good thing that only some of the flames leaked out, otherwise. The experts quickly put out the fire and looked into the cauldron, only to find that Su Ping's body was blackened, while he was yelling and struggling. He seems to have been heavily wounded, but why is he hopping that vigorously? All the experts looked at each other in bewilderment, wondering what kind of little monster he was. Su Ping grunted for a while, eventually shaking off his blackened skin, revealing a dazzling golden light. Once the golden light was gone, it could be seen that his new skin was glowing, every cell containing infinite power. Su Ping could also tell that the astral vortices inside each of his cells had turned golden. He was much stronger than before. I haven't established my fifth world yet, but I've been significantly strengthened. Su Ping was shocked, feeling he had been granted the power equivalent to at least half a small world. Those great materials were terrifying. His solar bulwark seemed to have evolved unexpectedly too. He had yet to enjoy the newfound power in his body when he looked down and shouted, "Where's the fire?" All the experts were stunned. They looked at the glowing young man, feeling that they were looking at one of the princes of the high-ranked clans. No, he was even more breathtaking than the princes. Is he really the genius of our clan? He's so strong. He survived the heavenly fire and absorbed all the materials in such a quick and perfect manner. His evolution is unbelievable. Dear God, are human beings truly going to rise? Some of them wept, while others showed excitement. Su Ping soon found a lid inside the cauldron. Once he remembered having tripped earlier, he kicked it away, and flames instantly popped up. Su Ping was covered in flames and the excruciating pain returned. While in agony, the nearby materials were soon melted, turning into liquid and smoke. The smoke was absorbed through his pores. He was burned and blackened again. The experts looked at each other. This time, they didn't extinguish the fire. Rather, they kept it going to a degree within Su Ping's limits, while helping him control and refine the materials. All those experts felt like cooks making food. Once absorbed all the materials inside the cauldron, and later taking many more materials from the exterior outside, his body became as terrifying as that of a dragon or an elephant. This time, it wasn't Su Ping's inner strength, but his physical body that was refined. The fire never died out inside the cauldron. A terrifying aura was developing like a fetus, becoming more powerful with each passing moment. Time flew. 3 months later, the heavenly fire inside the cauldron finally died out. Su Ping was naked when he came out of the cauldron, but his body was as brilliant as gold, while emitting infinite light that displayed the images of flying dragons and birds around him. Elephants were roaring, and golden crows were flapping their wings behind him. All the phenomena were caused by the air he exhaled. Su Ping opened his eyes, and countless symbols of laws flashed across his eyes. He lowered his head and examined his body, feeling almost like a devil. My body is really strong. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He casually waved a hand, and an ascendant state sword imbued with divine power flew towards him. He grabbed the weapon and slashed with it, but then broke with a clang. The sword let out a cry, as if the will of the sword were screaming. The experts were all too dumbfounded for words. He was but a mere celestial god, and yet his body was as strong as that of a major god. To be exact, not even major gods were as physically strong as Su Ping. His physical strength and his bodily hardness made him invulnerable to divine weapons. Instead, the sword had been broken. It wasn't hard to imagine how great Su Ping's force was. So it's truly possible to counter all methods just with strength, Su Ping thought. He felt that he currently had the physical strength to easily pierce through a couple of small worlds. He could even destroy 5 small worlds if he were to exert more strength. He was now confident that he could quickly slash Emperor Yi's clone to pieces should he encounter him again. Laws. The unusual phenomena caused by Su Ping's body carried innate laws. They could break all laws as long as they were powered enough. Chapter 1172, second best in history. System. Su Ping spoke in his heart. The system replied by displaying the rank of all human beings. Su Ping had risen from the 182nd place to the 11th after establishing the Path Source world. He checked again and found that he was in second place. His ranking soared after establishing his fourth small world and refining his body. Even with my combat ability, I only rank second. Su Ping was slightly surprised. He had thought that he would be deemed the best. He didn't expect that there would be another person stronger than him. Ancient people were not to be underestimated. Su Ping suddenly remembered that his name and information had been captured by the Chaos Talents rank, and he was currently second on the rank. Then who's at the top? Su Ping was curious. Right, the system mentioned that it had another host before me. Su Ping raised his eyebrows while experiencing a strange feeling of jealousy. He instantly asked the system in his heart. That's right. The person before you was the host that I was previously bound to. Technically speaking, you're already the best without considering him. You'll be able to eclipse him when you create the fifth small world, said the system. The fifth world, Su Ping said to himself, was the unparalleled human, a super genius who established 5 small worlds. Also, the 5 small worlds weren't like those which Emperor Yi's clone had. Su Ping silently quit thinking about it and chose to bring up the rank of all species. He couldn't find himself there back when he ranked 182nd amongst humans. He was far behind the overall 500th. But now Su Ping scrolled down and soon found his name. 19th. The second among human beings, and 19th among all species. Determination arose in Su Ping's eyes. His combat ability was shocking in the entire Archean divinity. However, he only ranked 19th among all the living creatures in history. Those whose rankings were higher were mostly terrifying and famous people, including the ancestral gods. There's still a long journey ahead of me. 18 people are stronger than me. Even if I'm the strongest human being, I cannot master my own fate right now. At least, not all the species are united. Su Ping could tell that there was a long and arduous journey in front of him. His pride and arrogance were quickly erased, and he became peaceful again. If I were to fight in old Monster Yi's relic again, I think I'd be able to crush all those geniuses single-handedly, even without ultimate treasures. Our universe is too weak. Su Ping's eyes glittered, and he heaved a sigh in his heart. The universe was too weak when compared to places such as the Archean divinity. Congratulations on finishing your training, young master. The experts near the cauldron gathered around Su Ping at that moment. They observed his body as if it were a rare treasure. Su Ping looked at them, and even saw a beautiful woman amongst them. It was clear that she must have lived countless years already and was old enough to be his ancestor. She was also observing his body with amazement written in her eyes. Su Ping's lips curled up. He pondered for a long while, then eventually took out some clothes to cover himself. Being naked was inappropriate. Su Ping chose to wear a set of clothes that were exotic in their eyes, then stretched out his arms. He asked the time, only to find that 100 days had passed. He then remembered his pending search related to divine power, so he asked one of them, "Senior, do you know where the source of divine power is?" The source of divine power. The man was dazed for a moment. Then he seemed to have remembered something and quickly shook his head. "I don't know." Su Ping looked at another person. "I don't know. Please don't ask me, young master." "Me neither." "Me." Su Ping looked around, but everybody was avoiding eye contact. Some looked down, as if appreciating their boots. Others looked up, as if considering how great the ceiling was. He felt helpless at the moment. It seemed that Emperor Zin had issued a gag order. He would probably have to sneak away. "Why do you call me young master?" asked Su Ping. A middle-aged man replied with a smile, "Young master, everyone in this world learned of your grand feat while you were training in seclusion. The 5 emperors had a discussion and decided to address you as such. You're equal to all of us and only second to the emperors. You're entitled to exercise all powers in our clan. except those which belong to the emperors. Su Ping hummed. He truly didn't expect such a privilege. He heaved a sigh and said, "I'm no young master. You may call me young handsome, or maybe young handsome master." After a momentary daze, all of them nodded and replied, "We'll call you young handsome master then." Su Ping put on a smile and said, "I would like to go out and take a walk. Is that okay?" How far?" One of the experts realized something and said suspiciously, "Young handsome master, even though your talent is unprecedented, you're still too weak right now. It's best if you don't leave Ember City. Thousands of major gods have snuck in and attempted to kill you 23 times while you were training in seclusion. Also, 16 traitors have been rooted out in our clan." He looked at Su Ping and continued solemnly, "It'll be difficult for us to ensure your safety if you leave the Ember Palace. For the future of humankind, we hope you can stay." Su Ping was dazed by the answer. The smile on his face was gone, substituted by a grim expression. He knew the implications behind those numbers. The human clan had surely paid a great price to block and fish out all the assassins. "Don't worry, I won't die," said Su Ping in a low voice. One of the experts quickly said, "Young handsome master, the Rain clan doesn't want you to grow up. They might even kill you remotely with a curse if you leave the Ember Palace. It's too dangerous for you to go out." Su Ping shook his head and said, "Don't worry, I won't go out. I'll just take a tour of the palace." The experts weren't relieved until Su Ping relented. They knew it was cruel for a celestial god to be confined to solely cultivate until he reached higher levels. After all, such levels were unreachable for most top geniuses. It required both talent and luck. They wouldn't have dared to dream of that if Su Ping's talent wasn't as extraordinary. The Ember Palace was humongous. It was more of a city than a palace. The garden at the back of the palace was boundless. Perhaps the human emperors were only interested in such great scenes. There were no cultivation arrays in the garden, and cultivation was actually forbidden there. Only some maids were seen, picking flowers. There were also insects pollinating flowers. They were quite cute. The maids and insects noticed Su Ping's arrival. They couldn't help but stop and gaze at the attractive young man. His body was much stronger than before, and his looks have been considerably improved. The garden was protected by the palace's barrier. External powers couldn't enter the premises. Su Ping wandered in the garden for a moment and then hopped onto the top of a building, which shocked many of the maids. It was quite the reckless move. The Ember Palace was the home of a human emperor. Nobody would dare jump to the roof so carelessly. The experts protecting him in secret felt helpless, but they didn't say anything. Su Ping was only second to the human emperors. Besides, he was a young man and was allowed to be reckless. This human settlement is rather well off. While standing on the roof, Su Ping looked at the distance and saw half of the city. The streets were clean and prosperous. The people living near the human emperor's palace had to be part of the rich and powerful families. He looked toward the palace's east side. There was an arena where a lot of young men were practicing. Some people had also activated their constitutions during their fights, turning into ghastly roaring dragons. Taking the Rain clan out of the picture, this looks like a prosperous world for humans, Su Ping mumbled, and suddenly felt guilty. Humans wouldn't have been implicated in such trouble if it weren't for him. Even though humans weren't respected and were even slaves in some places, they could at least enjoy peace there. The peaceful human territory had been implicated in a grave crisis. Humanity would be at risk if the dragon tamers weren't able to resist the Rain clan's pressure. "I've been walking too slowly," Su Ping said to himself. Even though his combat ability was far beyond the Star State and even the Star Lord State, he was still very weak in the overall picture. "You're walking too slowly," a voice replied all of a sudden. Su Ping turned around, then saw a fiery figure hop toward him like an elf. She was a little girl in red clothes who seemed to be around 12. Her eyes were big and her skin fair. The little girl pointed at Su Ping and said, "Are you sitting?" Su Ping was stunned for a moment, then he said angrily, "Where are you from, kid? Aren't you afraid of falling off and getting yourself killed?" She snapped back, "Who says I'm a kid? I'm about to reach adulthood. I'm already 12. She was clearly pissed due to Su Ping's lack of respect. Su Ping looked at the distance and said lazily, "Is 12 years of age even close to adulthood? You have to wait at least 6 years. Do you even go to school?" 6 years? I'll be an adult in a year. Our rite of passage is held when we turn 13. Humph, said the little girl with a snort, then turned her head away. Su Ping was stunned for a moment, then remained silent. Only in times of war would 13 years of age be considered the beginning of adulthood. The threshold of adulthood marked the beginning of difficulties. So to speak, those 13-year-old kids are about to pick up weapons and become soldiers, asked Su Ping softly. The little girl raised his head and said, "Stop talking as if you were an old man. You don't seem to be much older than me. Besides, it is the ultimate honor of every adult to fight in the army. If we die for the greater good of humanity, we'll die as heroes." Su Ping couldn't help but glance at her. "Of all the things you said, that's the only one that I don't dislike." "Which one?" Su Ping merely replied with a smile. He then said, "One day we'll step out of this place free from all constraints set by others. That day isn't too far off." The little girl nodded. "That's right. We'll be able to do that when I become an ancestral god." Su Ping raised his eyebrows and then peeped at her. "You think you'll become an ancestral god? What's wrong with that? I'm the top genius of my clan. Don't think you can underestimate me just because everyone is praising you," said the little girl angrily. Just then, Su Ping realized that the girl was a level stronger than him. Furthermore, her strength was highly condensed. She was not a simple Star Lord. She would have been a top Star Lord in the outside world. It was hard to imagine a 12-year-old being that strong. She had surely started cultivating when she was still in her mother's womb. "Keep it up then. I think you can do it," said Su Ping with a smile. The little girl was surprised that the seemingly obnoxious fellow would compliment her. She dropped her prideful attitude and looked at Su Ping curiously. "I heard that you slew an emperor's clone and fought your way out of a high-ranked clan. Is it true? How did you do it?" Su Ping wasn't surprised to find that she knew about him. After all, she had been able to easily approach him, a clear indication that her identity was special. "Yes, but I didn't escape on my own. A lot of people protected me on the way. Some of them died," said Su Ping in a low voice. "I know. Uncle Feng, Sister Yun, and Uncle Li died." The little girl was instantly down. Her eyes were filled with tears at the mention of Sister Yun. There was a moment of silence, then Su Ping said, "Maybe I can bring them back to life when I become an ancestral god." The girl was stunned for a moment. She then stared at Su Ping with widened eyes and approached him, as if trying to see through his heart. "Really? Is it possible to do that?" "Yes." Su Ping nodded. The girl clenched her fists and said, "I will become an ancestral god then." He would have laughed if others said that, but he merely smiled since she was just a kid. After all, it was great to keep the faith. "Which clan are you from? How come I never heard about you before?" the little girl asked Su Ping curiously again. Su Ping coughed and said, "I am from space." "Space? Is that the name of a clan?" asked the girl in confusion. The secret bodyguards were alarmed by the revelation, and word was instantly spread out. The intelligence department immediately started working to investigate the space clan that Su Ping mentioned. "It's just a small place, nothing interesting." Su Ping gave her a slight headshake. The little one abstained from asking more questions, seeing that Su Ping was reluctant to talk. She held up her chin with both hands and looked ahead just like Su Ping. She asked, "Is it more beautiful outside or here? My father said that it's dangerous everywhere in the outside world. It's an old and boring place too." "You've never been out?" "Nope." "Oh, the outside world has barren mountains everywhere, and fools fight over rocks on the mountains. It's quite boring," said Su Ping. Chapter 1173, The 7 Greatest Clans. "Is that so?" The little girl was rather suspicious. Su Ping nodded solemnly. "Then why are so many people going out? What's great about a bunch of rocks?" asked the little girl. Because they're just as curious as you, that's why they go out. Rocks glow. The rocks we cultivate with are all stolen from the outside world, said Su Ping. The little girl snorted and said, I don't buy it, you're lying. Su Ping smiled. Excuse me. At that moment, a beautiful woman, seemingly in her 20s, with the charm of maturity, appeared behind them and said gently, It's time for you to resume cultivation. You haven't recited all the 3,000 books in the library yet. Su Ping thought at first that she was looking for him. He turned around, only to find that the little girl had also turned around too. She patted off the dust on her dress and reluctantly stood up. Got it. You're the same as me, a young mistress. Su Ping was rather astonished. The little girl was more noble than expected. The little girl snorted. You think you're the only one, just wait for it. I'll slay an emperor beyond my level 2, I won't be eclipsed by you. The gentle woman was obviously aware of Su Ping's identity, but she remained silent and simply nodded with a smile as she led the little girl away. I'll come back for you after I recite all of them, shouted the girl before she left. Once they were gone, Su Ping finally withdrew his gaze. He looked at the scenery in the distance and heaved a sigh before he rose and said, Let's go back and continue cultivating. Okay. His secret bodyguards showed up and took Su Ping back to the palace. He asked about the little girl, only to discover that she was Emperor Zin's daughter, named Huo Linger. Being a human emperor's daughter, she was extremely noble and was actually one of the most talented in her clan. She had perfectly inherited her father's divine constitution. It was said that she was a fireball when she was still a fetus. All kinds of unusual natural phenomena occurred during her birth. She was one of the rarest geniuses in history. Given how rare she was, her mother was unable to withstand the power given off by her constitution, so she died soon after giving birth. Su Ping was overcome with conflicting feelings after learning about the girl's past. She had been imprisoned there to focus on cultivation, and her mother died young. She must have been very lonely. No wonder she went looking for him to talk. None of the human geniuses will ever flourish if the human clan never produced an ancestral god. They'll always remain prisoners. Su Ping was silent. The miseries were imposed on billions of human beings. Su Ping shook his head, knowing that the girl's goal was too far-fetched at the moment. These are the selected tomes from the library. The Emperor-level secret techniques are here. You may choose any of them. We will run simulation tests on you according to the techniques you pick, then find out which of them is most suitable for you. That way you'll be able to grasp the techniques and fully bring out their power as soon as possible. You might even be able to create a path of your own, said someone with a warm attitude. Su Ping nodded. There were countless resources and secret techniques in the palace. Su Ping was enjoying the privilege he had never received thanks to the company of all the experts. Time flew. 100 days more passed in the blink of an eye. Su Ping read the selected books, which contained a lot of laws of that world. The number of laws he grasped increased rapidly. His 4 supreme laws were perfected too. He was fascinated by the knowledge found in those books. They were practically the best textbooks. My first small world has been completely perfected. It doesn't have any flaws now. Su Ping's foundation was even more solid after those 100 days. Besides the 4 perfect supreme laws, he had also grasped 3 secret techniques, namely a sword technique, a body technique, and an escape technique. His combat ability had been significantly boosted by the 3 Emperor-level secret techniques. It won't be that difficult to beat Emperor Yi's clone again if I ever ran into it, Su Ping thought. He checked his ranking with the system. He was still ranked 2nd among humans and 19th among all species. His 100-day preparation had significantly increased his combat ability. However, there wasn't a qualitative change, like those related to a rise in cultivation to the ascendant state or grasping another small world. In any case, this training was extremely valuable. Maybe my strength will be further boosted after I fully digest all this new knowledge, Su Ping thought. He was much more knowledgeable after having read plenty of Emperor-level secret techniques during that period. The experience in that place would be valuable if he wanted to create his own techniques. It's time to go. Su Ping intended to look for the source of divine power. That cultivation period had also been invested in learning many things about the source of divine power. The sources of divine power in the Archean divinity were 9 divine eyes. Each of the sources looked like an eye, which inspired their names. Infinite divine power flowed out of the divine eyes like golden tears. They were extremely dangerous. Some of them were guarded by ancestral gods, while others were in desolate lands that not even emperors would dare approach easily. The divine eyes were controlled by the strongest high-ranked clans. There were altogether 7 of them. Those 7 clans were the strongest in the Archean divinity. 4 of them had once annihilated and suppressed other high-ranked clans, even going as far as imprisoning ancestral gods. There were also other high-ranked clans besides those 7 clans. It's impossible to borrow the divine eyes from the 7 clans. They might notice something is amiss, which will become troublesome. They would probably capture all humans and check each and every one if they discover I can resurrect infinitely. All humans would become miserable test subjects. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He didn't want to expose his resurrection capability unless it was absolutely necessary. Otherwise, humanity would suffer. The 7 great clans were far stronger than the Rain clan. Humans were as vulnerable as infants in front of them. They could be annihilated without even a chance to resist. I must look for the last 2 divine eyes in the void. I remember having been to one of the places. Su Ping's eyes glittered. "What are you thinking about?" said a pleasant voice. Huolinger hopped towards him in a red dress. She lowered her head and looked at Su Ping curiously. "Do you know where the last 2 divine eyes are?" asked Su Ping. Huolinger mumbled, "You haven't given up looking for the divine eyes. It's useless. You can't approach them even if I told you. The last 2 divine eyes are in the most dangerous lands. Even my father said he doesn't dare to go there. It's useless even if I tell you anything." Su Ping gave up acquiring information from her. He had to rely on himself. "My lady." The gentlewoman showed up and dropped a hint at Huolinger, as if asking her to stop telling Su Ping more about the divine eyes. Huolinger ignored her hint and waved her hand. "It's fine." The gentlewoman felt rather helpless. She wouldn't dare disobey Emperor Zin, so she instantly grabbed Huolinger's hand. "My lady, our training for the day isn't done yet. Let's head back." "But I've only just come out. If you want to play, I can create a time and space where you can have fun." "I don't want that." Huolinger puffed her cheeks and glanced at Su Ping reluctantly, eventually leaving with the gentlewoman. "You have to stop asking me about the divine eyes next time I come to visit," said the little girl. Su Ping felt amused. "Okay." Su Ping returned to the palace after Huolinger left. He picked some materials and jumped into the cauldron again. The cauldron could block all senses. Su Ping quickly wrote a farewell letter and threw it out of the cauldron. He then kicked the lid and flames instantly surged out. He didn't resist this time, simply letting the flames consume him. Several minutes passed. Su Ping felt that he was still able to endure and felt rather helpless. Killing himself was more difficult than he had expected. He simply kicked away the lid completely, instantly making a deep-colored fire to rise. The next moment, he felt as if his soul were burning and melting. Oh no! All the experts secretly keeping him company were alarmed. Su Ping had been to the cauldron frequently in the recent days, and he had properly controlled the fire every time. There was never a need for concern. Little did they expect that Su Ping would kick away the lid and invoke the fiercest heavenly fire. They had warned Su Ping of the heavenly fire's danger and allowed him to experience it firsthand while they protected him. Based on common sense, Su Ping would have never thrown himself into the flames. Is he asking to be killed? How can he be so reckless? Crap! The experts were so shocked that they were sweating buckets. They quickly took action, but it was too late. The heavenly fire was so fierce that Su Ping had been burnt into ashes in a flash. The heavenly fire had been immediately dispelled, but Su Ping was nowhere to be seen. Is he dead? The bewildered experts looked at each other with pale faces, thinking they had made the greatest blunder of all humankind. Two of the experts trembled, having trouble keeping balance. It was at that moment when one of them noticed something on the ground, immediately finding that it was a stream of divine power left by Su Ping. The divine power transformed into a farewell letter. All the experts were flabbergasted after reading the letter. According to the letter, Su Ping wasn't dead. He had already left by unknown means. He didn't give any detailed explanation, so they couldn't understand. However, the letter led them to understand that Su Ping's actions were deliberate. He's not dead. How is that possible? Right, he left a soul lamp here. Go check the soul lamp. One of the experts quickly went to the deepest part of the Ember Palace, only to find that Su Ping's soul lamp was still on. The experts that followed saw it too. They looked at each other with bewildered eyes. Right under their noses, Su Ping survived after being burnt by heavenly fire, and he also left the Ember Palace. Hey! The experts didn't know what to say. The soul lamp then died out all of a sudden, before anyone could find words. Their expressions changed upon seeing that, but then the lamp glowed again before they expressed their grief. What's going on? The experts were at a loss. How is this possible? Could the soul lamp be lit again after dying out? It's out. Wait, look, it's back on. It's out again. This continued in the next 5 minutes, as if someone were playing a magic trick. The experts were completely stunned. Have you ever seen anything like this before? No, never. Me neither. All the experts were greatly shocked and confused. However, they had a guess, as they remembered the rumors about Su Ping. Could it be that there really is an ancestral god baking him? Which clan does this ancestral god belong to? In any case, they knew they had to report the matter to Emperor Xin post-haste. All the people in the Ember Palace were shocked by Su Ping's departure, but the news was soon blocked. Only some were privy to the information. At the same time, Su Ping arrived at a desolate place by continuously blowing himself up. He had already memorized the map of the Archean divinity in recent days. After consecutive self-explosions, Su Ping figured out the region he was in. It was actually the territory of a middle-ranked clan, a remote area in the Archean divinity. This is a suburb, Su Ping sighed. He was in the middle of the wilderness. There were some prosperous cities in the area, but the number of experts was clearly smaller there. Beasts could be spotted in the void. This is good enough. I wonder if I can lure it here, Su Ping said to himself. He reached a boundless, desolate plain, then summoned the young chaos beast. The latter was almost 30 meters long. Even though Su Ping had yet to train it purposefully, he had been feeding it well, and it was quite plump at the moment. The beast had the best bloodline. It could easily grow stronger than most pets as long as its belly was kept full. That was the advantage of inheriting a bloodline. However, it was difficult to keep its belly full. That little one was picky, as it wouldn't eat normal food. Even ascendants would hardly keep it well fed. Kid, I've provided for you for quite a long time. It's time for you to return the favor. Su Ping patted the young chaos beast's head. The young beast was confused for a moment. It immediately roared and glowed after sensing Su Ping's thoughts, releasing the ancient aura of chaos. There was an instant triggering of all sorts of unusual phenomena. The power of chaos invoked lightning strikes. The release of its aura is already this intimidating. As expected of one of the best pets, Su Ping thought. He wondered if he could lure the thing over. He was worried that the Rain clan would notice him. After all, he didn't know much about Emperor-level methods yet. However, even normal experts could already locate someone by the images left in the river of time. If someone from the Rain clan got to investigate, they would probably find him very soon. Chapter 1174, Entering the Divine Eye. Just when Su Ping was observing the unusual phenomena caused by the young chaos beast, a vortex appeared in the void, and an intimidating aura began to spread out. "You dare come out of the Ember Palace, you're asking to be killed." Su Ping slightly changed his expression, not expecting the Rain clan to find him that quickly. He had been resurrecting randomly non-stop since he left Ember Palace, which made it impossible for the Rain clan to lock onto him. They caught up to him the moment he stopped, which meant that they had never stopped monitoring him. "You truly won't stop until you kill me, right?" Su Ping's eyes emanated coldness. Exactly at that moment, the man locked time and space without saying another word, and then imposed a destructive force upon Su Ping, which almost began to crack. The man exclaimed in shock, not expecting that his strike would fail to reduce Su Ping into smithereens. His body is unbelievably sturdy. He began to understand why his clan was determined to kill that young human. He was such a terrifying genius. He would become a major threat to the Rain clan if he were to develop. Die. Without further ado, the man attacked again with an intimidating aura. After a boom, Su Ping's body couldn't handle it anymore and exploded. Both his consciousness and energy were destroyed. He was completely dead. Su Ping was unable to resist the man's full-strength attack. "He's finally dead." The man heaved a sigh of relief. He also felt rather delighted, as Su Ping was considered the biggest problem by his clan. Even though he was but a mere celestial god, they were determined to get rid of him. He had made a great contribution by killing the guy today. Humans allowed the brat to visit such a remote place. "Ha!" the man sneered. He was in a great mood because he would be generously rewarded, even though he didn't go through any trouble. Roared. Exactly at that moment, a furious roar burst out. The young chaos beast expanded in size as it gathered power and glared at the man with bloodshot eyes. The creature was only in the star state, and yet it was bold enough to roar at a celestial state expert. The man was truly astonished. He had already sensed the beast but didn't consider it a big deal. After all, it was very weak. He had solely focused on killing Su Ping. He then observed the little creature more carefully, only to be shocked. "A chaos beast? How is that possible? Haven't all chaos beasts gone extinct a long time ago?" The man's eyes glowed with shock. He felt like laughing, not expecting the trip to be as rewarding. Not only did he get to kill Su Ping, but he would also grab a chaos beast. That human brat was unbelievably lucky. He actually had a chaos beast. Did he capture it? Or was it a gift from the dragon tamers? In any case, it's mine now. The man chuckled and laid his hand on the chaos beast, ignoring its aggressive attitude. No matter how furious it roared, it was just a kid anyway, and would only be suppressed with the man's domineering power. However, right when his enormous hand formed with divine power was about to touch the young chaos beast, it suddenly collapsed. Then, the breeze in midair seemed to have been frozen. All wind and sounds seemed to have been solidified. The swaying flowers and blades of grass on the ground were also petrified. Like moons, a pair of bloody eyes were slowly opened in the void, right behind the man. They were cold and condescending, as if looking down upon all living things. The man struggled to turn around and was unable to close his mouth in a long time. Once he saw the figure behind him, he narrowed his eyes so hard that his face was completely contorted. Ferocious. Bang! His body exploded into millions of pieces and fell like dust. The pieces were then squeezed by some sort of power in the void and turned into nothingness. A figure emerged in the void after the god exploded. It was none other than Su Ping who had resurrected. Hardly had he resurrected when he sensed the terrifying pressure, which made his body temperature plummet, crawling into his pores like bugs and making him shiver. The feeling was all too familiar. He raised his head and then put on a smile. It seemed that the young chaos beast had been successful in summoning the creature over. The chaos perception dragon. Su Ping didn't see the man, but he didn't really care. That guy was unrelated to him. Naturally, he would let him experience the charm of the top ferocious beast in the Archean divinity. Su Ping flew toward the young chaos beast and petted the young fellow. The latter was rather confused after a long time roaring. He then said to the chaos perception dragon, "It's been a long time. I beckoned you here because I have a favor to ask. I want to go to the divine eyes. I hope you can take me there and show me the source of divine power." Small talk was unnecessary for such a ferocious beast. Su Ping simply stated his real purpose. The chaos perception dragon looked down at Su Ping indifferently. Moments later, it turned its head and glanced at the young chaos beast currently enjoying Su Ping's stroking. It stared at the man and the little beast. Su Ping then felt a strong wind, and everything changed before his eyes. The boundless plains and forest were gone. The sky was no longer sunny, as it was currently filled with stars. The surroundings became desolate and primordial too. Skeletons of enormous beasts were everywhere, sprawled on the ground. The flesh stuck to the bones had mostly been eaten up. Some carcasses were still rotting, which attracted many scavengers. Su Ping narrowed his eyes, shocked and suspicious as he noticed the dazzling golden sun. It was more like an enormous golden eye floating in the void. Infinite divine power was flowing out like golden magma and dripping in the void, causing golden cracks on the black ground. Some of it either seeped into the ground or dissipated in the void. "Is that the divine eye?" Su Ping was extremely shocked. The scene was splendid and breathtaking beyond words. He didn't expect that the chaos perception dragon would straight out take him to one of the divine eyes right after making the request. Has this divine eye always been under the chaos perception dragon's control? It was obvious that such a place was too desolate to be one of the 7 great clans' territories. This is one of the 9 sources of all the power in this world. Su Ping could feel the unimaginable, suffocating divine power in the void. Normal gods would probably drown in the divine power and rot if they went there. It was just like humans would die if there was too much oxygen. Su Ping's body was extremely sturdy, and he had the Chaos Star chart. That was why he could survive. Still, he felt that his body was filled to the fullest and he couldn't hold back. "I'll break through if I stay here a while. Still, it'll be fine even if I rise to the Star Lord state. It simply remains to be seen whether or not I'll trigger a heavenly tribulation if I make a breakthrough here," Su Ping wondered. "Thank you, sir," said Su Ping to the Chaos Perception Dragon. The latter didn't even bother to look at him. It lay down somewhere in front of the divine eye, simply letting the divine power flow past its body. Su Ping knew that the ferocious dragon had only taken him there for the young chaos beast's sake. He immediately asked the young chaos beast to seize the opportunity to cultivate. The young chaos beast had been slightly vigilant of the gargantuan creature. It felt connected to the dragon by blood, but the latter also felt dangerous. So, it was caught in a predicament. It didn't go to the golden liquid under the divine eye until Su Ping encouraged it. Soon, it was having a great time, making the fluid splatter everywhere. Su Ping released the little skeleton and his other pets so they could cultivate there. The Rain Clan has just lost an expert. They probably won't send another man for the time being. The Chaos Perception Dragon claimed one of the divine eyes in this world, and it's as strong as an ancestral god. The Rain Clan would not dare seek revenge unless they're stupid. Even if they wanted to, they wouldn't be able to find this place, Su Ping thought. He dropped the irrelevant thoughts and walked toward the divine eye. "I wonder what's behind the divine eye. Is there an eye there?" Su Ping grew curious. The closer he was to the eye, the more awed he became. One wouldn't be truly mature until one respected others. The divine power around him became increasingly abundant. Su Ping felt that his body was being transformed by the godly energy. The ancient deity aura inside his body was rejecting the divine power. However, the feeling of rejection dwindled as he approached the divine eye. It seemed that his deity aura couldn't resist it any longer. The two powers gradually began to mix. The process was extremely slow. Su Ping also felt an excruciating pain, as if the two forces were ripping his body apart. The tearing wasn't at the center of his chest. Rather, his every finger, every bone, and every nerve was torn and affected. The unimaginable pain drove Su Ping crazy. However, he gritted his teeth to withstand it. He sat down cross-legged and tried to best digest the effect. He attempted to forge a balance inside his body, gaining a deeper understanding of divine power during the melting. Domineering, powerful, gentle, sacred, and many others, divine power carried many traits. It was hard to tell how long he had cultivated. He didn't rise and walk forward again until the pain inside his body receded. The feeling of pain escalated again soon after. He reached the furthest he could endure, then sat down cross-legged again, absorbing the divine power. Time flew. There was no distinction of day and night in that unknown, desolate land. There seemed to be an eternal night looming. The Chaos Perception Dragon was quietly and lazily resting. It simply glanced at the playful young Chaos beast every now and then. As days went by, it would occasionally look at the insignificant human on the other side. Su Ping was covered in a strange, hazy light. It was gray and dark. Golden light would occasionally be seen. 4 small worlds were revealed, surrounding him, causing all kinds of unusual phenomena. Every small world was absorbing the magnificent divine power and became increasingly solid. Su Ping, devoted to cultivation, woke up every time the feeling of pain subsided and would then move on. The process was repeated over and over until he felt dazzled when he sat down again. Once he raised his head, he found that the gargantuan divine eye was emitting powerful waves right before his eyes. The power was constantly surging. It seemed to be balanced in its own way, and the balance would be broken if anyone were to touch it. Once the balance was broken, the terrifying power inside would gush out and destroy the world. Su Ping gazed at the divine eye and felt burning pain in both his eyes. Still, he didn't look away. All laws near the divine eye had been transformed. He was unable to detect any other laws. Even time was extremely feeble in that place. The only abundant power present was the divine power. However, the law was covered by the abundant power, and he could hardly find the source. Su Ping suddenly turned around and asked the Chaos Perception Dragon, "Can I jump into the divine eye?" The latter slowly opened its eyes and glanced at him. Then it closed them. Taking that as a yes, Su Ping took a deep breath and jumped into the divine eye. Right after he jumped, Su Ping detected the most amazing scene. The short distance was like millions of kilometers. There seemed to be countless pieces of paper in the water. He could clearly feel every layer he had passed. There was a long distance between every 2 layers. Su Ping's flesh was falling and melting. After every several dozen layers, the heat of divine power would cause greater damage to Su Ping's body. The damage couldn't be mended, not even with the path of vitality. Su Ping gritted his teeth and ran onwards. His flesh collapsed, revealing his bones. His eyeballs had also been burnt up too, leaving the empty eye sockets. In the end, his bones were burning too, due to the corruption caused by divine power. Once he was close to dying, a stream of power approached him and blocked the divine power. The path of vitality bounced back and helped Su Ping recover his lost flesh. He turned around, only to discover that the Chaos Perception Dragon had helped, covering him with the aura of chaos and preventing divine power from hurting him. "Little thing, do you want to die?" said an ancient voice coldly. Su Ping was dazed for a moment. Knowing that the Chaos Perception Dragon was the one talking, he quickly replied, "Thank you for saving us, Senior, but I'm not trying to kill myself. I'm seeking knowledge." "Seeking knowledge at the cost of your life." "I won't die," said Su Ping quickly. The Chaos Perception Dragon was silent for a moment. He recalled Su Ping's secrets, so it didn't say anything else except, "Don't go too deeply, or you won't dare to return." Su Ping was dazed. What's that supposed to mean? The great dragon's power faded away at that moment, and Su Ping felt the heat again. But soon after, he reacted by condensing the power of chaos inside his body, and soon, the scorching feeling disappeared. Chapter 1175, The Fifth World. The power of chaos does eclipse divine power. Su Ping was secretly relieved. Meanwhile, he considered what the chaos perception dragon meant. Did it misspeak? Being incapable of returning and being too scared to return meant two different things. He was baffled. The power of chaos in his body was burned through and couldn't cover him anymore as he got closer to the divine eye. He could only reduce his body as much as he could and cover himself with the power of chaos, to then dart into the divine eye like a beam of light. I fortunately absorbed some of the power of chaos when I was with the chaos perception dragon. Otherwise, I would have hardly been able to condense the power of chaos. Su Ping felt lucky. It was impossible to condense the power of chaos by simply grasping the law of chaos, which was only a skill to concentrate it. However, the chaotic energy had already been dispersed. The skill would be absolutely useless without raw materials. Hardly had he gone into the golden divine eye when Su Ping detected a strange rhythm. It was like passing time and space and entering another world. The environment suddenly became light and quiet. Even divine power appeared to be gone. The original divine power flowing out of the divine eye was nowhere to be seen. Behind the scorching divine eye was an absolutely dark space where Su Ping couldn't detect anything, even though he was spreading out all his senses. Is this the world behind the divine eye? What kind of place is this? Divine power. Su Ping examined the surroundings carefully, not detecting the intense divine power he had felt earlier. There was no energy in the slightest. He had never seen such a desolate world before. Even the chaotic realm would have undead energy. The place looked like an absolute vacuum, even emptier than the vacuum of space, because there weren't even cosmic rays nor energy. Feels like this is the place where the world was born, Su Ping mumbled to himself. Perhaps there was nothing but absolute nothingness before the universe was established. Is this place somewhere beyond the universe? Then, how come infinite divine power is flowing out of this place and going throughout the entire Archean divinity? Su Ping was puzzled. He examined his surroundings carefully, not feeling anything after a long time passed. It was like being in space with his eyes blindfolded. He couldn't even control his own body. Su Ping tried to gradually reduce the power of chaos and find a gap. Brilliant golden light instantly surged out like the dawn in the middle of darkness. The first beam of light illuminating such a desolate world from billions of years before shined in Su Ping's eyes. It was a dazzling ocean of divine power. It was so brilliant that scorching air filled up the environment. What burnt someone's eyes would eventually bury them. Su Ping felt he was about to be consumed and hurriedly covered his body with the power of chaos. Still, this time he could feel the blazing heat despite the protective chaos layer. It was like being in the middle of flames. The chaotic layer melted gradually, and Su Ping was then completely exposed to the ocean of divine power. Without even being able to let out a scream, Su Ping felt that his body was melting like a candle. He resurrected in the same place. He immediately brought out 4 small worlds to resist the invasion of divine power. He also squeezed out the power of chaos to protect himself. However, the divine power found in that place was so abundant that Su Ping's power of chaos could only protect him for 15 minutes. Is this the world beyond the divine eye? Then, what was the void I saw just now? How abundant! It's almost like a fiery ocean of divine power. If a celestial god entered this place, their cultivation would probably soar, Su Ping thought. His thought process was soon interrupted. A terrifying wave was raised in the surging divine power ocean. Su Ping's power died out instantly. Not even his power of chaos could resist. He died right then and there. Su Ping revived a few seconds later, lingering fears still there. The wave of divine power killed him despite his sturdy body and the 4 small worlds. There must be more dangers here. Otherwise, the Emperor-level experts would have conquered this place already. Su Ping's eyes glittered. The other divine eyes were probably being controlled by the 7 great clans because their ancestral gods were able to suppress the dangers inside the divine eyes, so that their fellow clansmen could cultivate inside and thus become a lot stronger. Su Ping carefully examined the divine power core while resisting the energy invasion. He had detected a unique law that seemed to be part of the divine power. That law was the reason why divine power was being created incessantly. He was resurrected repeatedly while he meditated, his body gradually transforming due to the invasion of divine power. It was glowing and turning golden. His golden crow bloodline had unusual transformations inside his body, as it was activated by the origin of divine power. The golden crow was a mythical creature that carried the original divine and demonic power. Some sort of mythical energy inside it was activated when tapping onto the source of divine power. Su Ping was becoming increasingly terrifying without even realizing it. He was like an eagle resting in the middle of a golden ocean. Unusual phenomena occurred around him because of the divine power. A long time passed. At some point, the power disappeared when Su Ping was about to figure out the key to the divine power's original law. He resurrected and found himself in absolute darkness again. Su Ping was stunned and almost thought that he had chosen to resurrect at a random location. This is odd. Is it possible that there are two spaces behind the divine eye, one being the ocean of divine power and the other being this place? The two spaces replace each other constantly, Su Ping mumbled while deep in thought. In that case, is this dark space on a deeper level? The darkness around him suddenly changed as he pondered. He had the feeling that he was falling into a bottomless abyss. He kept falling until the darkness before him became hazy, and a special aura surged. It seemed to be some sort of primitive path that gracefully floated before him like a spirit. Su Ping was soon attracted to it, and discovered that such a primitive path seemed to be related to the divine power he was pursuing. He instantly started chasing the original path. The longer he chased, the more he was attracted to the great path. He couldn't feel anything else. The concept of time was moot there. Su Ping finally captured the primitive path at some point. Su Ping's head shook the moment he touched the path. He felt that he suddenly had an epiphany. The dark world he was in became clear again at that moment. However, the darkness was falling apart, one piece after the other. Once the collapse ended, there was a desolate and monochrome world. There were mountains, rivers, and wind, but they were all gray, including the glittering lightning. A streak of golden light flew out of Su Ping's fingertip and landed on a stone. Soon after, the stone became as brilliant as gold. The golden light leaped into the river, turning it into a clear, golden waterfall. Once it passed the lightning bolts, they started glowing like slithering purple snakes. While observing all of that in a daze, Su Ping gradually understood the true nature of divine power. So this is the divine power. This was how the world of gods was created. Su Ping saw it all in silence, while golden light surfaced on his body. His body had also been gray previously, but then it glowed brilliantly as the golden light surged out, making him look like an eternal, golden god of war. The illusion of the golden crow appeared behind his back as the divine power covered him. It looked even more majestic and sacred than before. The nature of divine power is giving. Give things life, godhood, and wisdom. Divine power can transform a wrought iron sword into an artifact. It can give a stone an eternal sheen and turn it into a dazzling gem. Su Ping's eyes were like brilliant stars. He had finally grasped the nature of divine power and understood its real core. Even if his level were to fall to the fate state or even the ocean state, he would still be able to give ordinary animals special traits, and ordinary people an unusual power of understanding, now that he had this capability. Such capability would be further enhanced as he rose to higher levels. The black and white world before his eyes became completely brilliant. Infinite divine power surged forth, but this time he didn't resist it with the power of chaos. Instead, he swam in it. The scorching divine power invaded Su Ping's body, but couldn't hurt him anymore. Su Ping had been resisting the power with his body at first, but now he used and guided it. Once the nature of divine power was understood, he was able to make use of the most abundant divine power. Simple divine techniques didn't work on him anymore. He could render the power mobilized by divine techniques useless. "I've now understood divine power," Su Ping mumbled with glittering eyes. He didn't waste the rare opportunity and immediately started to absorb divine power to establish a fifth small world. Su Ping would call it the small divinity world. He moved about with the divine power inside the ocean. The fifth small world was constructed as time passed. It was so dazzling that it looked like a sun rising above the ocean. "This is the fifth world." His heart was beating fast as he looked at the small divinity world, which was as brilliant as the sun. That was his fifth small world. Only a few were capable of creating a fifth world in the Archean divinity. All of those had the potential to become emperors. He had struggled to kill Emperor Yi's clone when he had 4 small worlds. He felt he could kill him easily now. 5 small worlds and an ascendant state body. Right now my combat ability should be on average, even in the ascendant state, right? Su Ping thought, planning to practice with an ascendant after he left. However, he wasn't done there yet. The 8th astral painting. I completed half of the 8th astral painting back in old Monster Yi's relic. I'm capable of finishing it now. I've mastered more than 72 laws and more than 10 perfect laws. Once I grasp more perfect laws, I'll be able to replace laws and make the 8th astral painting even more powerful. Given the abundant divine power available where he was, Su Ping planned to finish cultivating the 8th astral painting. He was currently capable of absorbing divine power for his cultivation. His body had been transformed to that of a god, thanks to the refining of divine power. He was even more terrifying than most gods. The golden crow pattern on his back was his constitution as a god. If he ever had a child, it would likely be a god too, one that would also inherit the mutated golden crow constitution. Su Ping didn't know how powerful the constitution was just yet, but absorbing divine power to cultivate was no longer a problem for him. Freeze. Su Ping activated the Chaos Star Chart, then compressed the divine power that surged into his body on the astral oceans. A golden star was soon illuminated. It contained a fundamental law. Su Ping condensed the second one. One star after the other was condensed. Su Ping's aura became increasingly terrifying. A long time passed. He felt as if he were being squeezed when all the 72 stars were condensed. However, the squeezing wasn't really painful. He felt like his body was readjusting, becoming stronger and more condensed. Some of the invisible flaws inside his body seemed to have been dealt with. The 8th astral painting. Su Ping closed his eyes and controlled the 72 stars to condense the astral painting. The long-gone, ancient astral painting reappeared, showing an unparalleled power, vast and brilliant. Even though it only contained 71 stars, it seemed to be a vast universe when it took shape. Boom! Su Ping felt that his body was shaking and changing. The most important change was on his mind. He felt like he was being reborn. His willpower and his control abilities were rising rapidly. He clearly detected that he was becoming increasingly stronger. The 8th astral painting is called the Universe Astral Painting. The main feature of this astral painting is worlds. Su Ping's eyes glittered, and many worlds surfaced before him like glamorous pictures. Each of those worlds was vast and breathtaking. Su Ping had the feeling that he could thoroughly combine the power of his 5 worlds. Now it's much easier to control the small worlds than ever before. All of it is very smooth. I think I can even overlap them. The more Su Ping examined it, the more shocked he was. If he managed to concentrate the power of the small worlds with the world's feature, the result would be beyond his imagination.